And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Rolling up. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. Off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Look at this!
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
The methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Yikes, you bet, concur. It's time for another NSF live stream. It feels like it's been a little while since we did a Starbase stream. We did have a Raptor side chat earlier today, I believe, if you are into the SBL side of things, but we are spooling up a dedicated commentary stream now because, as you can see, good old Booster 10, replete with its hot stage ring, or vented interstage, or I'm not Brady. Replete with its hot stage ring is ready to go and roll out to the, we presume, launch site. There is a road closure today, and yeah, finally we get a daytime roll. It feels like it's been a long time since we've had one of those. So I'm Jack Beyer. You can see my info there in the top right of the screen. I'm at the Jack Beyer on Twitter, and I am Neon Heat Disease if you are into Instagram. But it's not just me that's going to be flapping my gums. As always, we have our ever competent cohort of commentators, and today we are bird. And today we are joined by two of the many birds. Two. I swear I can get this intro out. Starting off with Ryan Caton. Ryan, how are you doing, good buddy?
I'm doing good. I've had a wonderful day, and it's about to get even better because I can see some grid fins poking out the side of Mega Bay number 1.
Indeed, it is about to get better as we watch Booster 10 roll. What time is it there for you?
38 minutes past 9 o'clock in the evening.
Yikes. All right, well, hopefully we see a nice and quick roll here. I believe the road closure goes to 6 p.m. local ? So we are into the window a little bit here already. Also joining us on commentary, we have another Ryan, an American Ryan, Ryan Weber. How you doing, bud?
Doing fantastic, Jack. And yes, it is 6 p.m. local. I can't wait to see this thing roll out. It's been a long time coming here. We've been waiting for a while here.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like we're finally starting to climb out of the post-Flight 2 doldrums, if that can even be. I mean, a lot has been going on. There's been testing and everything, but now it feels like it's really getting real for Flight 3. So very excited about that. We also have Jay Keegan in the background operating today's stream. Thank you, Jay, for doing that. How did Jay get away with not having a picture? We need a picture for Jay. You can see his info there in the top right. And also we have Sean out in the field setting up a robotic camera for us. So thank you, Sean, for doing that. And of course, Mary is out there as well. So thank you to her for that. All right, well, y'all know the deal. At least you should at this point. If you have any questions about what's going on, feel free to pop those questions into chat. Type at NASASpaceflight, followed by your question. That way we'll see it pop up in some software that we have running. But yeah, I mean, Ryan, you want to start us off with a state of play? Where are we thinking this is going? What do we think is coming up next? Give us the rundown, bud.
Well,
Which one?
Weber. Sorry, Weber. I'm gonna start calling you by your last.
Many times today, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's gonna be either Caton or Weber. I gotta change the
There you
settings
go.
in my brain so that I refer to you by last names, or I'll say British Ryan or American Ryan.
yeah, that works too. Well, We are expecting Booster 10 to roll out to the launch site and be lifted onto the OLM ahead of what we believe is going to be a wet dress rehearsal, including Ship 28, which there is a closure tonight. Now, I don't know if that's a backup closure for this, so we could be here for a few hours, or if that's S28's closure to roll. But they're going to do this wet dress rehearsal. At least I hope they do, because the amount of change to the tank farm is a decent amount. They'll do that, and if they find anything wrong, or if they don't find anything wrong, that'll put them on the track towards a third flight. Now, one of the wrinkles in that is we don't know if 28 will do a static fire or not, because they might have swapped engines, they might have not. It's kind of hard to tell. With all the limited camera views we all have. So we'll just have to wait and see where 28 rolls when it does. But for now, we're looking at Booster 10, and hopefully it'll be on the OLM tonight or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. All right. Do want to thank people coming out and supporting the stream. We got Norafinder becoming a Red Team member, James becoming a Red Team member, D.A. Swanson becoming a Padrat member, Keith gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you for that, Keith. We also have Mix Moto. Thanks for the support. They say, why do they not fly to the moon first with Starship, make a mock-up base, and then implement it to Mars and launch Starship from the moon with less gravity? I mean, okay, this falls into a bucket of questions, I think. The why don't they just? Which I think Tim, Mr. Everyday Astronaut, friend of the channel, is working on a series of videos revolving around why don't they just. So those are nifty. I do think the moon will become important for Mars operations, but we got to get there first, right? And even to get there with Starship, we need to solve, and I say we, SpaceX needs to solve the refueling, refilling, whatever you want to call it, problem of getting more propellant into a moon-bound Starship. So a lot of steps to get there. But yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to use the moon as sort of a gas station, methane station, whatever you want to call it. Once we do have a moon base up and running. Mr. Caton, any thoughts?
I don't really have anything to add apart from what you've said already, because it's entirely logical.
Me? Logical? It's unheard of.
I know. I'm shocked too, Jack. I'm shocked.
Weber, anything to add?
I think it's just easier to go straight from Earth to Mars. If I remember correctly, like Delta V wise, you have to spend a lot just to get to the moon, and then you have to spend even more to get from the moon to Mars. It's kind of the moon's good as like an outpost, I guess, kind of way station. But if you're gonna go to Mars, you might as well just do your Mars injection burn from Earth orbit. Simpler.
Yeah,
Easier.
that makes sense. We have a question here from the Phantom Rocket saying, I asked last night in my 2-month chat, but do you think we'll see a new automated spaceport drone ship given the purchase of Slick for Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy? I think they mean Slick 6. Ryan, Ryan Caton? Oh my gosh, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be all stream. Caton, what is your thoughts on this?
Well, I'm just going to go ahead and say you're probably going to be a bit annoyed at this, the Phantom Bucket, but I'm not actually going to answer your question, because very soon, and I mean very, very soon, we have a video that I'm involved in covering all things SpaceX fleet-wise. So if you and anyone else who's watching wants to learn if there's a future for more drone ships, what we know, what we don't know, then that's something you'll definitely want to tune into very, very soon. So hopefully you're not too annoyed by the fact that I'm just going to completely ignore your question and plug something else. But hopefully that video will have the answers to that question and many, many more questions.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just outright say it would make a lot of sense to have a second West Coast drone ship, if that is indeed the question. We have not seen any indications of that. but I will save a further more in-depth explanation for the video that Ryan is plugging. So stay tuned for that. And thank you for being a member for 2 months. Sean Plays Too Much. Thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Joseph Tatum gifting 5. Blackhawk New Zealand gifting 5. Eric Frazier gifting a Red Team membership. PT gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Blushy Boy gifting 1. And Bruno Santos gifting 1. Y'all are coming out in force. So thank you for that. If you got a gifted membership, be sure to both check out the sweet perks you now have access to in the YouTube community tab, and also thank the person who gifted it to you. That's awfully nice of them. All right, well, road closure goes till 6. As Ryan Weber said, I almost just called him Ryan. I really need to hard reset my brain here. As Ryan Weber just said, there is another closure later tonight. We suspect that was for ship, but you never know. It could be a backup closure for Booster 10. Either way, we saw this thing roll out of the bay, and we figured we would spool up a commentated stream for y'all. But yeah, what say you, cohort of Ryans? Shall we jump into some viewer questions?
Yeah, let's do it.
Gwen Ever is asking, do you think today's sad news of 530 job losses at JPL will impact HLS and Artemis? Here's the thing, that's not super JPL specific. Like Artemis is probably more Johnson Space Center. That's NASA is very distributed, right? By design. At the same time, I do think, personally, this is my personal opinion, these layoffs are a travesty. How are you going to demand more of NASA? How are you going to demand we get back to the moon before anybody else? How do you square that with just utterly underfunding such a crucial part of NASA? I mean, we literally just had Ingenuity, flying 70-something, 72 flights? Huge successes out of JPL, just left and right. They always come through with these amazing missions. They always underpromise and overdeliver. And I am ashamed as a taxpayer that Congress has basically, through the budget that they've given NASA, essentially caused this to happen. It's a travesty. That's my thoughts. We'll go with Mr. Weber first.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a travesty that they're not paying GPL as much, because GPL is time and time again proven that even with the smaller amount of money they're getting, they can do amazing things, like having rovers on the surface of Mars that last 10 times longer than their expected lifespan.
Right.
It's impressive what they're able to do with what they've got, and I wish they would get more, because who knows what they could do with more. Right.
Yeah, I could not agree more. It just makes me grind my teeth. It makes me so upset, because I don't know, maybe this is just me with rose-colored glasses over here, but I really feel like of all NASA offices or departments or whatever you want to call them, segments, I feel like JPL is the most bang for your buck. It's just wild, the amount of science that JPL gets done. And it's upsetting. It's upsetting to see. Mr. Caton, what is your perspective from across the pond?
Well, as someone who, has absolutely no say over how the US government works, big disclaimer here. I mean, obviously it sucks. I'm personally thinking Mars sample return, right? That's already over budget, or is projected to be way over budget.
Right.
It's already late, or projected to be very late. That's the top level mission, and JPL has to lay people off because they can't afford to pay them. I mean, just it annoys me, but there's literally nothing I can do about it. It's not my government. I don't want to be slamming the US government when I have nothing to do with the US, but it's not great.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. At the same time, as a citizen, I also feel like there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, yeah, I could write a senator or whatever. It's like functionally our voices are useless, even though we are citizens. But yeah, you know what? We'll tie a bow on this sad question with you know what? Now there are 530 people out there who hopefully can take their skills to private industry or elsewhere in NASA, because surely those are some excellent folks. And there's a whole bunch of launch companies and different spaceflight companies, you know, building space stations, building hardware, whatever it is. So hopefully the private industry can now get a fresh infusion of good talent from some of these folks that were unfortunately let go. Bruno Santos again gifting a Red Team membership. Thanks, Bruno. And Bideford, good old Bideford. What's up? Thank you for that support there. They say travesty is not being able to buy the new Orbital Flight Test 3 patch. I know, impatient. It's coming. It's coming. I think you just made a shiver go down Adrian's spine, but I don't want to leak anything more than that. But there will be a patch from us for Flight 3, and it is coming. I think I won't get fired if I say that much.
Soon. TM.
Yes, soon TM. Thank you. Here's one for Mr. Weber. Jay of Ready is asking, are there any major changes between Booster 10 and Booster 9?
There's a few. The biggest one is the common dome is now the elliptical dome. So it's a little bit flatter dome. It's kind of like ease of construction, plus I think it's a little more structurally stable than the other domes, but that's really the biggest change. There's some, if I remember correctly, there's some vent changes here and there. And then it looks like they have newer Starlink dishes on the top of some of the chines. But there really isn't a whole lot with this booster compared to 9. And I'll just say this too, like between 10 and 11, 11's got some extra stringers in it for more structural support. And then 11 and 12 are like identical vehicles.
Yeah, they seem to kind of, I don't know, build them in pairs almost.
Kinda, but not really. Is the
Right.
is the thing with that, because like 7 and 8 were pretty close. 9 has been kind of the outlier in that, because 9 was different than 7 and 8, and then of course 10 is different than 9. So they kind of build them as they come up with upgrades. Like we see with Booster 13, they have extra events on that. They changed the forward section where the raceway that goes up from the QD to the top of the avionics in the forward dome, it used to run under a stringer, and is what it does on Booster 10. On 13, they built its own aero cover. It doesn't go under a stringer anymore, so you have easier access to it. So it's little things like that they've been doing to the boosters going forward. It'll be interesting to see what other big changes come to the booster, but I think booster's pretty solid at this point. Going forward right now.
And Booster 9 was the first one with electric TVC, correct?
Yeah, that was the first booster with electric TVC.
So Booster 10 will also have electric TVC, and if I'm not mistaken, Ship 28 is also going to have electric TVC, being the first ship to have that. Is that correct?
First ship that have that was Ship 26.
Boo, 26.
Yeah. A lot of things that are on Ship 28, a lot of improvements from Ship 25 and 24 were started on 26. Yeah, I know, boo, Ship 26, but Ship 26 started a lot of that, yeah.
Well, speaking of, we have a question here from Pradima Shawana. I'm sorry, that's a terrible pronunciation. They're saying, what are your thoughts if Ship 26 being the HLS Starship? I don't think so. I think Ship 26 is just a test article where they are trying out new and different things. I don't think Ship 26 will fly. I could be completely wrong. Maybe it's just because I hate it. But those are my thoughts. We'll go with you first, Ryan Caton, and then we will talk to Ryan Weber about the cursed Ship 26.
I mean, anyone who's watched the recent episode of Starbase Update will clearly know my opinions of Ship 26. Unlike a certain Kevin, Ship 26 is just a bit naff, isn't it? I mean, like, it's got nothing going for it. They're just slapping random stringers on it left and right. The SpaceX clearly have nothing to do with Ship 26. They're just, they're practicing on it at this point. I think it's a glorified test tank. I think there is well, I won't say a 0% chance. I'll say a very, very, very near 0% chance that Ship 26 never leaves the ground intentionally.
Intentionally. I like the caveat there. Mr. Weber, what do you think?
It's just a structural test article. It's not going to fly. Although it could unintentionally leave the ground, which would be funny to see. I just want to see them cut the thing in half at some point, just to prove everyone, I'm right.
In due time.
Not gonna do anything. Yep.
In due time. But either way, as a structural test article, if that's in fact what it ends up being, it still contributes to the overall program. It's still good. More data, more better. The whole 9 yards. But yeah, I don't think it's a tanker. I don't think it's an HLS ship. I don't think it's going to fly. I could be completely wrong. But there you go. Blake is asking, what is the likelihood of a lift today? We'll go with you, Weber.
So it looks like right now they are hooking up. It looks like I think they're hooking up some static lines or something to the vehicle at the moment. So it's currently sitting in front of the bay until they get it fully prepped for the final rollout. Will they lift it today? It's a possibility. As I talked about on the Raptor side, they have these red pieces that go onto the lift points. It helps them use the crane lift. Those have to come off before it gets lifted by the chopsticks. So it'll have to, either they do it before they roll it, or they'll have to take those off once it's in between the chopsticks and before they lift it. Could it be done tonight? Yeah, they could lift it tonight. I don't know if they will, but my guess is they'll want to roll 10 and then roll 28 and then stack both pretty quickly, just to kind of they might want to show that they can do that fast or something along those lines.
Oh, I'm seeing in our back channel that we have more road closures posted.
Ooh.
We have a closure for the 12th, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. It's possible, listed. A possible closure for the 13th, 8 to 8, and a possible closure for the 14th, 8 to 8. Those certainly feel like testing closures, right, Ryan Weber?
Those are testing closures. Well, now whether or not that's a full stack testing, we will have to wait and see if Ship 28 rolls out today.
I do wonder if they're going to do another static fire with Ship 28, given that we saw some sort of Raptor swap action. We're not quite sure what happened with the Raptors on Ship 28, but we did get eyes, and by we I mean Mary, on some... at least one Raptor was removed, right?
At least the Raptor Center and a Raptor Vacuum were removed that I know of. It's really hard to tell if more were removed or not. I think some more were removed. Now, whether or not those were swapped or if they were taken off and put back on, it's really hard to tell because we can't see the serial numbers or anything. And since they closed down Remedios, we can't get the up-close shots like you got when they first installed those Raptors, because that was some pretty cool shots that you and Sean got when they first did Raptor installation all the way back in it was several months ago.
Yeah, what was that, September or October or something? It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the nature of Remedios being closed down. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it goes. But yeah, we don't know if those engines were just put back on after a checkout, if they put on different engines, what's going on there. But that has led me to wonder, given the engine work, if we'll see another static fire with 28. I suspect we will, but who knows? I mean, we could see them just stack it and do some full stack testing, for all we know. It's just we'll have to wait and see. Mr. Caton, do you have any thoughts? Do you think we'll see another static fire with 28?
I wouldn't be surprised. Either way, like if they don't, I'd be like, all right, and if they do, I'd be like, all right. So that's how I'm feeling about it. I would much prefer SpaceX. If they feel like like another static fire is a good idea, then I'd much prefer they do one, right? Because I want the Raptors to work on the ship as best as possible during flight. But
Right.
because as I kind of hinted at in SBU, bringing that up again, if they did actually replace like all of the Raptors or like a majority of the or whatever, if they don't static fire and then they don't work in flight, it would be quite clear, in my opinion, that things that don't work would have been found during a static fire. So if a static fire is a good idea, I hope they do one. If they don't need to do one, then I hope they don't do one because it saves time.
Yeah, makes sense. Let's see here. Xbar is asking why would the WB-57 footage today not include the hot staging? So this is something we wanted to get into a little bit here. We got some new footage today released by NASA of well, not just WB-57. There's WB-57 footage, like aerial footage, and ground footage of Flight 2. So let's take a look at some of that here. But yeah, I believe we tweeted the entire, it's like a 10-minute whole thing. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but you'll love to see additional views of Flight 2. I mean, just look at this. Absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous shot. And there's zoom even.
Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't include hot staging, which is sad. But
yeah, so
still
the
some
question
sick
the question from Xbar is why would they not include that? I mean, surely there could be some proprietary stuff that either NASA or SpaceX don't necessarily want out there. That would be my immediate first guess. Of course, unfortunate that we don't get the hot staging views or the FTS views. But either way, this is absolutely outstanding footage, and it's on the NSF Twitter, the whole entire thing. It's also on our Facebook, Instagram, and it's on our TikTok. I didn't even know we were still doing TikTok. Dear Lord.
I will say this though, that shot right there, even the shot before it, you can see the expanded exhaust
Right.
of booster 10 there. So you can see like the small diamond and then the slightly expanded exhaust as the thing is more translucent, if you want to call it that. And then you look at ship 25 and you see all the missing tiles going up the ship.
Right.
Looks so cool.
The engine shutdown process on the booster is just utterly delightful. It's so beautiful. And then you can see so clearly the final 3 remaining engines. And then it just hard cuts to the booster explosion. Kabloom! Dang it. But yeah, there you go. That is an aerial view from the WB-57 of the events around staging. And this is a ground view, I believe, shot from the top of the Margaritaville. Shout out to the Margaritaville for not only hosting our cameras, but also apparently NASA cameras as well. Great place to stay if you were looking for somewhere to stay for Flight 3 or a visit to Starbase. Just, oh god, those mock diamonds. Ryan Caton, are you preferable to mock diamonds or shock diamonds? What is your preference in terminology?
Mock diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
Very
Weber?
clearly.
Yeah, mock diamonds.
I like shock diamonds. I like shock diamonds better, but I'm not gonna die on this hill.
I mean, they both sound cool, and in reality, it's just cool. Whatever you call them.
Yeah, it's one of those quirks of physics that's just it's like hypnotic. I can't look away.
I can't wait till we get a night launch of Starship.
It's really going to be outstanding. The streak shots, like I'm all for the close up video of things and photos of things, but I am in terms of Starship imagery, I think going forward, one of the things I am absolutely most excited for is nighttime long exposure imagery of a Starship launch. Because if oh my god, I'm blanking on the name. If Relativity's Terran launch it was any indication, and if the beautiful imagery from that is any indication of what we will see for Starship, I guess and Vulcan for that matter. It's going to be truly, absolutely beautiful. But yeah, there you go. Be sure to check out the full video on our various socials because it's a wild ride. It's a good video. It was a nice little treat to wake up to today. Has it moved? That is my next question.
No, it has not. It is. They brought it almost all the way out of the bay, and I think they're doing some work on the QD or something right now. I don't know exactly what they're doing, but they're doing stuff to it. So we will have to wait for them to be done with that, and then it'll move again. And it's kind of funny though. It's like, well, the road closure is only till 6. However, that has never stopped SpaceX before for rolling outside of the road closure. So, yeah, it could be a little bit. We'll have to wait and see here.
I mean, this is a pretty standard thing that we see with rolls, where they will roll the vehicle out of the bay that it's in, and then spend some time in front of the bay as they like adjust counterweights, chain it down more, check the SPMTs. It's a whole process, right?
Yeah, the nice thing with this booster stand is they don't have to chain this thing down, unlike the ship ones. This thing is, this is the new booster transport stand that is all automated, unlike the last one. So it's basically bolted to the SPMTs via a set of what's the word? Just a set of mounts. They just like mount it to the SPMTs, and then luckily with this one is they don't have to manually extend and hook up or manually hook up all 20 hold downs. Unlike the old booster transport stands, this one it's automatic and it all hooks up at once or all disengages. You know, it's really, really nice. It's a lot simpler. So yeah, they're definitely moving along with trying to make things more efficient here at Starbase. It's nice to see.
Speaking of nice to see, thank you for all of the support, everybody. I see it coming in still. Astro Knucklehead. Oh, I really have to read this, don't I? Sawyer Pun Palace comment. We lost Johnny Cash, Bob Hope, and Steve Jobs. No cash, no hope, no jobs. For Jack Byers' sake, long live Kevin Bacon. All right, Astro Knucklehead. I read it out loud. There you go. Thank you for the support on the stream and always. Super appreciated. Stephen Hansen gifting a Red Team membership. Space Sammy, thank you for the super chat. SpaceX Sammy, they're saying, will you guys be looking to improve audio for IFT3? Yes. In fact, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this. We had good audio for IFT2. Just some technical stuff prevented it from being a thing. But yes, we will have better audio for IFT3. In fact, if you watched our stream last night of the PACE launch, if I may toot our own horns a little bit here, we had some great audio last night. So always a thing we're trying to work on. Better audio, better views, better robot spots, better robots, better humans, better human operated cameras. So as usual, you know, a Starship launch is kind of like our Super Bowl, except now we're going to get multiple a year, which is amazing. So we're always trying to improve the angles and the views and the audio and everything, and all of the support from y'all, we just pump that right back into everything that we do. So it's absolutely crucial to allowing us to do cool stuff like that and improve our setups day after day, month after month, year after year. That's why we're so thankful for all the members. And people like Ninja Decimator, who is gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you, Ninja Decimator.
Cool name.
Yeah, no, I don't know if you guys know this. You have to say Ninja Decimator's name like that. It's a rule.
It's a rule. Yeah.
If I had a soundboard that could play like laser sound effects or like a gong or something, I would absolutely do that whenever I said Ninja Decimator. But I don't, and I won't subject you all to that. But if I did, just know that I would. Plutonium239, thank you for the super chat. They say, do you think they will do a Starlink payload on Flight 4 if Flight 3 is successful? It wouldn't shock me. That's for sure. What do you think, Ryan Caton?
I mean, as someone who is very fortunate for Starlink, because it's the only way I can get fast internet, more satellites, more better. I would hope that they that it would be like actually have a good chance of getting the satellites into space, into orbit rather, but also the flight profile as it stands for Flight 3 is just going to be a duplicate of the intended profile for Flight 2, which was a duplicate of the intended profile for Flight 1. It's a very, 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 very long suborbital hop that's very nearly orbital, but not orbital, because it doesn't go all the way around the Earth. So, they would need to actually, go into orbit for Flight 4, and that's only possible if they complete all of their objectives for Flight 3, which, in my opinion, would be getting the ship to near Hawaii or the Maldives or wherever they end up splashing down this time, and successfully re-entering, in my opinion. But I'm not SpaceX.
Weber?
They could do it on 28. I don't think they will. But they can do it on the suborbital trajectory. It would just mean that any dummy sats or whatever that they deploy would just re-enter along with the vehicle. I don't know if they would want to do that or not, but they could just kind of test the payload bay that way. An actual Starlink payload, like operational Starlink payload, I don't think we see one of those. I mean, maybe later this year on some of the later vehicles, but an actual operational Starlink payload is still a little bit ways out. So,
Let's see. Xorg FX guy. Zorg FX guy? I'm going to go with that. They say, does SpaceX plan on trying to catch a booster or ship first? I don't think we know. I would suspect a booster first, since that's a whole... I don't want to say it's easier, but I feel like it's easier. I feel like booster will come first. We have no idea, but there's no official word from SpaceX. It's still a long way out before they start trying to catch a booster, but I'm going to go with booster first, given that it's not coming back from orbital speeds and all that. Ryan Caton, what do you think?
I agree with that assessment just because of the fact that the booster flies for about 3 minutes and then comes back. It's going to be much, much closer to the pad on its return than a ship ever will be returning from orbit or a nearly orbital trajectory that's technically suborbital, but it goes really far around the Earth.
Right. Mr. Weber?
It's going to be booster first. I still think that catching ship is going to be one of those maybes down the line. Because they still have to design landing legs for it. Because you're going to need legs for the moon and Mars, so you might as well design them. Catching ship they're going to have to redesign the way the chopsticks and the ship interact in order to catch it. Because right now there's just no way to do it. Having the pin side on the chopsticks and the socket on the ship, that takes some pretty precise flying and whatnot to get it to line up. So I think it's going to be booster first. I don't know when. Maybe they try at the end of the year, or next year. Really depends.
I feel like it's a 2025 thing. Maybe I'm just being pessimistic, but I feel like they're going to...
We can see how long it takes SpaceX currently to line up boosters and ships for a simple chopstick lift, let alone catching this thing, this like skyscraper-sized vehicle, whilst it's plummeting back down towards the ground. So, it's going to be a while, in my opinion, before it actually happens.
Right. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, if you look back to Falcon 9, recovery testing, there was a lot of Falcon 9 missions until they ended up finally getting to even trying to soft land a booster in the ocean. And then there was many attempts trying to land a booster on a drone ship. And then there was, the first successful landing, which I believe was it was an RTLS, not a drone ship landing. So expect many launches before they start trying to legitimately catch a booster or a ship. I think we'll see a bunch of launches where they soft land in the water and just refine everything as much as they can before they go risking any sort of conflagration or RUD in the immediate vicinity of Stage 0.
Luckily, when it does do that, it doesn't have a lot of propellant left.
Right,
if it
it's
were
mostly
to
empty.
blow up. It is a mostly empty steel tube at that point.
Although
So that
the
is a
steel tube
plus.
part is still extremely, I want to say heavy, massive, whatever you want to call it. Like, even just the inert tube falling on Stage 0 would be not super great, especially depending on where it falls.
240, we think, like tons of steel, metric tons of steel. So, it's not nothing.
Yeah, that's no joke. That diabetic kid, thanks for the super chat. They're asking, what kind of mounts or tripods do we use for smooth tracking shots so far away? Some of them are robotic cameras that are designed for tracking. Some of them, the human-operated ones, we use fluid head tripods. Frequently we'll use, I think they're called Care, is a brand that we use a lot, but I have a couple Manfrotto tripods. It's really, fluid head is the way to go. You have a nice beefy fluid head and you balance the camera on it so that it is appropriately weighted, so that if you're tilting up or tilting down or zooming in or zooming out, whatever you're doing with the lens, everything is sort of balanced. That is the way to go. It's a challenge, though. It is always a challenge, like eliminating as much shake as possible. For IFT2, I was running 1200 millimeter lens equivalent, and at that point, like just holding on to the handle for the tripod, you can like see my heartbeat in the shot. Like it's just there. So it's definitely a super challenging thing, and not a completely solved problem, but one we're working on. Is all I will say. Telstar86, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Daniel B, whoever this guy is, just says thing. Dan, what are you doing, buddy?
What thing?
Yeah, I don't understand what Dan is doing, but all I know is next time I see him, I'm going to feed him food that makes him sick once again. So you're on notice, Dan.
On notice with Jack. Ouch. Oof.
Moon to Mars, thank you for the support. They say sending some love to Ship 26 and thanks for everything y'all do. Well, thanks for the support. We'll allow it. Although I don't know about this hyphen in here. I don't know if I can abide by that hyphen in the name.
No, I don't know. I don't like that. That doesn't look right.
It doesn't. It looks wrong. And Felipe Kreutzer, thank you. Wow, for becoming a launch director. Super appreciate that. You get your name at the end of every NASA Spaceflight Live episode. That is one of our top level perks. You also get all of the other perks. You get Discord access, so pop into Discord and say hey. I will greet you with my customary Forrest Gump waving gif. And yeah, you get all the members only feeds. You get all the members only photos and videos and behind the scenes, all the good stuff that we do for members. So thank you for becoming a launch director. That is an outstanding amount of support. We really appreciate that. Let's see here. Let's jump into some more questions while we wait for good old Booster 10 to roll. Amanda Brown is asking, what ship do we think will be used for the moon landing? Maybe Ship 26 if it gets some upgrades, ? No. Not Ship 26. But what ship number do we think will be the one to land on the moon? I almost said Mars. I got Mars on the brain.
Man, I don't know. It's a decent ways out. I don't know how many times they're gonna fly for then. Hopefully they fly a lot, because the
Right?
more they fly, the better. More data, more better, as you like to say, Jack.
Don't steal my
Um,
bit.
Hey, I'm referencing you in the bit. Is that okay? But they need as much information as they can get on how this vehicle works before putting any crew on it, whether or not it's launching crew from the vehicle right away or even putting crew on via a rendezvous. So I'm hoping like that ship is like into the like 60s, 70s, 80s. I'm hoping it's that high. I don't really know what it is. I'm hoping it's that high. We'll go with that. I can't really give a specific ship number because it's really, really hard to predict that kind of thing that far out.
Yeah, it's tricky too, just because SpaceX has skipped a large number of ship numbers in the past, or they'll start building one and then scrap. Like, for example, right now we're sort of in the process of transitioning from the version 1 of Starship, as we're calling it now, to the version 2 of Starship. And I believe, Ryan Weber, correct me if I'm wrong, they scrapped, what was it, ship 33?
Yeah, 33, and I think some pieces of 34.
Right. They also famously scrapped 17. They never flew 16. 18 was also scrapped. 19 was also scrapped. So a lot of the times they'll sort of skip a batch of ships. So it's a hard question to answer. I'm gonna go with. This is probably wildly optimistic. I'm gonna go with 42, just for the memes.
The ultimate answer, universe, life, and everything.
And also the answer to which ship will land on the moon first.
Right.
Not with crew. I don't think 42 would be with crew, but I could see them trying to pull off a test landing that early on, just to do it, and prove out various parts of the architecture. Mr. Ryan Caton, what do you think?
This is
Don't be an Alex. Just give us a number.
do you want me to just like generate a random? Do you want me to just roll a dice, generate a random number right now?
I mean, I do have a D20 right here. I could roll the D20 for you like 2 times.
There you go.
But do it.
Okay, hang on. This is
really
great. This is
happening.
great. This
Alex
is great
in chat.
broadcasting. 12 plus. What is that? 15.
Ship
So-
27. It's been
Wait. I'll give you one more roll.
No, I'm
nine-
gonna answer ship 27.
Oh, dang it.
Ship 27 will be the first moon landing ship.
There you go. Well, here's my question: Is that going to be called a ship number, or will that be HLS 1 or 2, and that will be the name of the vehicle?
That's a really good question. I feel like if we're fortunate enough to get shots of the labels on it, it'll still have a serialized ship number. But I could totally see them calling it, HLS1 as like a mission name,
or an actual name. Maybe they call it actually give it a name, like the first one for humans, like I don't know, Enterprise. Although I do want that the first ship to land on Mars, so no. Yeah.
Jay in our back channel is saying Atlantis, best shuttle. I agree. There will be no discussion.
Yep. Well, I kind of like Discovery, though.
I said there will be no discussion. Jerwa, thank you for the generous super chat there and being such a long-time supporter of the channel. And they say this space intentionally left blank. And Bruno Santos, thank you for the 20 euros there. They say B10, what is happening? Why booster isn't moving? We talked about this a little bit. It's pretty common for us to see them roll a booster out or a ship out of the bay that it's in, and then do some work on the SPMTs, or just give the SPMTs a once-over and make sure they, everything is functioning properly. What was the vehicle that was being rolled out and the SPMTs straight up broke on Highway 4? Was that 28?
25.
25.
On its final rollout. That would have been the night of the night of September 4th, I think it was, is they rolled it out. I think that was a rollout with no closure at all, nothing. And then the SPNTs broke down and it sat on Highway 4 for like 3 hours or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
So
time.
you don't want something like that happening again. And yeah, Sawyer in chat says that was a long stream. Yeah, that was a long night in general.
Oh,
Let's see
goes.
here. It's moving.
It's moving.
A lot of moving.
Hopefully it like keeps moving this time and doesn't stop again.
Well, what usually happens is they'll roll it to the entrance of Highway 4, and then they'll like wait for the sheriffs to start clearing stuff and to like partially close the road, and then they'll roll. Usually doesn't take too long though, so hopefully it just goes straight onto Highway 4. That'd be nice, but usually it doesn't.
That would be nice. Yeah, I sort of expect them, just based on past rolls, like they'll roll it to the road, and then pause there, and then roll it to the launch site or wherever it's going. But at the same time I say that, we're already into the road closure. A lot of times they'll roll it to the gate of the production site and wait for the closure to start, and then start rolling it down the road. But since we're already into the window here, maybe they just go for it. That'd be nice.
Now, they can get the vehicle to the pad by 6. They can. They have done rollouts and rollbacks within an hour. So as long as they roll like around, as long as they get onto the highway like at 5, they should be able to get into the launch site by 6. Should be able to. So we'll see if they actually stay within the closure or not.
Let's see here. Brian Owen is asking, with a full payload, will liftoff be slower or noticeably different? Ryan Caton, we're going to go with you first as I work on a poll for chat.
I would imagine that it would take a little bit more oomph to get going if it has, like a massive heavy payload on board, but I wouldn't imagine it would be too different. Like, obviously, the acceleration characteristics of a vehicle with more mass is going to be different because that's how physics works. However, it has a ridiculous number of Raptors on the booster. It is going to be hauling itself into space, regardless of if it has a heavy payload or not. So, the Starship is a brand new class of super heavy lift vehicle, the likes of which we have never seen before. So it's going there very quickly, whether it's got something on board or not.
Mr. Weber?
So I'll say this: it is as Alex is saying in our back channel, it's a massive 5,000-ton rocket. Even if they were to do the expended version with like 300 tons, just to remind you, Raptor itself is like 240 or maybe even higher, and or even if they did 150-ton reusable, that's less than even a single Raptor is in terms of thrust. Like it's not going to do much of a dent to the vehicle in terms of acceleration. It'll still lift this vehicle like it's nothing with the amount of thrust this thing has.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. And there you can see the booster do be rolling. And also we have a poll in chat. You can choose what food I'm going to order for lunch. I wasn't going to do it. And then everyone in our back channel was like, do a poll for what you're going to get for food. So if you want to choose what food I'm getting.
Looks like pizza's winning.
Pizza's winning. And I'm not mad about it. I'll post up whatever I get in the food chat in our member Discord, but that's a problem for later. This thing is moving, so we might not have to be here for 1,000,000 hours.
We might not have to be. No.
Rob Sings is asking, why not just have a catch tower as the second tower so stage 0 is not as at risk? Here, okay, can we dispel? Can we take a moment to dispel the catch tower thing? I don't I don't think they're going to build a separate tower just for catching. I think they're going to build 2 launch towers, and I think when they have redundancy, it's not the hugest deal if one of those towers goes down for a period of time. I really, for whatever reason, there's a pervasive thing in the Starship fandom community of like, oh, catch tower, catch tower. I reject this. I do not think this is a thing. They're going to build 2 fully fledged towers. Ryan Weber, any thoughts? As we really, this booster is cooking.
Yeah. Cue twitching Alex to the back. They will never, and I will say never, build a catch tower. And also Elon has confirmed, and even Kathy has confirmed, this is a launch pad. They need launch pads. They have to launch. They cannot afford to just build a whole tower and only use it for catching, especially when they're not close to catching and reusing these vehicles. They're not close right now. They need a launch. They'll never make one of those. It is a waste of a tower, because the other part of that is, okay, you catch it. Well, then you have to put a booster on a stand and then take it to a launch pad to be then picked up again, put on the pad and launched. The whole point of catching it is to catch it, put the booster right back on the pad, and then launch it right away. That's the whole point of catching it. So if you're going to build a catch-only tower, you might as well just put landing legs on the booster and land it next to the pad. It'll save you some steps. So,
Right.
And in the long run, they'll never do that. They need launch towers just to dispel the whole myth. They'll never do that.
Ryan Caton, a rebuttal or concurrence?
Currents.
Excellent.
They need
mean,
to
it's a good
detach the
question.
Thing, so just put it on the launch mount.
Right. It's a good question. I'm not trying to be like mean about it or anything.
No,
but
I don't mean mean. I'm not trying to be mean about it. I'm just saying straight up, they're just not gonna. It just doesn't make sense for them to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like from time to time we do see. Did a nuke just go off? What was that?
Happening now. Starbase obliterated.
Yeah, but from time to time we do see these sort of I don't know what the right word is, like misconceptions or
Yeah.
Thoughts pop up in the community like, oh, this is going to be a water tower, and it turns out to be a launch mount. Things of that nature. So I think they're going to build 2 fully functioning towers. I do not think they will build a catch tower. I understand why people think that, given the risk to the infrastructure there and the importance of that infrastructure. But at the same time, that is why earlier in the stream we were saying that we think it'll be a long time and many, many launches before we see them start to attempt catches. Like, they're not going to start to attempt catches until they're reasonably sure they'll be able to pull it off. This is such a cool shot. Do y'all see that guy walking on top of the Star Factory?
Yeah, that's cool.
Talk about a sense of scale. Which is skewed because the Star Factory that person is walking on is much closer to the camera than where the booster is. But still, that is a nifty shot.
I mean, the Starbase skyline is so cool. I mean, we're losing views, but it looks so cool with this huge factory in these bays. And as much as I don't like the doors, it looks a lot more professional of a actual like production site, and it'll help them a lot in the long run. It
does. It just looks cleaner. It looks better, and of course, like you said, it'll result in better vehicles. So trade-offs.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of better vehicles, as we watch Booster 10 start to pass the high bay there, 20-minute Vent is asking, can we expect a version 2 booster or a version 3? I think that's only logical. I mean, they're iterating these things as they build them, as they fly them, as they learn about the vehicles from flying them and testing them. I think if they're doing a version 2 ship, it only makes sense to do a version 2 booster. I mean, just look at Falcon 9. Nobody here is saying they're doing blocks with Starship. That's another thing I'm not necessarily in love with. But Falcon 9, for example, did have several blocks. Famously, we are now on Block 5 Falcon 9. And so it just would make sense to have a similar progression in refinement of the vehicles over time as they build and fly and test them. Right, Ryan Caton?
Yes.
I
mean,
I would.
what more is there really to say? Of course they're going to iterate it. Why would they not iterate it? The whole point of Starship and the whole reason Starbase exists is so SpaceX has a world-class research and development facility in order to iterate these vehicles one by one and make them better than the rest. It's the reason why they're flying vehicles, and they're not taking the more historic approach, should I say, the more industry proven approach of design it all on paper and then launch it for the first time.
Right. Yeah. That is by nature, by design, what SpaceX is doing, and how they approach development, and arguably what has made them so dang successful.
Yeah, the one thing with V2 Starship, so I don't really like that Elon called it a V2, because they have constantly iterated Starship over the course of, like, they have the suborbital vehicles that they built, like SN15, SN11, SN10, and then they went on to, like, the orbital ones, like Ship 20, Ship 25, 24, and what we're currently on now. What V2 probably is their next revision, is what I would call it, where they've got small improvements to plumbing, internals, more reliability. It's now all made inside Star Factory. It's basically like they're just making that next iteration in being able to make it a more reliable vehicle, and they'll probably do the same thing with Booster. A fun fact about this launch: Ship 28 was the last ship to have its common dome flipped outside. So, we've got to that point now where these vehicles are starting to be built inside and everything, and much cleaner, much more reliable, and that's kind of where they're going with version 2. So,
let's see. If it's not on the road, it's about to be. Looks like they're just going to go straight for it, which you'll love to see. And it's just never going to not be wild to me to see something this massive moving this fast. And I don't know where that truck is going, but the road is closed, according to Sean in our back channel. So they're going to get a rude awakening once they round the bend there and see this massive tank coming straight at them. I think they just turned around. I think they just turned around. I think that might be the same truck.
Yeah, they're going straight on the highway. They're going straight for it here, it looks like.
I mean, it's not. Let's be honest here. This booster is very easily missed because it is not donned in high visibility markings.
Yeah.
So I mean, they need at least an orange flashing beacon on there for me to be able to see it. I have no idea.
A
where it
little
is.
strobe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's invisible.
Kind of like all the vehicles at an airport have a little yellow orange strobe on them. This needs that on it so you can see it. Yeah.
Breaking. We have another poll in chat. Chat has selected that I should get a pizza, and so the new poll is what type of pizza. Really? New York pizza is awful. What is wrong with you people? Detroit is the only correct answer. And yet everyone is just going straight to New York now. Anyways, that's enough food chat. Again, I'll post up whatever I get in the food chat channel in the members Discord, but that's a problem for future me. For now, we're doing Booster 10 roll. Go ahead.
The Chicago style pizza. If you haven't seen Jon Stewart's rant on it, that's how I feel about Chicago style pizza.
Don't get me wrong, Chicago pizza is delicious, but it is not my favorite type of pizza. It is a delicious type of pizza, and the Jon Stewart rant is fantastic. Go ahead, Ryan. Caton.
If you're gonna order Detroit style pizza, it'll be cold by the time it gets there.
I see what you're doing there, but there are Detroit style pizza places in LA. Thank God.
Awarded a pun token.
Yeah, good job. So it looks like Booster 10 is on the highway.
Looks
If
like
it's not on the highway, it's about to be.
Yeah.
So
It's
yeah,
kind of tiptoeing over onto the highway.
right. So based on past rolls, about an hour or so, right, Ryan Weber?
Yeah, it'll take about an hour. They usually can be pretty quick at those, so which means they will get it within the closure. At least they should be able to, barring anything breaking down.
Yeah, goodness. You know what? I'm just gonna say it. I might not abide by the results of this poll. I'm just I never claimed that I would follow the poll. You know.
You can at least get pizza and just choose your own style.
Yeah, there you go. Let's go ahead.
During the period where the booster was, not really doing anything, I went onto Google Earth and measured the length of the route. So for everyone who was wondering, I'm getting 4,114.19 meters from the Mega Bay all the way down to the launch site. So there you go. Hopefully that's a sufficient answer.
That is a fantastic answer. Thank you. Let's do some more support. Thank you, everybody, for doing the super chats and everything. We really appreciate it because it lets us do what we do. Max E, not to be confused with Max Q, thank you for the support. They say, which booster number do you think they will try to catch once the second tower is built? Frothing at the mouth to photograph that. I'm going to say booster 20. And that's probably too optimistic. Ryan Weber?
Roll your dice.
Roll the dice.
Well, should I do it? I still have it right here.
Yeah, roll the dice. Let's see what we get.
Oh God, wait, where did it go? Somebody stretch for time. Good job. 19 plus. Oh God, it fell on the ground. It's gone forever. 3 plus 18. There you go. Whatever math that maths out to. I'm not going to do the math.
21.
It's not a bad way to answer these questions that we like. It's just completely speculative. It's like I'll just roll it. I'll roll a d20 3 times and we'll go with that. Ninja Decimator. Pew pew pew. Thank you for another super chat. They say, if you could name the very first crew-rated starship, what would you name it? Or would we agree Enterprise should be a given?
Enterprise. Yep.
I kind of like Columbia.
I mean,
But that's more of a ship name.
Starship.
Oh, yeah, they're asking ship, not booster. I still have booster on the brain. Yeah, I don't know. Enterprise is fine and all. Eric Fraser in chat says Enterprises aren't space worthy, so I can kind of get behind that a little bit. I don't know. Ryan, go ahead.
I think they should do Enterprise, Atlantis, Discovery, Endeavor, Challenger, Columbia. I think they should name one after all the shuttles at least, just as an
That would be
odd
cool.
shuttle.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
That taco guy says Enterprise needs to be the first deep space ship. I kind of like that. I like that.
Yeah, I could agree with that too.
Mr. Caton, any thoughts before we keep rolling on as Booster 10 does the same towards the launch site?
If I was in charge of SpaceX, which let's be very clear, I'm not, and will never will be.
Wait, you're not in charge of SpaceX? You told me you were
I'm not. Oh, sorry, Jack. I'd give them like really mundane, boring, common British names like John or Bob or Bill, because I just think that'd be funny.
I'm all about it. I'm on board. Starship, Fred.
Yeah, who wouldn't love Starship Fred?
I mean, like Fred Hayes. Hey, there you go.
Hey, yeah, there you go. Tying it back
what
in.
if they name them after astronauts? That's another brilliant idea.
That is a brilliant idea. Lava Ash, thanks for the support. They say, since they demoed Falcon 9 with a Roadster, shouldn't they demo Starship with a Cybertruck? I think we all want to see that. Like, secretly or not secretly. We all want them to launch a Cybertruck with a Starship. The problem is, of course, the lack of a proper payload bay. So far, the only payload bays that we've seen are Starlink specific. And so that probably means the first payloads are all going to be Starlink specific. But it's fun to dream, right? Just throw a Cybertruck on top of a booster and yeet it that way.
I just came up with a better answer for the naming question. I don't
Go.
know if this is a thing that happens in the US as well, but here in the UK, things like bin lorries and gritters all get like pun names to do with like for gritters. It's like to get rid of ice or whatever. Like they'll get like pun names like which are like hilarious, by the way. So I think we should get pun names for Starship as well. I can't think of any off the top of my head. This is definitely a task for Sawyer, but
Yeah.
I still think it would be hilarious.
Calling Sawyer.
Ring ring.
See if he can come up with anything if he's listening in here.
He was in chat earlier. EcoDen, thank you for the support. They say after Google takes their 30%, it works out to 1028. Press the like button. Bonus points to who one-ups me and reverses the numbers. Nice. I see what you did there. The $14.69 super chat. Russell Snodgrass, the snodinator, the snod man. I got nothing.
I don't
Russell, another one of those names that has always been around, seemingly since we started doing this, coming out with the high amounts of support. Thank you so much, Russell, for everything now and before and in the future, because we know you're not going anywhere and we appreciate you. Unlike Booster 10, which is really hauling the mail down the road. But Russell, that's so much money. Like, holy cow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
They say after your last flyover, it looks like the additional horizontal tanks are starting to reduce the entry path to stage 0. Do you think they'll redo the entry area when the suborbital tank farm is gone? Do we think the entire suborbital tank farm is going to go away?
Maybe.
Let's start with that, because they are moving things over to Massey's for cryo and static testing of ships. But for whatever reason, I never sort of thought in my head that the entire suborbital side would go away. I guess it's plausible.
It is, although they did just spend all that time making that nice wall with the SpaceX sign, the Gateway to Mars sign, and that nice entrance and everything. So if they were to destroy that right away, it'd be kind of sad. The whole thing around the suborbital tank farm going would be to put the second pad there. Now, I hope they don't do that. I think the second pad would look a lot better to the south. That's me personally. I think it would just look weird for that vehicle to be flying over the other pad in front of it. But they may have to redo that entry area. I think Hoppy's a little bit in the way for some of that, though.
Hopper.
They may have to Hoppy, Star Hopper, whatever you want to call it.
Star Hopper. That's the correct name. Thank you. Continue.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they might have to move that in order to do it, because right now, in order to get into the launch site, like they have to do a weird reverse back in diagonally to get in. So it kind of makes it hard on the SPMT operators, or they even have to do like a really, really sharp turn. Now, granted, the SPMTs can do that, but oh man, look what I started in chat. But
To be fair, I started it.
But I think in the long run they'll eventually make it a little bit better entranceway. So you make it easier on the SPMT operators.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ryan Caton, any thoughts before we move on? And thank you again to Russell Snodgrass.
No, I will be the first to admit that the other Ryan knows much more about the ins and outs of tank farmage than I do. So
Farmage.
All right, that's it. I'm doing a poll.
I don't know, to anyone who's been in the NSF Discord for a while, the infamous GIF where it's from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, the conspiracy one, where I say the stage 0 will never work. To be fair, on my part, there have been many indications and many times where it has not worked. It is starting to work more, so I will admit that. but it is kind of a funny thing that's been an ongoing gag for a while. It's fun though.
Wait, it's not letting me start a poll.
Uh-oh.
Why can't I do a poll? Boo! All right, well, it'll have to wait. Thank you, Russell, for the insane amount of support. Seriously, so appreciated. Also, Stab a Unicorn with a $50 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Another way to support what we do that does not have to go through Google if that is not something that you're trying to do. We appreciate all the support. You can go to tips.nasaspaceflight.com and support us that way. And you still get a message shown on screen. So there you go. They say Starship, hi Bob. Josh Zero, thank you for the support. They say time for bad thoughts. 5 super heavy boosters strapped together with 4 Falcon 9s. I think Moldy Space might have a new Kerbal challenge on his hands here. Moon to Mars, thank you for the support. They say first Starship to Mars should be named Pluto in case we miss. Ha! And Isaac Rodman, thank you for becoming a launch director member. That is insane. Again, huge amount of support there. We really appreciate all of our members and especially our launch directors and flight engineers. Look at that. The booster is heading down Highway 4. Passing the Star Factory. Good deal.
I love how there's now this like massive queue behind the booster as it rolls down the road.
Right.
There's like looks like a snake of telehandlers just kind of stalking it down highway.
Did you get stuck in anything like that when you were in Starbase?
No, because this is a fun story that I'm going to tell the wonderful ladies and gentlemen watching us right now. It's a story that will haunt me for the rest of my life, well, until I go to Starbase again. So, you know, I'm in Orlando, right? I'm like, this is I've seen Psyche launch, you know, life is wonderful. And then I'm like, okay, I'll go to Starbase for a couple of days. I book the flights. Everything's wonderful. The vehicle is full stacked at the pad. This is Ship 25 and, what was it, Booster 7? And it's like, I'm going to see a full stack Starship. It's going to be wonderful. I take 24? Off from Ship 20, whatever.
When did you go? Is the question.
October. I don't know which ones it was. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I take off from Orlando, right? And I like to keep informed of things, so I buy the in-flight Wi-Fi for it was like $7 or something. Anyway, specifics. So I'm looking on my laptop as I'm like halfway over the Gulf of Mexico, and they start destacking the vehicle, and like what am I going to do, SpaceX? And then to make matters worse, the day I left, wheels up from Brownsville, they stack the ship on top of the booster the second I leave. They knew I was coming. I am certain that they knew I was on the way. So, you know, I've never been able to see a fully stacked vehicle. It's just, it's incredibly unfair.
Yeah, it's the way it goes sometimes. I mean, what can you do? It's the nature of Starbase. Okay, we have the poll in chat now. Starhopper should be referred to as Starhopper, Hopper, or Hoppy. Ew, who would even do that? All right, this is the cool part, y'all. The booster is rounding the bend, heading down Highway 4, and so we're going to get some really nice and up-close views of this thing as it goes by our highway-adjacent cameras. And then we're going to get even more better views. I said more better. Oh my god. We're going to get even more excellent views as it approaches the launch site too, thanks to our Danger trailer. So the views are only going to improve from here on out. This is exciting. We're going to be able to see this thing in great detail. Thank goodness. Thank goodness we're getting a daytime roll. I'm sick and tired of the nighttime rolls.
Yeah.
I do have to say, as someone who makes thumbnails, it's horrible for thumbnails. You know, you want a nice, bright picture that pops in front of everyone, and then they roll these things at night, and it's like, it's just blackness behind everything. It's horrible, but, you know,
right.
That's a me problem.
Well, no, it's not even a you problem though, because it doesn't MKBHD like do a yearly best smartphone thing, and like consistently the ones that win are the ones that just produce a brighter image. Like humans are just
everyone likes bright images.
right. Humans just want a brighter image. It pops more, so it completely makes sense. Sean, nobody cares. Yeah, nobody cares, Sean. You're typing in the back channel about pixels. iPhones are better. We all know and agree. Moving on. Mickey Lim, thank you for becoming a PadRat member, and Alien also becoming a PadRat member. We appreciate you. Here's a good question, given that we are about to see this thing roll by on SPMTs. Park the Forg, is asking, what does SPMT stand for? I'll let you answer that one, Mr. Weber.
Self-propelled modular transporter. So basically, there's units of, I think it's 2 axles per. I don't remember off the top of my head. They can basically stick a bunch of units together and make different lengths of SPMTs, so they can do it for different operations. Like they use 16 here. They use 2 16-axle SPMTs to move boosters. They use usually they can use around 12-axle ones, but sometimes they do 16 ones for for ships. And then it really depends on other stuff, like for moving all the really large horizontal tanks into place. They've been using a really long 24 one. So basically, they get right under the entire tank and they just roll it into position without needing a crane. Kind of nice. They're very, very versatile, and they can hold a lot of weight. As we can see here, you have 2 of them holding a 250-ton some odd booster. So it's a lot of... They're really cool machines.
They really are nifty machines, and it's just yet another thing where it's like a commercial, off-the-shelf method. It's not like some kind of insane, purpose-built, there's only 2 of them in the world transporter. It's just SPMTs. They're commonly used in a variety of industries, and they're also used for rockets, as you can see here. Good question from Park the Forg. Aircrafter gifting 20 Red Team memberships. That is outstanding. Thank you so much, Aircrafter. Y'all,
Holy jumping.
20 people now have access to the membership program, which is awesome. I can't stress enough. That did not have access to it before. So if you just got a gifted membership from Aircrafter or anybody else, I really, once again, check out the community tab on YouTube and access the sweet perks that you have access to now. Is the Whirlwind stream available to Red Team members? I think it is. Das and I were up on a aerial work platform in the desert at Spaceport America, and we got hit by a whirlwind. And it's like the most amazing stream we've ever done. So if you have access to that, you should watch it, because it's probably my favorite stream we've ever done. And we did that as a members-only stream in like summer of last year. So it's absolutely amazing.
Looks like it stopped for a minute here.
Interesting.
Let's hope it didn't break.
Somebody tell that pump truck to get out of the way. And whoever's sitting in the Climate Control LLC truck with their brake lights on, like, oh geez, this traffic is bad today. All right, so we'll keep an eye on the SPMT and see if it's gonna start rolling again. Abacus Man is saying it's a 26-axle SPMT, not a 24-axle SPMT.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it is 26. I'm remembering. Been a minute.
Boo,
Been at
26.
work the last couple of days, so things get blended in.
Boo, 26. Aircrafter, though, thank you once again. Thank you so much for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. That's outstanding. We really appreciate it. I don't think I've seen a booster stop in this particular location before.
This is odd.
Nothing to worry about
Yet.
yet. It's not like that time the SPMT almost rolled when they were transporting counterweights or whatever.
One of the funniest gifs to come out of Starbase is, I don't even remember when it was. It was way long back. When there were two guys riding on top of an SPMT as it was coming back from the launch site. And the SPMT just stops, and the two guys just kind of fall forward a little bit as they're riding on top of it. It's just pretty funny.
Ooh, I think we have a... Do we have it? Do we have a... Well, let's wait a second. I want to see this booster in all its glory. You can see the hot stage ring there. You can see the shielding dome, whatever you want to call it. The forward dome. The really forward dome. Can we... is that Gage operating the camera? Can we tilt that puppy back down? Let's see what we can see on this booster here. Ryan, if you see anything of note as we can see the raceway there. Whoa! I didn't mean that fast. You can see the Starlink antennas on top of the chines there.
See all the stringers inside there.
Oh, it's rolling again. Excellent.
Going again. Perfect timing.
They
Now,
really should. They should
Sorry,
like
Jack.
do this like a float, like like a, what do you call it? Like a Mardi Gras float or whatever, where they like have people up there on the transport stand like throwing beads. I would be on board with that.
Well, SpaceX did parade a Raptor through Brownsville, but it was just on a normal trailer. To be honest, I don't think these would fit. These would fit any further than Massey's.
Yeah, good point.
Now we're gonna get some boost, some SPMT ASMR here. Just hear the SPMT sounds.
Excellent.
Goes
And
by highway.
once again, a really great way to have a sense of scale. Absolutely huge vehicle, just casually making a stroll down Highway 4. Like it's no big deal. This thing's going to space. Or it's going to send a ship to space. Or it'll blow up, or whatever, but this is spaceflight hardware. Just a few, I want to say tens of feet away from this camera. Fantastic.
So, since we got some nice close-up shots of the transport stand here, you can see the numbers along, and those are the clamp numbers. And then you can see a Z right there, a minus Z, meaning that is the minus Z axis on that side of the booster. The front one along the QD is the plus Z. And as we roll by here, you'll see pretty sure it's plus Y, and on the other side it's minus Y. So it's the axes of reference on the booster itself. And it also looks like we have engine booties on, so no engine numbers for us. Very disappointing.
Dang it. Oh well.
Also,
You can see there too on the
SPMT axis is raised.
Yeah, one of those wheels is up. Several of the wheels are up. Neat.
I don't remember why they do that.
The shielding is looking good, I will say. Nice and shiny. Let's just get some SPMT ASMR. See the booster quick disconnect area right there?
All taped up and everything.
Yep. Don't want any FOD in the tanks.
No, that would be bad. She's cooking.
Yeah, they're wasting no time, and I mean, as they shouldn't, because they have what, 55 minutes left in the road closure today. I mean, obviously they can extend, and it's not a huge deal or anything, but they clearly want to get this thing to the launch site.
Get a decent workout doing that. You got to walk alongside the booster all the way down to the launch site.
Yeah, not a bad way to get your steps in.
No, not a bad way.
Good deal. All right, well, as we see the booster continue to head towards the production site and we wait for it to get closer to our trailer cameras, let's take a quick look. I think Sean had some pretty cool imagery. Oh, wait, no, I want to see this. This is cool. Is that a remove before flight tag there on that raceway?
Yeah, looks like it.
Nifty. Man, each time they roll one of these things out, like each and every time, I'm probably like a broken record over here, but I'm just struck by the fact that each iteration looks better than the last, better than the previous one. And then you look at one that's like, you know, several iterations old, like, I don't know, Booster 4 or Booster 3 or even Booster 7 with its weird HPU covers and all that. And they just look laughable by comparison.
It's so cool seeing it up close, like, because you can see the welds for the stringers, you can see the baffle welds, and
right, for the slosh baffles.
Yeah, you can see all the welds for it. It's really, really cool to see all that stuff.
Sorry, I'm just plugging my laptop in because apparently it hasn't been plugged in this entire time. We're lucky it didn't die. Look at that. Gorgeous. I missed a daytime roll.
Yeah.
You can see the pins there that attach the ship to the booster.
Yeah, those are the clamps. Or it's a pin and hook system, but yeah.
You're a pin and hook system.
Why, thank you, Jack.
Hey, Starhopper won the poll, by the way.
Nice.
Chat has spoken.
I will never get tired of watching that roll by. Really.
It's just wild. I mean, this thing is hundreds of feet tall. It's just insane. It's insane. How many tons did you say it was? Like 230 tons?
Yeah, probably 230, 240, maybe 250. It's really hard to know how much these things weigh. We do know that they can lift an engineless booster with with a single bridge crane, and those are 180 tons. So you assume maybe 175, 180 or so, and then each Raptor if memory serves, is about 1.5 tons, and you add all 33 Raptors together plus the shielding, you're adding another 40, 50 some odd tons, or even 60 tons. So, do the math.
Yeah.
And then the hot ring is 9.
This is a cool shot from one of our river cameras, as we call them. Can really get a sense of bar. Yeah, right. It's the booster loading bar.
That's good.
Daniel Green is asking, how many chines per booster? I thought 2, but it looks like at least 3 from this angle. There's 4. There's 4 chines.
4. The 2 you see in front there next that are on either side of the QD, those are the CO2 tanks for basically the large fire extinguisher system that they have for the engines.
Right.
Those are the upgrades from Booster 7. And the 2 on the back are holding all the COPVs for like helium for engine restart, nitrogen, gaseous like LOX, and CH4, if memory serves, for the igniters when they have to relight the engines and stuff. So, yeah.
Makes sense. All right, we do have a cool tweet from Sean here. As the booster passed by where he was at, make sure you give Sean a follow there on Twitter. That's right, I'm calling it Twitter and not X. Deal with it. Some cool images. Oh, cool. And was that, I think that's Starship Gazer right there. Neat. Talk about a wide angle lens. So you have to have something wide when you're that close to a vehicle like this. Pretty nifty. Good deal. Thanks for Sean being out there tweeting the stuff. I'm excited to see what imagery Mary gets as well. I think she's out there as well. I mean, she's always out there. She lives there. How do we feel about the Gateway to Mars sign? I think this is the first daytime roll that we've gotten with the Gateway to Mars sign. I'm really enjoying this. Ryan Caton, what do you think? Aesthetically, how are you feeling right now?
I mean, I like the sign. I think it looks good. I do have to be honest, though. I prefer the SpaceX sign because it's like the name. It's not just like a statement, but you know.
I do kind of wish the Gateway to Mars sign said Starbase, but I guess we already have a Starbase sign.
We already have a Starbase.
Yeah.
It should say like launch site or something. But you know, it's their pads. They can put whatever letters they like on it.
Alex is correcting me. It's not the first daytime roll with the sign. 28 and 10 already rolled with it installed.
Yeah, it was when they rolled back. It was already in there because 28 and 10 rolled back during the day. So yeah.
Yeah, Alex, I said daytime. I'm just yelling at somebody in our Discord instead of broadcasting. Well, okay. Anyways, Spirit Wolf becoming a Capcom member. Thank you, Spirit Wolf. You get Discord access. Pop into Discord and say, hey, keep your eye on food chat to see what kind of pizza I get. Look at the gaming channel and see what horrible things Moldyspace makes, or whoever else. I haven't played KSP in so long. I still haven't even played KSP 2.
Me neither.
Have you, other Ryan, that has not answered yet?
I played a little bit of it, not too much. It didn't really come out with a lot to begin with.
Right.
They've added more since then, but yeah.
Oh, to have time for video games.
Yeah.
Oh, what is that tanker? Is that oxygen? I can't quite see the placard from here, but that's hilarious. We've got a tanker waiting to go to the orbital tank farm in the traffic jam of cars. Good stuff. Anthony grabbing some stuff from the store. They say here's to Flight 3. What'd they get? Ooh, they got the Flight 2 patch. Nice. They also get the Flight 1 patch? They did get the Flight 1 patch. Nice. Anthony, keep your eye on the store. We have nothing to announce right now, but I think, those with the power of deduction. Oh, it's nitrogen. Nice. 1977 was a really good year for nitrogen. It's a wine joke. A wine nitrogen joke. It's not a good one, but it is a joke.
So I will point something out here, as we can see from this shot, that the chopsticks have not raised up at all, and the QD arm is not out. So they may not park this right next to the pad. They may park it off to the side until the pad is still 100% ready. So the likelihood we see a lift tonight, I would say, is slim. Then again, they could always start raising the sticks any second now. I mean, that would be SpaceX as a whole if they did that. But as of right now, it is they are not raised. So,
all right. Well, we'll have to keep our eyes on that as the booster continues to roll down. Good old Highway 4. Where's the launch site? I really love these rollouts. I know I keep saying it, but it's just so hard to wrap your head around how massive these things are. And then you see it on the highway, and you see it with a 18-wheeler tanker truck. And it's like, okay, yeah, no, that's frickin' huge. Rankley, thanks for the $5 tip. They say, I love it when one of you guys says the phrase, do the math, because you know someone in the Discord or chat is doing the math. Yeah, no, I don't ever attempt to do math live on air if I can avoid it. 1, because I'm terrible at math, and 2, because I know anybody watching is already doing it.
I mean, we have Alex. Who else do you need, right?
You say that, but on last night's Pace stream, he completely hung us out to dry.
What?
Speaking of hanging people out to dry, Ryan, we're gonna let you go. Not Weber. Caton, we're gonna let you go, and we're gonna swap in a shuttle fan.
I'm a shuttle fan.
Well, a different shuttle fan.
Whoever said I wasn't a shuttle fan? I'm a big fan of the best space shuttle, which is Discovery.
Atlantis.
And on that note, I'm out of here.
All right, bye, buddy. Thanks for being on. So, replacing Ryan and his bad best shuttle take, we have someone with a good best shuttle take, Mr. Chris Bergen, NASA Spaceflight Actual, founder of NASA Spaceflight, the Bergenator. Chris, how you doing?
Hang on, it might be an introduction if my microphone's still working. I dropped my microphone like last time, and last time I had to get a new microphone. Am I 5x5?
It sounds like you're on the other side of a room, but I do hear you clear.
Well, that's okay. If you hear me clear, that's one thing. I'm right next to the microphone. I'm just a bit concerned about the state of this thing now. But if you can hear me, 5x5 in chat, if you can hear me, okay. Do a 3x3 if I'm not perfect, because then I'll have to sort of like get a
I'm seeing 5x5, 4x5, 4x6. That's not how that works.
4x6, that's good. That was 5x5.
3x3. You might be coming through on the wrong input. It might be like you're using your computer mic versus your actual mic. I don't know. But either way.
That's kind of what it sounds like.
Let me try and fix some things. Give me a second.
Yep, take a second. Go ahead. In the meantime, I will say thank you to Tommy for grabbing some stuff from the store. They say, as the great Fred Durst once said, I don't know if I would call Fred Durst great. They say, keep rolling, rolling, rolling. I understand. Reference acknowledged. They got a patch. What else did they get? They also get another. They got both patches. Everyone is patching up. As they should, because they are limited quantities. I'm surprised we even still have those in the store. They won't be there forever. They are. I wouldn't even say decent. They are fantastic patch. I mean, as a member of the media, we frequently are given patches when we cover a launch. That's like part of the press kit that they'll give you for certain launches. For other launches, no, like say Starlink. But our patches that we have in the store for Starship flights are functionally no different than a professional patch that you would get from a launch provider. They are absolutely fantastic. So if you're on the fence, the patches are great. And if you're not a patch person, there's also stickers and mugs and shirts with the same design on there too. So just a quick little store plug there. We appreciate everybody coming out to support us doing what we do. However you choose to support us. Doesn't have to be a monetary thing. Even just the, hitting the like button, doing the YouTube things, hit the bell. I mean, you get it. You guys know how YouTube works. And
let's try this, Jack. Am I better now?
Oh, Chris, your voice is smooth as butter.
Welcome to the night hour.
Yeah. No, it sounds like you're on. It sounds like you're on a nice condenser microphone. We can hear your voice perfectly.
10 by 10. I've got a 10 by 10 in chat. There we go.
50 by 50. Excellent. Chris, do you know about Welcome to Night Vale? I feel like you'd be an excellent Welcome to Night Vale style presenter. It's a great podcast. You should listen to it.
I don't know about it, but I do know about the Family Guy Star Wars episode where Peter decides he wants to take over the late night microphone radio show inside a Death Star, and that's how I've always wanted to be. You're listening to Darth Vader on the Night Hour.
Nice. Cool. So, Chris, I mean, thank you for joining us. How are you feeling about good old Booster 10 rolling out?
I'm feeling both happy and relieved because it's, as we were saying on the Raptor side earlier, plug to the Raptor sides, there's been kind of like for a Starbase level lull. I mean, again, it's not exactly like the Artemis program where we've been waiting years and years and years for just to see a rocket. This is like the third flight we're going to see, but there's been more of a gap than we hoped there would be between IFT2 and IFT3. The good news is I think a lot of this might be related to them saying, well, let's just get everything ready for not just Flight 3, but 4 and 5 as well. So the big question is, after Flight 3, how fast can they launch Flight 4? It might be quite fun.
It really does seem like we are, like you said, we're coming out of a lull, and hopefully, as a result of the modifications and upgrades they're making to the launch site, we will be able to see an increased cadence as the year progresses. And it's only logical, right? As they launch these things more and learn more, and they have so much hardware just waiting in the wings or bays or whatever you want to call it, like seemingly ready to go soon after Flight 3. So fingers crossed we do see that increased cadence. Chris, what do you think the first moon landing Starship should be named? We had that question earlier.
Well, are we allowed to choose ourselves, or do we have to go on what we think Elon might pick for it?
You can do both. You can say what you would pick, and you can say what you think will ultimately be the pick.
Right, Elon will probably pick something along the same as he's done with the drone ships, where it's one from his favorite author. So there's every chance it could be something like he's picked from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Heart of Gold, and things like that. It could be something like that. I would personally name it Moon. I don't know. Just keep it simple. Keep it simple.
Moonship.
So, we could say Moon has landed on the moon. It's my kind of mental state.
All right, I'll allow it. So we should see the booster getting to this final turn here. It'll go behind Starhopper and then come around the corner. This is our danger trailer. This is where these views are coming from. This is what we replaced Danger Cam and Danger Van with after IFT1. So just once again, thank you to everybody for all the support, for allowing us to bounce back from the untimely demise of Danger Van, and thank you to Daniel and Andrew and Das for really jamming out on this thing and getting it up and running.
Also, I'm going to completely steal something from chat, Jack, where a suggestion was Moonraker. That'd be
I like it.
Great movie name, and also a great name for the ship.
I like it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I'm in. I'm sold.
Yeah, sold.
Especially if they end up doing like any kind of ISRU on the moon, and thus need to literally like rake a crater for water and process it into fuel. Like at some point there will be a literal moonraker of a ship, or at least a ship that deploys moonrakers. Good deal. Jeff Barksdale, thanks for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. You're awesome. Ruben, thank you for the 2 curly L's. Matthew, grabbing something from the store. They say, go Flight 3. Grabbing the IFT1 patch. Excellent. Everyone's getting the patches today. Good job. I mean, like I said, they're not going to be in the store forever. So get them while you can if you want a complete set. And Bideford, good old Bideford. They say, since Chris has joined us, what drink should I have tonight? Glass of wine, gin, and tonic, or a margarita? Which? ? Chris, you're called out in this question, so you're the one that has to answer.
Well, a margarita's too flamboyant for a Yorkshireman. What? So yeah, I couldn't go. I'm sorry, we don't do cocktails. We do bitter or lager. If we're going to go for Bideford, I mean, obviously for a lady's taste, I would go for champagne, because let's celebrate this milestone. Very punny. Celebrate this milestone of potentially a wet dress rehearsal next week. Woo!
Woo!
Woohoo!
I mean, of the suggested options, I'm gonna go with margarita. I'll never turn down a tasty margarita, but now Chris is making me feel like less of a man for doing so. But thankfully, I'm confident in my masculinity.
Yeah, but Jack, I've never had one, and I've never had a taco in my life either. So there's lots of things I've not done. Just from
whenever we finally get you out to Starbase, or at least the US, I will personally make you a delicious spicy margarita, and I will make you tacos. And I think folks that have tried both can vouch for the deliciousness of either.
Yes, but you're not appreciating the lack of spiciness that we can inhibit in one go. We are not. I could go down a geopolitical minefield here about how we liked trading in spices. Let's just leave it at that. But we're not ones for eating it.
I'm just gonna move on. You're not wrong, but I'm gonna move on. Thank you, Bide, for the super chat. Whatever you choose to drink tonight, enjoy, please. As Booster 10 is coming around the corner here, Spartacus is asking, have we gone around the table and guessed success rates for IFT3? I'm going to say full success. Chris?
Yeah, full success. Also, I include if they lose the ship during re-entry, that would still be full success because I do think they need that for good data points. So I would class that almost as an objective.
Concur. Mr. Weber?
Yeah, I would. I'd agree with that. As I'd still consider it a success, even if the ship exploded on reentry, because it'd give good data on where they need to improve heat shield. Because I'd be pretty impressed if this heat shield worked perfectly first try. I mean, we've all seen it. Let's be honest here. They've had issues with it, even not even re-entering. Full success rates. Depending on lessons learned from Flight 2, which it looks like, based off of Sean's up-close pictures and some of Sean and Mary's pictures from the rollback of Booster 10, it looks like it may have gotten more baffles while it was in the bay. Baffles at the bottom of the LOX tank, which could be an indication to possible mitigation changes because of Booster 9. What happened during the flip and boost back burn. That's kind of an interesting thing we'll have to look at for. And some of the mitigations probably on Ship 28 as well, with some of the engine work they've been doing. So it'll be interesting to see how it works. I think Booster 10 makes it past boost back burn and gets to landing burn. I think it does. And I think 28 makes it to re-entry. Now, does it survive re-entry? Maybe. Maybe not. I want it to. It'd be really cool. But it probably won't.
Yeah, I mean, like Chris is saying, at that point in the test flight, if it gets to re-entry, to me that's a win. That's a full success. Whatever they learn from re-entry is just more data for the next flight. So I don't personally anticipate a Flight 3 ship making it to the water intact or making it to whatever point it's supposed to get to intact before it kerplodes on purpose. But yeah, I think we'll see ship injected into a proper trajectory that they intend to get it to, and I think we'll see it attempt a re-entry. And hopefully that's not wildly optimistic. I mean, there's such an improvement from Flight 2 to Flight 3, right?
Yeah, they've
Or from Flight 1 to Flight 2. So hopefully we see a similar improvement between 2 and 3.
Yeah, they got really far in Flight 2. They got farther than I think anyone else would have thought, especially with all 33 engines running and never shutting down. That was by far the most impressive part. Let's hope they can replicate that again. Because, again, seeing the Mega Mach Diamond, I just want to see it again.
It was so beautiful. It was so beautiful, and all I want to do is try different methods of capturing that phenomena in better detail. Good question from Spartacus. Five by 5 News. Thanks for becoming a Pat Rat member. Eshetti, thank you for grabbing some stuff from the store. I suspect they got patches. They did. They got patches. Nice. Good work. DL, thank you for the store purchase. They say moon. I can get on board.
You mean the Mun?
Yeah, Mun. Thank you. Gary also with a store. Everyone's getting. Wow, there's a bunch of store purchases. Patch getting. Can't even talk. Gary got a patch. What did Delane get? He said, suggestion for future show. How is China funding its space race against SpaceX? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a big question. Maybe we'll tackle that on a NASASpaceflight Live at some point.
I've got a funny feeling, Jack. People didn't realize the patches are like a limited amount because everyone's getting patches now. You've mentioned that, and it's true. They're not going to be around forever. So literally is like once we run out, run out.
Right. And that's what I was like. I'm shocked they're even still in the store. We did order a whole bunch of them, but we did not order an infinite amount.
Not a lot left. Not a lot left at all.
So good on y'all for hopping on those. And I don't know what I'm supposed to say and what I'm not supposed to say, but suffice to say, we did a patch for Flight 1, we did a patch for Flight 2, Flight 3 is coming up, and that's all I will say. But stay tuned, because we might have an announcement here soon. But you definitely want to get the older patches, because again, they're not gonna be around forever.
Yeah, Jack. Adrian actually said that publicly said, so we're allowed to leak it. That the Flight 3 patch is due to be revealed when they get to full stack. So days.
All right, so that is coming down the pipe. Excellent. Michael with a store purchase. They say, keep up the outstanding work. You have rejuvenated a whole generation to be interested in space exploration again. Now, that is a very kind thing to say. I don't think we're solely responsible for that, but that's certainly what we're here for, right? We're the hype train. We're trying to get people excited about the future of spaceflight. We're trying to give people something to be excited about in their day-to-day, something to look forward to, because the future is bright when we have an awesome development program like this. We're not stagnating. We're moving boldly into the future. So, yeah, we enjoy thoroughly our small role in informing people and getting them excited. And we appreciate everybody with the store purchases and the memberships and the super chats and all that, because it lets us continue to operate the hype train. The hype train is sailing, Chris. Go ahead.
Yeah, and you know what? There might be. I mean, I know a lot of people. I can recognize their names from chat, but I guarantee on these bigger streams where there's an event going on, you get people who maybe join for the first time. It may be just one of their first things, and they're wondering what it's about. They probably can Google it. They can look at like articles about it, but they probably don't appreciate like a one-liner, which won't be a one-liner, it'll be like one paragraph on what this vehicle can do. It's the world's most powerful, tallest rocket ever in history that is capable of low Earth orbit with 100. What is it capable? I've lost my mind there. It's 100 metric tons to low Earth orbit, Ryan.
About 150, probably
There you
more
go.
at this point. Yeah.
Right, so incredible capability, which we've not seen before. That's why a recent award was for a space station to be launched in one flight on Starship. But also, it's going to be capable of returning humans to the surface of the moon. It's capable of taking massive amounts of payload and people to Mars and beyond there. It's a multi-capable vehicle. It even is still cited as a potential point-to-point vehicle.
I was gonna say it if you weren't gonna, but I knew you were gonna.
Yeah,
so
no, I was going to get there because I am a big fan of it. And I know there's challenges. I know people go, it might never happen, but there's challenges. Yeah, I understand that. But it is literally a SpaceX official idea that they could use this vehicle to get anywhere in the world within 60 minutes. So you could launch from anywhere in the world to anywhere else in the world in 60 minutes. Again, a long way to go that happens, but that is something this vehicle is capable of. So it's capable of so many things. We've seen a lot of vehicles over the years that were like ring-fenced into one particular realm of capability. This one is everything. So this is why we get excited about this rocket. It's rapidly reusable, fully reusable as well. The second stage is the ship, and that comes back as well.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yes, there are challenges to point-to-point, but I feel like every time point-to-point gets brought up, everyone always immediately goes to the challenges. And yet, when we talk about landing a ship with crew on it on Mars or the moon, that is not always everyone's knee-jerk response, right? So yes, there are challenges to point-to-point. There's challenges to everything SpaceX is trying to do with Starship. That does not mean they are insurmountable. Sean, grabbing something from the store. 2 things. I suspect they're patches. Show me patches. Hey. Thank you, Sean, for doing that. Jerwa, gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Holy cannoli. Thank you, Jerwa. Huge supporter of what we do, and we appreciate you for it. And now 20 more people have a membership. Mr. Jono? I think that's the name. Becoming a Capcom member. Again, Discord access with Capcom membership, so pop into Discord and say, hey, I am going to get a pizza and I am going to post it in food chat after this stream. So that's a thing you have to look for. I know everybody is dying to know. And that's why you're going to go into Discord and become a Capcom member. Not for the member photos, not for the excellent community discussions, not for staying informed with what's going on. not just at Starbase, but everywhere else. No. You don't want any of that. You want to know what kind of pizza I'm going to get.
It's true, actually. I'm going to do a new advert soon. Forget all that. It's the food chat channel that you need to go in. Actually, by the way, if you're in our Discord, we have a big sports ball channel, which is mainly round ball, to be fair, because that's the majority of people around the world watch it. But we've got a Super Bowl channel as well now, just for the Super Bowl for Taylor Swift watching on this weekend.
Nice.
Are
All
you
right,
ready
we're
for it,
almost.
Chris, are you ready for it?
Yes. Oh no, you did a. Oh, see, that's the sort of thing Trevor would say. Chris, you didn't get that first time round. That's not very good. I'd get told off by Trevor for that.
Hey, I'm not gonna do that to you. Okay, yeah, I won't. I won't be a Trevor in that. Okay, yeah.
We had a button token on screen. Nice. Rod, also picking up a sticker and a patch. Thank you for doing so, Rod. Airbertac, thank you. Gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Absolutely outstanding. Thank you all. Y'all are really coming out in force with the support. Like I'm how many minutes behind am I? I'm what? 13, 14 minutes behind? Like holy cow, y'all. Thank you for doing what y'all do and helping us continue to do what we do. All right, here's the fun part. Now we get to see the SPMT's maneuverability in action as it makes this turn into the launch site here.
Yeah.
Now,
This is the crab maneuver, isn't it? Where they literally do a sideways walk. It's really kind of cool.
I'm really curious as to where they're gonna park this, because the chopsticks have not opened or moved up at all. So they're definitely not lifting anytime soon. So I wonder if it's gonna get parked over where the old cryo stand was, or if it's going to get parked over like where B4 was parked and it got its engine shielding. Be kind of interesting to watch here.
You know what, Ryan? We could just send a quick text to SpaceX and just say park it next to our trailer.
Yeah, you can just leave it here.
Yeah, just leave it there.
We'll look at it. We'll look at it and admire it. I'll take that. Yep.
Well, to
Who's
be
got
fair,
Elon's number?
It'd probably kill the signal, wouldn't it? We were like, I can't get any signal. Damn it! The one time we were right next to it.
You'd think it'd be like a giant antenna, but no, that's not how these things work. Look at the grid fins. That is nifty. I think Gage is operating this camera remotely for us. Well, obviously it's remote because it's the trailer camera, but Gage, can we get eyes on the wheels here? Let's take a look at this crab maneuver. This is excellent. They can turn each of these wheels independently of all of the others. And that is how the SPMT is so maneuverable.
See, Gage is out there right now with his hands on the camera as he's pointing it up and down, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You joke about that, but we have got one camera that literally needs that.
All right, I'm audibly directing Gage now. Gage, can we get a slow tilt up? Let's see if we can spot any more differences on this puppy as compared to previous boosters.
Or even when it rolled back, because we can definitely tell that they've added something to the bottom of the LOX tank since it rolled back. So.
What is it, stringers that they've added, or what?
It looks like it could be slosh baffles at the bottom of the LOX tank, which could be related to Booster 9's failure, which would be a mitigation. So, yeah, which is kind of cool to see. You can see the weld lines for whatever they added at the bottom of the LOX tank.
Pretty nifty. Oh gosh, why are grid fins so cool?
Like giant waffle makers, aren't they? They're great.
I mean,
they're huge too. Like,
I don't want to give Adrian a heart attack, but grid fin waffle iron. I'm just gonna say it out loud on stream.
Yeah.
Grid fin waffle iron. I would make and eat grid fin waffles all the time.
I would do it too. Make it happen, Adrian. Make it happen.
Adrian just like wakes up out of a cold sweat and he's like, "There's been a disturbance in the force."
You'll have had to seen that film, Jack.
Yeah, that's like one of the 3 he's seen.
Oh, right. One of the 3 movies he's ever seen in his life. Right, cool.
Wait,
Lord of the
so
Rings and 3 others.
Ryan, where are those additional stringers on the LOX tank? You said they were near the bottom?
So if you see the LOX hatch right there.
Yep.
So I don't know if you see like right above the LOX hatch. It's just below the weld line that's up there. You'll see you'll see 2 lines of horizontal like markings right there. If you see it in between where the stringers are, you can see those horizontal lines. Those are new. It'd be cool if I could point it out. It's hard to point it out, but you see there's 2 lines right there. Horizontal weld lines, as you can see.
Yeah.
Those might be baffles that were added. They were definitely not there when the vehicle rolled back at the beginning of January. So, yeah.
Yeah, some speculation. We don't have a like confirmation from SpaceX or anything like that, but some speculation on the cause of the booster RUD being propellant slosh based on the hot staging and how all that went down and the crazy maneuvering the booster had to do, and maybe it got kicked by the ship a little bit more than they were expecting, and thus propellant wasn't as settled as it should have been. And how do you solve that? Add more slosh baffles. So that could be an indicator there. Look at the right side SPMT. Like, you can really see now you can't because of the truck, but it's doing way more work than the left side SPMT in terms of height. Like, you can really see the independent maneuverability of each side of this thing as they work. Yeah, as they work to keep the booster level. It's pretty nifty.
Actually, that's a cool little thing related to the crawler transport system at KSC with the rollout of shuttle and of SLS, where it has to go up that ramp on 39A, and it's like a big incline, and it has an automatic what's called gel, which is jack and elevation leveling system. So it has like a laser to note level, and it will raise one end and lower one end, so it can keep level all the way up the ramp.
That's cool. Those things may have been built in the 60s, but they're still cool.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
Absolutely.
And important update, that tanker truck that was in the traffic jam just passed by our trailer camera, so is now going to get to go to the orbital tank farm and offload its nitrogen. Now we get to see, where is this thing going to go? It's kind of moving, like it's backing up right now. I wish it had a backup beep that we could hear, but it doesn't, unlike everything else at Starbase. I imagine the guy controlling the SPMT like is just like standing there quietly, like under his breath, just like beep, beep, beep. It's like, Jim, what are you doing? He's like, don't worry about it.
SPMT is reversing.
Yeah.
Stand clear.
Yeah, please stand clear of the SPMT.
I could just see you doing that, Jack. That'd be so funny.
I would be either the most fun or most annoying Starbase employee, I think. Probably most annoying.
It'd be even more fun if you were there in person and he was just passing you by, the guy with the controller, and you did the noises.
Like I beep at him?
Yeah. He'd be like, hang on a minute. When did we put beeps on this thing?
Just calls security and he's like, there's a weird guy beeping at me. Can we get him out of here? So yeah, it looks like they're backing up over to the suborbital B side. Obviously, it's not going to go on pad B, but Ryan, do you think they're just sort of getting in position to turn over to the orbital side?
It could be. There's also that part. Yeah, it looks like they're turning around. They're backing up and turning.
Yep.
There is that parking location. It's like right after they enter the launch site. It's stuck in between the suborbital side and the launch side, where there's like a white outline area where they had embeds for the old booster transport stand. It's where they parked B8 there for a bit before they rolled it back and then scrapped it. They never did anything with it. And that's where they parked booster 4 for a significant portion of time. Yeah, forever.
Is that where the old booster cryo stand was at one point?
No, that's over by the wall, the berm. That's where the embeds are. That's right next to where the ship cryo stand was, as well. They could be parking in either one of those locations. I don't think they have the stands for this transport stand with them. Those are all the way back at the Rocket Garden. So Oh, and the
Sticks.
chopsticks are going up.
Sticks.
So I
Oh,
guess
hey.
there you go. That's where they're gonna put it. Okay. So much for all that speculation.
Sticks go. Oh, we'll see who's right now, Ryan.
I wonder if they've applied any WD-40 or other lubrication to the sticks, or if they're still doing their squeaky, groany type thing.
They were up near the carriage during the day today, and I think some yesterday. So they might have actually greased it. Might have. We'll find out. You know.
Oh, I hope you haven't. I do like the. It's almost like a soundtrack.
It is.
It sounds like Elon on keyboards. It's like it just goes crazy.
It is a cool sound, but it's like for whatever reason like slightly disconcerting. So, and
like
yeah,
a 5-year-old
Andrew.
on a violin.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that very visceral analogy. Andrew on our back channel is saying they've been doing some lubricating over the last couple days. So there you go.
Yeah, I've been at work the last few days, so had to catch up when I got home from work this morning.
No worries.
Whale sounds. It's like exactly. It's like the Star Trek 4, the Voyage Home, where they have to pick up a couple of humpback whales, and they go, we need to find 2 humpback whales in San Francisco, and that's whale sounds to do, and it communicates with that alien nasty spaceship, which makes all the power go out. Great movie, well worth watching.
Yes, it was. The next one, not so much.
The Final Frontier now.
That was not good. That just wasn't one. No.
Chat, favorite Star Trek movie. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm hijacking this.
No, do it.
Star Trek movie. I'm going to go First Contact.
I'll do a poll. Favorite.
Well, there's a lot of movies, so I don't know if you can do 4 options.
There's like 13 of them.
I know, but like we can pick the best of the best. So
Everyone
we'll do
goes
Wrath
of Khan.
of Khan.
It's either
Fun.
Wrath of Khan or First Contact. Those are like 2 of the best.
Yeah.
For me, it's definitely First Contact.
Yeah, First Contact was just great.
What else should I?
This.
What else should I add for other options?
Well, Insurrection was terrible. Nemesis was.
I won't add that.
Tom Hardy was in Nemesis. Would you believe? The famous actor. He was one of his first roles.
Someone in our in the NASASpaceflight Discord goes, ironic that the booster looks like the alien ship from.
Oh, it does. It does. You're right. Yeah, it was a big cylinder, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So the chopsticks will make the squeaky noises, and the big cylinder booster will be like, okay,
go.
I found my friends.
All right, what's our 4th option for the poll here?
What are you up to?
We have Wrath of Khan, First Contact, and Nemesis. We have one more.
Oh,
we can add.
Oh, I did not like Nemesis.
No, but say you can take Nemesis off for a start.
All right, well then give me other options.
The Voyage Home. The Voyage Home.
Yeah. And then
the original, the first Star Trek of JJ. Yeah, the first Star Trek from JJ.B. Abrams. That was a good movie.
I'd go with Undiscovered Country. I didn't like the JJ Star Treks at all.
Okay. Oh, we're off the rails now, boys and girls.
I mean, I'll give you just a quick sidebar here. I mean, while we're waiting for Booster 10 to go in between the chopsticks, I never liked Nemesis because me knowing as much Star Trek lore as I do, there's no way the Scimitar beats the Sovereign class. It just absolutely not. Nope.
The Scimitar was huge. It had it'd beat everything.
Yeah, but the Sovereign class was built to beat a Borg cube. We could we need to do a stream for sci-fi stuff and have all this. We just got to do it.
Needs to happen. Interestingly, speaking of needing to happen, the ship QD has not yet moved out of the way, right?
No, not yet. They can't lift yet. There's some stuff they have to take. There's little red pieces they have to take off those lift points. I assume they might lift it tonight. Then again, they might not.
Do they have to pull all the scaffolding off the OLM first, or do they pull enough off that they can still do a lift?
Enough should be off that they can lift it on.
Interesting.
Because when they did the first lift of Booster 10, they still had the ring of scaffolding on. They just didn't have the there was some scaffolding in the way of the chines, and they'd almost lowered the booster all the way down, and then they realized, there's scaffolding in the way, so they had to, while the booster is hanging there on the chopsticks, they had people go up and take some of the scaffolding off, which was kind of a crazy sight to watch.
Yikes. Yeah. And Alex in our back channel is saying they do not need to move the ship QD out of the way just for hugging the booster. So thank you for that, Alex.
Yeah, that's correct.
I love the terminology hugging.
Hugging.
Trent Thompson gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much, buddy. Michael grabbing some stuff from the store and saying, keep up the great work. I suspect they got the patches. Y'all are going ham on the patches, which, I mean, rightfully so. They are limited quantity, as we have mentioned repeatedly. For good reason. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more, say no more.
But people might think, oh, they're just saying that. No, we wouldn't just say it. Because I know supermarkets and stores do that all the time, don't they? They always go like closing down sales, and 3 years later still open. No, we buy them in one go, so we have a quantity, and that's literally it. We can't sort of like say, oh, can we order 10 more, please? We order 10 more sales. It doesn't work like that for patches, so that's why we really are generally telling the truth that once we run out, we run out.
Indeed. Tom 5 or Tom V. gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you for that, Tom. Anonymous with the store purchase. They say thanks for the countless hours of entertainment. I can just tell when there's 2 back-to-back store purchases from the same person. Like, yes, you got the patches. I can tell without even looking. So thank you, Anonymous. Also, Tim saying you talked me into it, Jack. Getting, I assume, both patches. And yes, as we can see there on screen, they got both patches.
Got
this was
38% for Wrath of Khan and 36% for First Contact. Although, to be honest, I love both those movies. So, yeah. For me, it's First Contact, hands down. Just because the whole Zephram Cockrum, like light speed, time, like it doesn't get better than that. I love that movie so much. William, thank you for the support. They say always a fan, love the team and the stream. Shuttle. Just throwing the word shuttle in there.
Well said, sir.
Yvonne, also patching up. Oh no, they got calendars. Calendar and a Starship Gator, if that's even how you say that. I love that thing. I use that all the time, not just for like face covering, but if I know my neck is going to be cold, as a guy without hair that keeps that part of my body warm, it is invaluable. Chris with 2 store purchases saying go Starship. Thank you, Chris. They got the patches. Hunter with 2 store purchases. Wow, you guys. Oh man, this is awesome. They say almost forgot to get these. Thank you for keeping up the good views. Can't wait for IFT3. Thank you for grabbing the patches. Kit saying keep up the good work. What did they get? Y'all, these are all store purchases. This is insane.
That is insane.
They got a patch. Y'all are the best.
Okay.
Austin Jameson gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you for that. Gun Fox says, keep up the good work, guys. And Atlantis Best Shuttle with a 100... Chris in the background. True. With a $100 super chat. Thank you so much, Gun Fox. That is...
Holy jumping.
Yeah, that is just a truly mind-boggling amount of money for anybody to contribute to what we do. We appreciate the support, and we appreciate the vote of confidence. I mean, you're voting with your dollars, and you're telling us you like what we do, and you're helping us to do more. What more can I say? That's an insane amount of support. So thank you to everybody coming out with this the support for the channel.
With the booster in this orientation, Gage, can we possibly get a zoom in on the lift points for the booster? I want to look at something real quick. See if we can see something.
And then I want to look at the top of the chine, because I want to see them Starlink antennas. We're just like putting in requests for Gage live.
Yep.
As we wait for that, and as the booster waits to move closer towards the chopsticks, I'm going to keep going through some support here, because we are way behind, and I want to make sure people know that we appreciate it. Scott with 2 store purchases. They say, keep up the great work. Mock diamonds are forever. And they got the patches. Ashley, thank you for the support. The store purchase. They got 2 patches, I'm guessing. They said, get your patches quick. Amazing coverage. Love everything you do. Been watching before water towers can fly. From Chris, how do you say that? Yeovil?
Yeovil, yeah. Yeovil Town Football Club.
I think the hack for pronouncing weird UK or British place names is you just sort of mash the syllables together.
Well, the first rule for Americans is not to say Yorkshire. It's
Right.
Yorkshire. So the Shire is Shire. I heard Daz try to pronounce Worcestershire the other day, and it just had me in tears of laughter.
Hobbits Shire. That's your Lord of the Rings reference for this. Travis also grabbing stuff from the store. Thank you, Travis. They say, I love you guys. Stream so many milestones for so many of us to watch. It's always fun in chat. Keep up the hard work. It shows and pays off. Aw, thank you. And they got the patches.
Oh, Gage, if you can look at the boosted lift points. I want to see something here.
You can see the stabilizer point right there.
Yeah, those are cool.
And then, look, they've been beefed up, but I could just be making things up. There is the lifting pin right there in between the 2 grid fins. There's 2 of those, 180 degrees opposed on the booster. What are we looking for here, Ryan?
I was looking to see if they'd already removed the red little sling pieces that go on there, but it's kind of hard to tell looking straight on like this. I don't know. They might have already removed them.
What a cool shot, though. Outstanding stuff. That was a really fast rollout, too.
61 minutes, I think it was, or something like that.
Can't complain. Cannot complain about
Have
that.
we ever timed them? Ryan, I'm sure there's probably like ring watchers and people who take like every ounce of data who may have timed rollouts, because that seemed pretty fast for a booster.
There have been a few that have been timed. I don't know if anyone has actually timed every single one. Like I had tried to start timing all of the lifts and stacks, or the ship stacks. Although it's going to be a lot harder now because Dune is blocked by the wall, so it'll be a lot harder to tell when it actually starts lifting off of the transport stand. But usually the quickest they can do them is about an hour. They schedule 2 hours usually to give themselves some leeway, and sometimes they do 3 if they know they're going to be lifting and rolling in the same in kind of the same time frame, which is they
wait. Gage, stop right there. There's a little bit of a delay, but go back when you hear this. Go back to the Starlink antennas.
We'll get to the wheels. You wait.
Oh no! There we go.
Hey, he heard us. Okay, wait. Let's take a look at this, because I thought I saw. Have we seen a booster with a rectangular Starlink dish on it before? I only remember the circular ones.
No, this is the first booster with those antennas on it.
Neat.
And what was it? Yeah, because those were on it when it first rolled out. And it looks like, they've got a set of old ones and a set of new ones. So we'll see if we get actually onboard views. And the one thing also with like Ship 28 is it's got those 4 eyebrows, call it, the eyebrow antennas
up there on the nose cone.
Yeah. They now reinstalled the last one, so it's got all 4 back, and I think those are the 4 Starlink antennas. So hopefully we'll get actually good like telemetry and maybe some onboard views of hot staging, which would be really, really cool.
Yeah, I think we all want that. Chris L in chat is saying it's just a vent hole. No, that's on the left. On the left visible chine there, there's a circular Starlink dish, and then that rectangular vent hole on the side of the chine. We're talking about the rectangular Starlink dish on the chine on the right. And also, whatever that little doodad is there below it.
Doodad? Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I wonder if it's like a camera or something? Neat.
You can actually see cameras on this vehicle. So, like, I wonder if you can see it up top. If we could go up to the forward dome, we might be able to see one of the camera mounts.
Chat is just saying doodad now. It is. It's a nifty little doodad. It's a technical aerospace term.
It is.
Oh,
Sticks are opening up.
sticks are opening up. That's what we want to see. So we could have a lift here pretty dang soon. All right. I think with that, Chris, we will let you go to curl up with your shuttle plushies. I don't know why I said that.
Well, that while that is a disturbing image, I'm actually going to be putting a lot of content to Red Team and Above membership. So if you wanted lucky people who got a Red Team membership during this, or yourself, or you were gifted it, then content is on its way, because that's what I'm about to do next.
Yeah, because we had Mary and Sean out there shooting, right? So we're going to have some good stuff from that.
Yep, thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Chris. And
Bye.
tagging in for Chris, we have the one, the only, the Alex. Alex, how you doing?
Well, I'm currently changing my own countdown clocks because apparently the Starlink launch from Vandenberg tonight has delayed. So yeah, I'm currently No, it's not
delayed
west.
to later in the
it's not the
window,
West
or
Coast.
delayed to a different day?
To a later in the window. It's now 5:09 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah, because there's a Starlink launch, by the way. And tomorrow, Axiom 3 is returning from orbit. Because SpaceX just doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. It's always something happening.
The steamroller is rolling, and
so
I'm not
many
complaining.
things.
Wait, I might have to find someone to take over for me on the stream because I want to see this thing. It's actually the first day in forever here in LA that's not been horribly rainy
It's not
and
going to
cloudy.
happen at 5:09. It
You don't think
delayed,
so?
but it's a typical Starlink where they delay more and more and more into the window, and then it just scrubs. I don't know, but it's being a bit bad out there in California. It's becoming the wet coast rather than the west coast. So I don't know.
It's not even becoming. It just is at this point.
Exactly, yeah. It's a little bit like that, yeah. So I don't know. Anywho, Booster 10. Boy, that was
rollout.
fast. Yeah.
Quality rollout. Really quickly, I'm like 30 minutes behind on support here, so I'm going to speed run some of this. James with 4 store purchases. They say so ready. Hot Flight 3. I maybe that's a typo. Keep up the great work. Thank you for that, James. What did you get? They got the patch. They got another patch, and they got all kinds of stuff. Holy cow! Another patch. Thank you, James. Greg with the store message. They say, how many IFTs do you think before they try and catch a booster? We sort of already answered this one. But Alex, you weren't here, so, and I know you love these sorts of questions. So it's all you, buddy.
Oh boy. I think it's gonna be at least 5, 6, or 7 times that they probably need to land on the ocean in order to be able for them to reliably be sure that coming back to the tower is okay. I'm not as doomer in the terms of, oh, if it crashes against the tower, it's the end. It's gonna be demolition time or something like that. No, it's probably not gonna be that big of a deal if it crashes against the tower. It might ding the tower a bit, and the chopsticks will probably get damaged, but it's not gonna be the end of the launch tower. I will say it's not a lot of mass compared to the mass of the tower. That tower is very, very heavy, and they loaded a lot of concrete on those pillars as well. So you have a lot of mass there to affect the tower. But yeah, I still think that they probably want to have 5, at least a handful. So yeah, that's my take. Of landings, like this is not even IFTs or whatever you want to call it. I despise the name IFT, by the way.
We know.
But like during those IFTs or whatever you want to call them, right? Some landings may not be successful, even if they are in the ocean. Like, I'm not putting all my cards on Booster 10 arriving at the ocean in one piece. Let's be honest. Like, that flip is really complicated. If they actually get it right, the whole boost back burn and then the re-entry through the atmosphere and then the landing burn, that will be awesome. But I'm not putting my hand on it. Like it's not really something that I'm truly expecting from Booster 10. I'm expecting it a little bit later down the line. But once that happens, I think a handful of times at least. That's my take. There you go. A long answer, an Alex answer.
Yeah, the Alex answer.
Because I think that will be the safe bet. And I know SpaceX is not about the safe bet, but when it comes to the launch side, kind of seems like they are going for the safe bet. Sometimes, not always. Flight 1. Yeah.
Whoops.
It's a lot of money that they spend on this.
Right. Well, thank you for the long answer, because I had to sneeze, and then I panicked about having to sneeze, and I muted myself, and then the sneeze, of course, went away. So
see, my answers are the best for you to just go and take a bite of something, to sneeze. Just say, like, being a host with me must be so good.
It is. It is. At the risk of inflating your already massive ego, I'm kidding.
I don't have an ego. I'm just
yeah,
kidding.
I know. I'm kidding.
You know
too.
me
We're
well.
all
You know
kidding
me
here.
well.
But James, thank you for the store purchases. They say I'm launching a high-powered rocket named IFT-3 on Saturday, so now y'all can officially say the IFT-3 launch date. Wow.
Fun.
Douglas, thank you for the support with the store purchase. They say thanks for all the great coverage. Been waiting for shuttle metal print. That's coming. Shuttle plushie next. I don't want to bring down the wrath of the store team on me, but I will say the full stack plushie is not the last plushie we will ever do. That is all that I will say.
When a Jack plushie.
Stop
Jack
it.
Plushie.
Stop
we can
it.
put it at Starbase.
I've never wanted to mute anyone on a stream more than I wish I could mute someone right now. And I can't, so here
Will
we
it
are.
come with a beard and everything?
that's
Like, I don't know.
Stop. The beard would have to be Velcro so you can... Oh, no, we're not doing this. Justin DeLong, thank you
We're
for
gonna go down a
becoming
weird
a launch
rabbit hole
director.
here.
Huge amount of support there. Thank you, Justin. Peter, thank you for the store purchase. They say, looking from the beach to our destiny among the stars. Awesome work, Sean. Oh, and gotta get patches. Indeed. Thank you to our whole team out there, Mary and Sean, and everyone that works in the back channel to operate the cameras and make things go. It's amazing. So thank you to everybody. Anonymous with a store purchase. They say, y'all think the booster will make it back to the water? I mean, Alex already kind of answered that one. I think yes. Alex thinks no. At least for
it'll
IFT3.
make it to the water.
One way or the other.
One way or the other.
Yeah.
Yeah. The problem is, will it be in one piece?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question. The 33 Raptor quit. I don't know. Anonymous, thank you for grabbing some store merch. They got Sean's Galaxy print. Nice. And they got a patch. Speaking of Sean and metal prints, I do believe Sean has a new metal print in the store. A shot of the Orion Nebula, if I'm not mistaken. So check that out if you haven't already. Every print that you purchase, a portion of the sale goes directly to the photographer who shot that image, and that allows the photographer to buy more gear or food. In Sean's case, beans. But yeah, seriously appreciate everyone that gets the metal prints. It's hugely helpful. Ruben, thank you for the support. They say must get patch, top stream guys. Love from Torbay, England. Although I'm probably if I mash the syllables together, it's Torby. So I'm gonna go with that. Crispy is probably shaking his head right now. Paul, thank you for the store purchases. They say been watching your streams since Starhopper's first flight. We didn't stream Starhopper's first flight. That was Tim. But I was on Tim's stream, and I remember thinking, holy cow, this is fun. I wish we could do this. And here we are. Hooray. Josh Zero, thank you for the super chat. They say, another bad thought, super heavy booter on top of each other, plus two Saturn Vs. Jesus, these are like the most cursed Starship ideas. Somebody, I hope,
in KSP. Do it in KSP. There you go.
There you go. Alex, can you send somebody tag Moldy Space because they have work.
It just
Yeah.
keeps reminding me of that Scott Manley video of the most ugly rockets ever to fly, and it's always funny when he gets to the Jupiter 3, and what is the Jupiter 3? The one with 2 shuttle external tanks with like a Saturn, like an Ares center core or whatever, with 4 solid rocket boosters. He's like, yeah, it's shuttle monstrosity with with a big helping of what the heck.
Yeah.
it's just like, what is this?
Scott's the best. Apocalypse Cow, thanks for the support. $20.24 super chat. They say best Star Trek equals Galaxy Quest. You know, a Galaxy Quest is amazing. Don't get me wrong. By Grab Thor's Hammer, that is a fantastic movie. But I don't know if I can abide by calling it. I understand what you're doing there. I see the winky emoji, smiley face thing, whatever you want to call it. But yeah.
Jay in our back channel always happy about Ares. No.
Ares is no. I like Ares. Ares good.
What? Ares? Well, okay. It depends on which Ares you're talking about,
though. 1X. I mean,
oh
or
my
1.
God.
No, it's a wacky, hilarious rocket. How can you not like that?
Okay,
Please, I
wacky
just
and
had
hilarious.
dinner. I don't want to talk about this.
Ryan, thank you for the super chat. They say, sitting here assembling my SN15 model while watching the stream. Keep up the great work. Nice. Joseph, thank you for the store message. They say, how could you not mention Star Trek Generations? Ryan, a rebuttal?
Star Trek Generations. I mean, it was one of the coolest shots we got of the Galaxy class. I will say that. But it was such a mess of a movie. There's too much in it. I think there's just too much in Generations. That's my personal opinion, though. So
that's Ryan's take, and he's sticking to it.
Yeah.
Okay, here's an interesting question from Jay. And don't forget, if you have any questions at NASASpaceflight in chat, we'll see your question pop up. Jay is asking, what does a T0 abort look like on Starship? Once the QDs retract, can they be reconnected, or is all prop vented or dumped? What happens on Falcon 9 when it has an abort after ignition? Alex, this is a question for you, my guy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So on Starship, you can actually go back and reconnect the umbilicals. And actually, the umbilicals are designed precisely to be able to be remotely connected to the vehicles, so that if they have an abort at T0, this is the funny thing, that the QDs retract at T0 on both the booster and the ship, but the rocket doesn't immediately lift off at T0. And this is something that we saw for the first flight, and also we saw it for the second flight, where liftoff is actually a couple of seconds after T0. Because at T0, what they do is they ramp up the engines to full power, and in that time, that transient between whatever ignition thrust they have to the full thrust that they have when it starts moving, all of that time, those 2 seconds, it takes for the thrust to be more than the weight, and then the rocket starts moving. So that's why the actual liftoff is a few seconds after T0. Now, on Falcon 9, though, T0 does correspond to the liftoff time. So the engines ignite at about 3 seconds before liftoff, and then they ramp up. So they immediately ramp up to full power, and liftoff is already at full power, and all of the disconnects just pull away. There are 2 disconnects on the base of the booster that fuel the booster. There's another one on the interstage, and another one on the second stage, and even another one on the on the fairing or Dragon whenever they fly a Dragon. And all of them, as far as I know, are connected manually. So what they do is they just basically don't disconnect if they have an abort after engine ignition, because they don't disconnect until it actually lifts off. And if you have an abort after liftoff, then yeah, you're not going to space. So yeah. And as for what happens with the propellants, normally in like 99% of cases, it's just drained back. Some of it is lost by boil off, especially the cryogenic ones. On Falcon 9, there's the fuel RP1, which is not cryogenic. but the liquid oxygen does boil off, and here on Super Heavy and Starship, it does boil off the liquid oxygen as well, and then also we have the fuel. In this case, it's methane. Cryogenic methane does boil off as well. So that's the complete answer. There you go. Boom.
Good
Did
answer.
you get any bites of any fruit or something?
I didn't. I still haven't eaten.
Well, you gotta get that. Oh, is it New York style pizza or something like that?
No. I don't know what
I
kind of
put it-
pizza I'm
I
gonna
brought it
get
New
yet.
York. Let's be honest. I've
Why?
been watching the stream.
Have you even
and I-
had New York pizza?
I don't know what it is, but I just voted the one that you didn't like.
It's
Just like
thank
everyone
you.
else.
Yeah,
I went with the crowd.
Thanks,
I went
Alex.
with the crowd.
Always dependable to be awful. Thank you.
I mean, if I do pizza, I'll make it from like scratch, like make the dough the day before. Make,
Oh, I'm Ryan. I'm
sauce.
fancy. I make pizza from scratch.
Yeah, and then cook it. It's really really good, Jack. You should try it.
Yeah, that does sound fun.
Yeah, it's really rewarding once you cook it and everything. And it tastes amazing.
For our international viewers who are like, what is New York pizza? It's characteristically very thin, and you eat it by folding it, and it's typically very greasy, and it's good. I'm not going to say it's bad, but it's by far not my favorite type of pizza. But yeah, Alex, if you've ever had a pizza that's like really, really thin and floppy, and you have to fold it in order to properly eat it,
I've had thin crust pizza, but I haven't really folded anything.
Well, there's thin crust, right, where it's like crispy and delicious, and then there's thin crust where it's just a soggy, floppy mess, and that is New York pizza.
Oof.
I'm making enemies in chat right now. Goodness.
Wonder when they're gonna roll Booster 10 into the chopsticks, or if we're gonna be here for a while.
I'm like eyeballing the base of the booster with some of that tank farm infrastructure, like trying to get a sense of when it starts moving again. And rest assured, when it starts moving again, we will talk about that. But so far, it seems to be just staged right there, right now. Hard to say if they're gonna lift it immediately, if they'll lift it tonight, if it'll just hang out here for a little bit. But certainly, with that chopstick movement that we've seen, it's promising. Let's put it that way.
I mean, if we just want to stay here and wait till it lifts, even if it's 8 hours down the road, I'll go. I might need to just get a break for something to eat, but I'm good.
I need food.
The QD arm's going out.
Hey, take
Looks
that,
like they're
Alex.
gonna go for a lift. I think they're gonna go for a lift right away. It looks like.
What do you mean take that? I only said that they don't need to go out when
But
it's just hugging.
But it's going out because maybe they're not. Maybe they're gonna not just hug.
No.
Alex was
You better
right.
repeat
If they're
that.
just hugging it, they don't need the QD to go out. But if they're gonna lift, they do. Alex was right.
I don't think
I
I've
will
ever
defend
gotten Alex this spicy on a stream before. Good deal. Tim, with a store purchase, they say, "Is this a train? It feels like a train. Love the coverage."
There's
Thank you,
no
Tim.
rails. This is not a train.
Yeah,
There's
it's like
no
some sort of weird land train. It's an SPMT.
The only rails that you'll see here are the ones for the carriage system.
Hey.
There you go.
David, thank you for grabbing stuff from the store. What did they get? Oh, they got the Nebula print. That is what I was talking about earlier. That's Sean's new shot of the Orion Nebula he captured. Fantastic work. Definitely want to get some more deep space imagery on the store. So thank you, David, for grabbing that. And I know Sean appreciates it as well. David again said, "Love these prints. Also, First Contact is a great movie."
Is that
Nice.
you on the?
It's not me. Not every bald person is me, Alex.
I'm just asking.
There are multiple bald people on this planet.
Maybe it's Max.
Look at those weak eyebrows. I have caterpillar eyebrows. Okay, that's not me. I hope it's not Max, because now I just called out. William, thank you so much. They say this one's for you, Chris. Happy birthday, Tammy. Love you guys. Keep it up. Oh, they got the shuttle print. Nice. Merlin,
Shuttle.
thank you for the support. They say thanks for everything we do, and they got the patches. John says don't panic. And they got the patches. Thank you, John. Y'all are...
QD has more scaffolding than La Sagrada Familia.
Nice. Nice work.
See,
Wow.
that bald person, that's got to be Crispy, right? Crispy.
Yeah, he says
Bergen?
he does say in chat it's me, and I can confirm I have
You're
logged
lucky
out.
he said that, because otherwise Ryan will be heading out soon.
Tyler, thank you for the support with the store purchase. They've been wanting one of these forever. This will look great on my office wall. Love you guys. Nice. They got an IFT2 print. I believe that's one of Max's. Good stuff. Christopher with another store purchase. Say happy to support West Coast Brother and Detroit Pizza. Heck yeah, that's one of mine. I will put that portion of the store sale toward a delicious pizza. Thank you, Christopher. Darren, thank you for the store purchase. They say, just got home, turned on your stream. Bonus, new patch is out. Double bonus, booster going for a hug. Thank you for all you guys do. New patch is not out, but there is a new patch, and it will be out once we get a full stack. So stay tuned for that.
Could be as soon as like what? Saturday, Sunday?
Right.
But then we should be more like stack, 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 stack.
Stack, stack, stack.
And the crowd
Yeah.
softly chants, stack, stack.
If you want to watch, if you want to see that third patch, you gotta ask for a stack, because otherwise it's not gonna come.
Yeah, there you go.
That's then the rules.
I can just hear Adrian crying in the background. Adrian is the one that manages the store. Is going to have to make sure that is in the store on time for a stack. So that's fun. That's fun for him. Andrew with a store purchase. Does anyone want to read Andrew's store purchase message?
I don't know where to start with that. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I think suffice to say, Andrew is a Scatman. I think that's what he's doing there, the Scatman song. Anyways.
Okay.
I'm a Scatman. You know, the song. Anyways.
Copyright. Shush. Copyright strike, man.
We're just waiting for Booster 10 to do its thing. We got some chopstick movement. We had some ship QD arm movement. We're just hanging out and waiting to see what happens next. Dirk is asking, do we know what's going on with Launch Complex 49 at the Cape? Alex?
Paperwork.
I'm sorry.
Man.
I just saw SpaceX's tweet about the Starlink launch, and they say whether it's 20% favorable.
Oof.
20%. Watch, it's going to launch because I'm stuck here on stream. Dang it.
Boy. You know, the 49 launch pad is a bit weird because they had been doing paperwork there for a long time, and it's been a bit sort of like no real talk for a while, right? And so I don't know. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens. I do know that today, Mr. Harry Stranger, if you're watching, hi, we love you. And
You're the best, Harry. You're the best.
he posted on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, basically like renewed plans for Roberts Road, the west expansion. It's called something else now for some reason. And apparently they're going to put the bakery that they have so they're going to put a bakery for Starship tiles at Hangar X2. It's the former Star Factory building that was going to be there, but then it basically turned into Hangar X2 because it's now used for integration of Starlink satellites on Falcon 9 families. But that building is huge. It's massive. So it's not just for that. That place can be used for many other things, and one of them as well, I've seen actually the picture, and it also says SPAM on it. And SPAM stands for SpaceX Proprietary Ablative Material, and that is used on Dragon. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's also used for Dragon, and it also talks about TPS Bakery. So that's like a building for 3 different things: Starlink integration, Dragon maybe refurbishment, or some kind of other work, and then also Starship Tile Bakery. So that's an interesting thing, because you will think that, with a Starship activity maybe not going out there for a long time, why do they even need more tiles or whatever, right? Could be that they're just going to be shipped here, right? But I don't know, maybe they start shipping boosters and ships from here, and those ships may need a few tiles from that victory. I don't really know, to be fair. But it's interesting. It's a bit of Starship move in the right direction for Florida.
Yeah,
I went off the rails, I know, but we don't have rails today.
One of the cool things about that plan, and one of the interesting things I should say, is it just like noted the high bay foundation that was built and never completed. Which I wonder if they're just going to keep it there. Then they had like the tower build area, and then they had the area where they've been building the QD arms and the chopstick stuff. I wonder if like they'll turn part of that massive factory to build OLMs, and then basically that area becomes the launch pad manufacturing area.
Yeah,
like
and they actually
manufactured launch pads from that, which would be cool.
On those same plans, you can actually see that they have officially named the locations where they build the tower segments and where they build the QD arms and the chopsticks and things like that. Those are now officially construction areas. One of them is called Tower Construction Area, and the other one is also something construction area. So they are officially construction areas where they could build more Starship towers and more Starship chopsticks and things like that. So more towers, more better, right, Jack?
Don't steal my bit.
We both stole his bit this stream.
No, it's stealable. The only reason I like saying that is because it's a Simpsons reference.
Good one though.
Spartacus, holy cow, Spartacus with a $100 super chat. I can't keep up with all of the support from y'all on this stream. This is truly fantastic, especially as we ramp up and get ready for Flight 3, because there's so much that needs to be done, and we're always trying to up our game. So it's so much money, Spartacus. Thank you. Like, holy cow.
Everyone seems to be really, really excited about our first Starship stream in I don't know. Oh, it's been over a month, I think.
It's been a long time, yeah.
Yeah, because, I think, the last one was the Booster 12. We haven't had this one this year, yeah. This is the first dedicated stream this year, because both of the rollbacks of 28 and 10 were on Raptor sides. And the last dedicated Starship stream we had was the 33 engine static fire and single engine static fire of 28 and 10. So yeah, that's it's kind of cool. It's been a long time coming. We finally got another stream going here.
Right?
Oh.
Seriously, thank you so much, Spartacus. They say, have been watching you guys since Hopper. It's about time I showed my support. Thanks for the endless hours of entertainment for all us space nerds. Man, you guys keep coming out and supporting what we do, and we will keep doing this. Heck, we'll keep doing it even without the support, because we just like doing it. But really, it's huge. It lets us keep doing what we do, and it's humbling and amazing, and it's the best job in the world. I don't know. I don't even want to think about what I would be doing right now without NSF, without all the streams that we get to do, without functionally being a cheerleader for spaceflight and this new space age that we're in. It's just not a day goes by that I'm not like, holy cow, how is this our job? It's amazing.
It's so much fun.
It really is. Thank you, Spartacus. Jim, becoming a Red Team member. Anonymous, with a store purchase, and they say banana, banana, banana. And they got patches.
Banana.
Michael, with the store purchase, thank you. They say thank you for all you do, making spaceflight educational and fun. We try. Thanks for the store purchase, bud. Telstar86, becoming a Capcom member. Once again, Capcom level and above, you get Discord access. So pop into our Discord and say hey. And again, I know you're all super dying to know what kind of pizza I eventually, at some point tonight, get. I will post that up in food chat. Jerwa with a $10 super chat and saying hashtag let Alex sleep fund. No. We need super chats for the let's clockwork orange Alex. Like pry his eyes open, strap him down, force him to watch Starship footage nonstop, and we'll like We'll have like some kind of like
I already do
Neuralink
that without being forced.
Yeah, well, no.
What are you even talking
Can
about?
I finish? Can I finish? We'll install.
Can I rage?
We'll install some kind of like Neuralink sort of interface in your brain, so you don't even have to type or talk. We'll give you like an IV feed, so you can get your fluids and food and nutrients intravenously. We're just basically going to turn you into like a potato. And yeah, I think everyone can agree that this is the way. Hashtag Potato Alex.
Potato
Alex. Really?
Yes.
Really? I don't need any of that to watch Starbase clips and things like that. Like,
Yeah,
what are you
same.
even talking about? I
Chat
already do
agrees.
that.
Chat
Like
agrees, Alex. Chat says this is the way. Like
The amount of time, like I just say this for myself. The amount of time I spend watching, like, and all this is gonna be shout outs to a lot of the awesome people in this community. Lab with their cameras, Starship Gazer, RGV, Ring Watchers. The amount of time I spend watching
Chief.
a bunch of people, Chief, from Lab, watching everyone's content to keep as up to date as I can, as long as our own cameras and Sean and Jack when he's there and Mary, I could keep going on. But the amount of people I watch to keep up with all of this stuff is kind of insane. And like on my off days off work, I constantly have the streams open. I'm always paying attention. It's so much fun to keep up with the program, especially to write about it and then talk about it. It's a ton of fun.
Oh, we've got some people up on the mount. Neat. Yeah, I can't second what you said enough, Ryan. And I know, Alex, you're like constantly plugged into everything as well, and it's like a full-time job keeping track of everything that's going on.
Oh God, yeah.
Alex, do you have do you have a favorite like eureka moment in your Starbase coverage where you've discovered something or seen something maybe first or something along like what's your favorite Starbase eureka that you've had?
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
I really don't know.
Make something up. Make something. You're on the spot. I'm not even going to
I
vamp
have those
for you.
more often with Falcon than with Starship, to be fair, because not a lot of people take care of Falcon. You see a lot. I mean, for Starship, you have, for example, the Ring Watchers. They do a better job at this stuff than me, to be fair.
Yeah.
But for Falcon 9, there's not a lot of people out there paying that much attention to it. So I tend to get a lot of eureka moments with it, to be fair.
All right, I will accept your answer.
Like the other day, I was actually looking at pictures of the booster for IM1, and I compared them to other booster shots of booster 1060 to figure out that it was indeed booster 1060 by the suit marks, because the suit marks are just like fingerprints on the booster, and Chris will tell you that the shuttles were also the same and all of that, but yeah. I tried to imitate him, but I don't really do it well.
That was good enough. I'll take it. We have a question from Daniel B, whoever that is. They sound really annoying, whoever they are.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding, Daniel. I love you. They say, do you think this is Booster 10's last road trip? Do we think this is the final time that Booster 10 will roll to the pad?
Yeah,
Alex,
I think so.
Oh, Brian, go first.
I'll go first. Fine. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't really see a reason why they'd roll it back, especially with the mods that they've done to it. I think it'll stay on the pad. It won't be. I don't think it'll stay on as long as Booster 9 did. Booster 9 was on the pad from what was it? I think it was the end of August. It was the end of August all the way till middle of November. It won't stay on there that long. I think the max it'll be on is like 3 to 4 weeks. So.
Good deal. Alex, what do you think, bud?
I mean, I really hope it is the final trip. But I don't know. I frankly don't know, to be fair. They have worked a lot on it, though. It's been a long time working on this booster, so we'll see. That's what I'm going to say.
All right. Let's see. Lionator Gaming is asking, how do we imagine the actual payload bay will look like? Like, I assume they mean the non-Starlink variant. What are we thinking there? Is it going to be a shuttle-style cargo bay with like a clamshell door? Is it going to be like a chomper kind of thing, like Neutron? What do we have any? I mean, we haven't seen any hardware, so this is all just pure speculation. But Alex, go first.
Boy, I will say that there's a potential.
I know
Yeah,
you
I know.
love these kinds of questions, so that's why you're going first. You have no time to think about it.
I will actually say that there's probably gonna be. See, I'm being pinged in the back channel, so it's complicated to concentrate. Anyways, yeah, the actual design for the payload bay, I tend to think that there's a potential for multiple designs because of the multiple applications that Starship will have. Like, I can see maybe one that is sort of more like the shuttle, where you can recruit at the very tip, and then the payload on the back, or the other way around maybe. Like, you carry some cargo on the front, and then like in the middle of the nose cone section, you have people in a docking port or something. But then you can have a full-on payload bay that is chomper style or shuttle style. Like, you could think multiple reasons why you probably want to have two options. For the clearance of the separation of the payload, I mean, multiple reasons. But those are probably two that are basically up there in the list of potential designs for a payload bay.
Makes sense. Ryan?
They could do a shuttle-like payload bay, with the it opening up in two doors as like a structural thing. There's also the chomper. It's hard to tell what they'll do.
What would be like the least volume constraining way to do it? I wonder if that would be a chomper. Like, for example, Neil in chat is asking, how will Starship deploy Starlab? And that is a pretty massive station, I guess is what you could call it.
Yeah, that's 8 meters. So
Starship is 9.
Yeah,
so 9. It's a meter less.
It would probably be, I would assume, as a chomper, it might be the best to do that. The real thing is what's best structurally, because as SpaceX has found out, even the small door for Starlink, when they originally cut that door, they didn't realize how much structural reinforcement the door was going to need. And that's why like ship 24 and 25 were both welded shut for flight. Now 28 is a much more reinforced door and a more reinforced payload bay section. So they definitely learned from their lessons there. So my real curious thing is how much more beefy does a door have to be for that? I don't really know, honestly. They could go either way. I think the easiest would be a shuttle-like door, because that might be easier to design. I'm no engineer though. I'm just a mechanic, so I don't really know on that front.
Yeah, fair. Good question though. Anonymous, thank you for the store purchase. They say, can't believe I can still get an IFT1 patch, thanks NSF. You can, but not for much longer. Sean, thank you for the store purchase. They say, okay, you convinced me to get a patch. I've been waiting for years and love your amazing work. Looking forward to IFT3 and beyond. Nice. Oh, and they got the mug too. That's a classic. Steven Hansen, becoming a launch director. Thank you for that. Again, you get your name at the end of NSF Live, and you get all of the other sweet perks like Discord access. Steven with a store purchase, thank you. They say, just want to thank you for all you do. The first rocket launch I ever watched live was SN10. Now I'm big enough nerd to be watching a booster rollout. Wouldn't be possible without you guys. Thank you so much, Steven. And they did 2 store purchases. I bet it's another patch. Show me another patch. Now it's not going to show me, just out of spite. All right, anyways, Thomas, thank you for grabbing something from the store. Mr. Rich Texas, interesting name, upgrading to launch director. Thank you for that. Jump into Discord and say hey, and observe whatever I end up eating tonight. James, thank you for these store purchases. They say love the coverage, keep up the great work. Rage SFS, becoming a Capcom member. Thank you for that. Take Me to Mars with a super chat. Thank you. Craig, saying baldness is a lie perpetuated by big hair. Sure. Michael with a store purchase saying, I love the 24/7 live streams. I have them up all the time. Keep up the great work. Thank you, buddy. Anthony says, thanks for the great streams and loads of info from Sheffield, Yorkshire, UK. And they got a patch. Elizabeth, gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you, Elizabeth. Jim Cavett gifting a Red Team membership. Oh my, there's so many store purchases. You guys are crazy. I literally can't even keep up. Here's one. Your average space nerd is asking, does Booster 10 have Raptor 2s or Raptor 3s? Alex, go.
Raptor 2.
We haven't seen any indication that we're going to get a Raptor 3 on a vehicle anytime soon, right?
I don't think so.
Although, to be fair,
not even
it's
sure.
becoming increasingly hard to discern, really, a lot of the things that we used to be able to tell, just because of the constraints on views that have been happening, right?
Yeah, sure, but sometimes we get the spot on the rowdy raptor, so to speak, around the site, and now more recently we started to, because Gary, shout out to Gary, in McGregor, we get to see shots of the engines on the TSS-10. So I don't really know, to be fair, if they have actually built a wholly complete different engine called Raptor 3. Let's put it that way. That's my take.
Well, that's your take, and you're sticking to it.
Mm-hmm.
Richard, thanks for the store purchase. They say this has it all. And yes, I changed back to Methane Man. It just fits. Nice. Reen, thank you for the support. They say, let's beautify my backpack. Let's, with a patch. Spidya, gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you. Jacob, with 2 store purchases, says, perfect to match my 2020 Triumph Rocket 3. Great stream and ready for IFT 3. Thank you for that. And Vincent, thank you for grabbing the patches. They say have to FOMO the patches because I missed all opportunities to get the Violet launch print. Breaks my heart. Oh, buddy. Don't worry. IFT 3 is right around the corner, and we're going to have some awesome prints from that as well. Anonymous with the store purchase. They say go SpaceX, go Starship, go Mars. Thank you for that. I have successfully thanked everyone that came in with some support. That was a challenge. Yeah, that was a lot. Awesome. You guys are absolutely the best. Thank you. Keep the questions coming though, and you don't have to super chat for that. You can just type at NASASpaceflight in chat, and we'll see the question pop up. Matrix is asking, when will we see the first booster stacked on the second tower? Well, first off, I hope they don't stack a booster on the tower, because something's gone very wrong. if that's what happens. But given how long it took them to build the orbital pad, how long do we think until we see a booster on the second orbital pad? Ryan, I'll let you go first.
Again, as I've said before, it really depends on when they start building that second pad, because from building that second pad to being operational, depending on what tank farm they use, like if they were to tie it in with the first tank farm, they could probably have it operational relatively quickly. But if they have to build a whole new tank farm with it, which is, I would assume they're going to do, I'm 18 months minimum from when they start building it until it's operational, is what I would say.
Yeah, my big question is, they did the whole soil surcharging or whatever it's called, where they dump a whole bunch of of soil on the ground in order to sort of compact it and prepare it for heavy construction, and that was like a years-long process
So
back in the day. But I
yeah.
don't think where they're going to be building the second pad, I don't think they necessarily have anywhere that has been surcharged, if that's even the right word. Go ahead, Ryan.
If they build it to the south, which is wetlands, that would require them to go basically remove, as far as I understand it, we'll put it this way. They would require them to go remove a lot of that soil because it's not workable dirt soil. Basically remove a lot of that and then truck a bunch of stuff in. And settle it down and pat it down. I think that'd take like 6 to 8 months or something along those lines. My timeline might be completely off on that. What they can do though, they can start drilling the foundations right away. They can start they drill it in, putting the cages in, laying the pilings. They can do that right away. It's just that in order to get a nice flat, solid soil surface, they have to remove a lot what they have and truck in a lot of stuff. Now, this is if they do it to the south, and they use the wetlands for it. So, which that adds time to it. That could add another 6 months to it. If they do it at a suborbital site, well, they don't have to do that. They just have to destroy all the concrete they have, flatten it out, drill the pilings, and then go. But we have seen no sign of anything starting with that. All we've really seen with the second pad is everything they're bringing over from the Cape. That's just about all we've seen with it. So,
Alex, any thoughts?
What was the question again? Oh, booster and second tower. 2 weeks. There you go.
Really? Seriously?
Oh, you take so much answering. It's an Alex answer. And now that I do a stupid answer, now you're saying, oh, seriously? Well, there you go. 2 weeks.
You woke up on the spicy side of the bed today, man.
No,
I like your long answers. When have I ever not said I don't like your answers?
Okay, I'm gonna do another long answer now, but really, now out of the joke, out of character, I will say that it's probably gonna take a bit. 'Cause it's gonna be a lot of hardware that you need to build in order to be able to complete this. So I'm gonna say at the very least, middle of 2025. That's my take. At the very least, or earliest, I guess is the exact wording. But yeah, whatever. Around that time is the earliest that I can see that happening. SpaceX, prove me wrong. There you go.
Be nice.
Let's see. Oh, here's an interesting one. Snow Gnome is asking, is it possible Ship 26 will be used for a horizontal rollout test with all the extra stringers? So we did hear forever ago that there was a possibility of transporting ships and boosters to the Cape via barge for ground testing before they start building them there. And famously, Starship and boosters are not designed to be transported horizontally, so there'd have to be some sort of accommodation for that. See, I'm not going to say yes, this is the case. It's certainly possible, but I like this theory better than, it's a tanker or it's an HLS ship or something like that. Alex, thoughts, and then we'll go to Ryan.
I don't know. I think it might be just testing things in general. Like, it's just a vehicle that they have that it's completed, and they can do a lot of little things on it, like a guinea pig kind of thing, right? Where they can just test things for the future. We've seen that in the past with lots of other vehicles that they have retired, where it was like, okay, we're not going to use this for a flight, then let's... Even after the flight, like even SN15, it was used afterwards as a guinea pig. Like I saw times where you could see parts of a flap cut out, basically doing indentations or something like that on the hull of the vehicle. It was like, yeah, they do that all the time. Why not Ship 26 being the same thing as well? It's just a more complete vehicle, but that's my thinking, that they're just trying to get things done that they may or may not do in the future. They're just, trying new things out.
Yeah, makes sense. Ryan, thoughts?
It's not impossible, obviously. The one thing I've always said when if they're gonna try to do it horizontal is it would need one heck of a special jig in order to hold this vehicle, because stringers alone aren't gonna help it. You'll need like a special jig to like support the weight of the entire vehicle and spread it out.
Right. Some kind of like cradle or like a holding
Yeah.
fixture or whatever.
And I mean, we haven't seen any kind of sign of that at all. And I mean, it'd be kind of insane to see them use 2 cranes to lower it onto a jig and then drive it horizontal down Highway 4. That'd be kind of ridiculous. But yeah, we'll see. I don't think it will be though. But as with SpaceX, who knows?
Right. Conservative Space Nerd, thank you for the super chat. They like Wrath of Khan. Speaking of, Wrath of Khan won the poll. Second in place was First Contact, then Voyage Home, then Undiscovered Country. I'm going to end the poll because it's been live for
a while.
For an hour.
Yeah.
It might be the longest poll in NSF stream history. Continuing to see people up on the launch mount, checking things out. Promising in terms of a lift, but it's still hard to say how long it'll be until that happens. So to that end, I think we're going to call a hiatus on our commentary. We'll keep the stream live, and we'll have some nice spacey space music you can chill and study to, relax and study to, or whatever the... Yeah, you get it.
Whatever
so
you're doing.
we'll pause commentary, and we will come back if and when they do start a lift. We got a while to go yet, given the chopsticks are not around the booster yet, stabilizers aren't in, people still up on the orbital launch mount, all of that. So we'll keep our eyes on it. You can keep your eyes on it too. That way, that's the stream's not going anywhere. Also, there's Starbase Live if you want even more angles. So stick around, keep the stream open, and we will be back shortly. But before we go, I do want to thank Michael for 2 store purchases. They say, thanks for all you guys do. I'm curious if you know, at the top of Booster 10, what the white covers over the methane vents are for. Also, why do they add more methane vents near the grid fins? Alex, go.
I believe that it is not that they added more, it's just that they relocated the methane vents. We actually saw this in action for the first time on Booster 9, but technically not for the first time, because actually before these were implemented on Booster 9, Booster 10 already had them, and it was completing a cryogenic test at Massey's. And so we saw those vents, and I was like, wait, those are new? And it turns out, yeah, they are new. They are basically, instead of having the normal methane tank vents, were just vents that were connected to pipes at the top of the dome. And now what they have done is actually the pipes are on the outside, and now they come from out of the dome and they go right up the top of the sort of forward dome section of the booster. So they have relocated the vents basically. So now the old vents, they're just useless. They're not going to be used at all. I don't even think they even used them on Booster 9 after they did those modifications to it. And future boosters, I've seen at least up to Booster 12, all of these modifications. So this is a new thing. Not a new thing. But yeah. By the way, I've seen a lot of people getting confused because we see a lot of scaffolding. We've talked about it in the past, but just in case some people are new here and haven't watched the 3-hour plus stream that we have already done. The reason why they can still lift the booster on the OLM with the scaffolding is because that scaffolding is on the outside. So you can just thread the needle kind of thing, right? And just put it on in between on the launch ring where it actually sits instead of, just smashing through the scaffolding. That's not the way that this thing is lifted.
Right.
So that's why. Because I see a lot of people confused that, why are you waiting for a lift? They have a scaffolding there, right? But it's fair. It's fair that question is asked. So that's why we're here to answer it.
Good deal. All right, well, I think with that, we will go into non-commentated standby mode, and we will be back when lift is imminent. Alex, thanks for joining us.
Of course, as always.
Ryan, thanks for joining us.
Pleasure.
As always, Jack. It's always a pleasure doing these long Starship streams. I miss them.
Quality, yeah. There's a good return to normalcy here. So, stream staying live. Don't go anywhere. We will be back. We're just gonna take a little bit of a hiatus while we wait for more action to start happening. Y'all are the best. Thank you so much for all the support so far on the stream, and we'll see you in a little bit when we get into lifting proper.
And here we go.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, Atlantic.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Fighting outside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange!
145! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Look at this!
Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go. Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. Keep red. We don't need any more of these.
And we're back for hanging around and waiting for Booster 10 to lift onto the orbital launch mount. We said we would come back live with commentary, and I see y'all in chat with the 5x5s. Thank you for that, letting us know that you can hear us loud and clear. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, so right off the bat, this thing, we have no indication that it will move anytime soon. We're just going back live because we've been hanging out and chatting in Discord and figured we would go live with some commentary and see if this thing lifts. So we're back. If you have any questions, ask at NASASpaceflight in chat. I'm Jack Beyer again. And this time on commentary, we have Mr. Trevor Sesnick. Trevor, how are you doing?
It's always exciting when Flight 3 hardware is rolling to the pad, or it's rolled to the pad now, and hopefully going to be lifted onto the launch mount for the final time until it launches. So I'm pretty darn excited, Jack.
Yeah, it's going to be rolling up the tower, I guess, technically, because the carriage has little skates on it. So, in a way, technically, still rolling. I'll take it. Also, joining us on commentary, we have Sawyer. Sawyer, how you doing, bud?
Good. I now have a little Cretan's Clearwater Revival going through my head of their version of Rolling Down the River, but
nice.
Other than that, good. It's great to be back on Starship commentary. It's a nice change of pace, and glad to see nothing has changed as we sit and wait for tanks to do stuff.
Classic tank watching. Rolling up the tower. Yeah, that's stuck in my head now. Thank you for that, Sawyer.
You're welcome.
Also, Jay is still operating the stream, so thank you to Jay for sticking it out tonight. Again, no immediate indications that this thing is actually about to lift. Earlier, we saw the stabilizers on the chopsticks close and adjust and then we have seen essentially nothing since then. So waiting to see what happens next, and figured we'd hang out and chit chat with y'all. Thank you for the support and answer some questions. So yeah, Sawyer, I saw you in chat earlier. You've been keeping track with today's roll, yeah?
I've kind of been lurking throughout the roll. Yes, absolutely.
Classic Sawyer lurking. Yeah,
You know
it was a fast roll to the pad, I gotta say. Pretty impressive.
It really was. And again, that's probably just the more they do this, the more they're getting used to it. And also, it didn't break down in the middle of Highway 4. So between the two of those, yeah.
Right. Right. Good deal. So, yeah, waiting on to see what happens. Some people in chat are guessing top of the hour. That was a popular hypothesis in our back channel. But was that Sean that said he thinks the night shift's lunch break is top of the hour, would be midnight local, so maybe not top of the hour. Like I said, want to be super clear, no immediate indications of lift. There's no like klaxon at the launch site, although they don't always use that. But yeah, figured we would go live since we were live anyways. So we're hanging on now. Let's answer some questions. What say you, commentators?
I say ye.
Sawyer?
I'm trying to think of a fun word besides ye, but yeah. Also, we do have that road closure technically from 12 to 3.
There is a road closure at the top of the hour. We have been keeping our eyes on Ship 28 or anything else that may be moving. We haven't seen anything obvious, but rest assured, with our many cameras around Starbase, we will keep an eye on.
Yeah, last I checked, Ship 28 was still having work done underneath, which is not to say that they couldn't roll tonight if they really wanted to, but it certainly seems unlikely to me.
I would agree with that assessment. Let's see here. RonStreams20_Twitch is asking, how do the chopsticks operate? As in, is it a push or a button, or is it remotely done? It is remote. There's nobody like in a little control box or like control room, like a crane or something would have on the chopsticks operating them. It's all done remotely. In terms of what is the physical like user interface, talk about cool user interfaces. I would love to see what that looks like. Is there like a is it completely manual? Is it you push a button for close, you push a button for open, push a button for booster? I don't think we know, and that's something I would love to learn.
I believe we know that it's almost entirely autonomous, where they can just have it stack, and then there are like hold points throughout where they can make sure, and do inspections that everything is aligned or whatnot with the drone. But for the most part, it seems like it's autonomous, but that's not to say that there aren't manual overrides.
Right, and I'd really love to see the cameras, because I'm sure there are guidance cameras all along the tower there and on the chopsticks to help with alignment and things like that. I would love to see those internal views as they keep an eye on it, keeping aligned, and like you said, the drone shot as well.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Good question from Ron. Also, we are 5 hours behind on support. So I'm going to cycle through some of these. Thank you, Anonymous, for buying the patches. Jan for also buying the patches. Coco Cats for gifting a Red Team membership. If that was Methane, nice name, gifting a Red Team membership. Flippers79, Flip Diaz gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Ryan gifting 5. James gifting 5. Anubis Khan becoming a launch director 73 minutes ago. Thank you for that. Super awesome to come in at one of the higher levels of our membership program. And Brian Green gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank y'all for the continued support. Jim Laz is asking, what did I end up having for dinner? I did in fact get pizza, and it was pizza of a thin crust nature that I had to fold, so I guess you could say it was New York style. I posted a picture in food chat in our member Discord if you want to see what the pizza looked like. I know this is like things people watching a Starship stream really care about, so I figured I would address that one right off the bat.
Well, we left them hanging for about 5-6 hours on whether you actually went with the poll.
I did. I did, and it was a delicious pizza. I have to say, I was just a standard pepperoni pizza. I'm not always a fancy man. Okay, I'm a man of simple pleasures. What did you guys, Trevor? What did you have for dinner? This is just food chat now.
Oops, I was muted. I was saying there's way too much cheese on there. And why did you not eat the crust is my main question.
I ate some of the crust. I mean, I'm here for the cheese and the pepperoni and the sauce. I mean, the crust is an added bonus, but if you're trying to really house an entire pizza to your dome, you know, you're trying to maximize deliciousness there. So, crust isn't necessarily a priority.
That's fair. Yeah, I had curry for dinner, some leftovers that was really good.
Nice. Sawyer?
I ended up having a bagel with cream cheese. Very exciting, I know.
Is that dinner or is that like a late night snack?
No, that was dinner.
All right.
Not. Yeah. I have leftover Chinese, so I could always do some of that later. But
I've got a fried rice hankering that I've gotten fried rice multiple times and recently, and it just hasn't. I have not scratched that itch yet.
Also, I'm just looking at your pizza now in food chat. Besides the fact they burnt the hell of the underside, I gotta ask, have you actually had New York pizza?
I mean, yeah, like flappy pizza that you have to fold to eat. Yeah, it's not like giant, insanely huge slices the size of your head, but this ticks all of the boxes that I would think when I hear about New York pizza. I mean, it's a greasy, thin crust, a lot of cheese. You fold it because if you don't, it's gonna flop all over the place. Like, what about this is not New York to you? Is it about the size of the slice?
It doesn't have to be the size of your head to still be a good slice of pizza from New York. Just saying.
All right, that's fair. I said the pizza was good.
Just as someone who grew up just outside New York, I'm just judging. That's all.
All right, that's fair. That's completely fair.
The best pizza though is by far like a good margarita pizza with like buffalo mozzarella, like the Italian style. Ugh.
All right.
So good.
I mean, you're allowed to have your opinion. I'm allowed to disagree with it. I need some meat on there. Give me some pepperoni. Give me some bacon. Give me some flavor, not just tomato.
You know, we've been watching the stabilizer pins in for about 2 hours-ish now. If we're just on Pizza Rant right now.
It is welcome to Pizza Rant. I'm your host, Jack Byer. On today's Pizza Rant, why New York pizza is inferior, and how everybody agrees with that.
Oh.
Can we at least agree that deep dish pizza is like the worst?
No.
Yes.
No? Okay,
No.
Sawyer, I knew I could count on you.
Because there's different kinds of, like, technically Detroit pizza is deep dish pizza.
Don't
and it's
make me bring
delicious.
out my New York accent. I do have one. I just tend to hide it.
All right. Back on the rails. Hey, look, it's Booster 10. They still haven't lifted it. We're waiting for them to lift it. Stabilizer pins are in, but nothing is happening. There's no klaxon at the pad. We're just live again because why not? We were already live.
And tag us with your questions at NASASpaceflight.
Donnie Parker in chat says Jets Pizza. Jets Pizza is a solid pizza.
What is Jets Pizza?
It's Detroit style. It's a chain.
Okay.
There
Detroit
might be
isn't-
one.
I'll give it that. Detroit style isn't bad. I'm just, again, very partial growing up on New York pizza.
That's fair. Let's see. Pradima is asking, do you think Starship heat tiles would this time be enough for re-entry, or will they just fall off as soon as it launches? How do we feel about the TPS system for Flight 3? If you watch that video we put out today that NASA released, we put it out on our socials, so if you haven't seen it, check it out. A lot of tiles. A lot of tiles were coming off that ship, right, Trevor?
Yeah. It seemed honestly like there could have been more falling off on Flight 2 than there was on Flight 1. But I'm not too worried about this for several reasons. First of all, we've seen that SpaceX has been experimenting with some additional ways of connecting the tiles, and keep in mind when some of these ships, like Ship 24 and Ship 25, were being built, was when SpaceX only had data from the suborbital hops, which obviously is going to have a lot fewer vibrations and whatnot than the actual orbital flight tests. So I don't think it's entirely surprising that on these older ships we were seeing a large amount of tiles fall off. And then the other thing that you have to keep in mind is we don't really have a good idea of how many tiles the ship can lose and still be able to successfully re-enter. Right? It's because the underlying metal is steel, unlike aluminium or whatever on the Falcon 9/shuttle. It's it's very possible that they would be able to re-enter with some fallen off. And I actually had some really interesting conversations with people way smarter than me at Tim's Astro Awards, who I think worked on like the shuttle heat tile system, and they were saying that from the outside they're not too worried about the ship losing tiles during re-entry. So we really don't know, and SpaceX also doesn't have a great idea, and that's something that we'll hopefully find out on IFT3 to see how far through re-entry the ship actually gets.
That was a really good answer, Trevor. Good job. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
But the reason why it was a good answer, in addition to just the good, insightful answer, is now I get to throw it to Sawyer and say, Sawyer, most of the shuttle's airframe was aluminum, which sort of led to the thermal protection system being pretty critical because aluminum starts to lose its strength once it's heated at a much faster nature and much lower temperature than stainless steel. Sawyer, I already know you're going to talk about the mission where they lost a bunch of tiles, except for a spot where there was a steel, what was it, antenna cover or something like that?
Yeah, it fell off in a very particular spot that basically saved the vehicle. Because I believe aluminum's about 500 degrees that it really starts to get dangerous and melt, and again, re-entry is about 1500. So, quite the difference there. I think that's really explains the point, though, of it matters where it happens, I think, more so than how many tiles fall off. I think a lot of it's going to come down to, is there any mission-critical hardware under there? Is there a weld or something that might be more susceptible to those re-entry forces if a tile falls off in that spot? Because there have been plenty of tiles that have fallen off shuttle, and it still came back and landed safely for most of those. I mean, STS-1, you look at the vehicle,
right?
There's a lot missing, and it still re-entered just fine. So I think that's what it's going to really come down to, and admittedly, that was a lot of tiles that we saw fall off in that WB-57 video that came out, but it's... I think they're going to work on better adhesives, and it will all depend on how many fall off in certain spots.
I also have to point out, and Sawyer can nerd out about this with me, we also just today released footage of Dream Chaser, which was just going through vibrational testing with all of its heat tiles as well, and those are more similar to the space shuttle. So it's interesting that all of these companies still have slightly different designs, even after all of the lessons learned from the space shuttle launches.
Yeah, two things. First off, let me make sure that I said ship rather than booster, because I think I may have minced my words there. And also, if you haven't watched that video, I bring out an actual space shuttle tile. So, yeah.
Hey, you know a question is good when it takes us a long time to answer, or when it turns red in our little software here. Mickey is asking how fast the SPMTs are. That was a 7-hour-old question, so they're probably not still here. But if you are, Mickey, hi. They're like, what, between 2 and 3 miles an hour-ish, somewhere in there?
Faster than the crawler transporter for NASA, that's for sure. That thing, I believe, has a max speed of 2 miles per hour, but then goes down to 0.5 miles per hour as it gets towards the launch pad and has to go up inclines and stuff.
Makes sense.
So yeah, I think the SPMT is about 3, if I recall.
All right, more questions. Let's see here. Okay, here's an interesting one. High Frequency Hertz says it wasn't actually steel, it was an extra thick aluminum antenna mounting plate. Is that true? in my head it was steel. Did I misremember that? Memory is fallible.
I'm gonna have to double check my shuttle reference stuff here. I'll get
Sawyer,
back.
if ever there was a time for you to flex, it's now.
Trying to
if
recall.
there was if there was ever a time for you to shuttle flex, it's now. I'm gonna save this question in the queue. We'll come back to it. Let's see. Christian is asking, why do they not test the tiles on the second stage on Starlink launches? Didn't they put some tiles on a Dragon at one point, Trevor?
Oh yeah, I think that was. Ooh, Alex is gonna correct me. It was like CRS 18 or CRS 19, something like that. One of the last Dragon V1 launches. They threw some Starship heat tiles on it. Yeah, Alex is saying CRS 18. And they were able to get some good data out of that. And we actually saw on the last Rocket Lab launch, they did something similar where they had some neutron heat tiles on Electron for some testing. But the reason why SpaceX doesn't do that for the second stage is because they're not recovering it. And they actually kind of don't want to protect the second stage because they want it to burn up as much as possible on re-entry so that they don't have big pieces impacting the ocean. But yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if, on, I guess at this point they probably have no use to put them on more Dragon capsules, but they did once.
So there you go. Okay, wait. I'm looking in our back channel. What's the answer? It wasn't steel.
No, it was an aluminum plate over one of the antennas. I believe it was an L-band antenna. For those who don't know, this was STS-27, so the mission after the return to flight following Challenger. And it was a DoD mission, so Department of Defense, which made things really tricky because they knew that there was tile damage. So they went to use the Canadarm on board to actually inspect it. And in doing so, they had to encrypt all of their data because it was a DoD mission. So basically when they sent everything down to mission control, it looked basically like lights and shadows. So almost useless, so they said, yeah, it's about as good as we've seen in the past, it'll be fine. And one of the members on board, I'm trying to remember who, basically said that if things go wrong, I'm going to tell mission control exactly what I think of them as my last words.
Classic.
It survived. They literally, in one of the books I read, I think I remember them saying that they saw pieces of aluminum flicking by the windows, so they were close, but again, thankfully made it back safely.
That qualifies as a yikes.
You bet.
I concur. I can't believe it wasn't steel. Wow, my memory sucks. Thick aluminum plate.
I mean, I remembered everything about the mission except the material, so I hear you.
I just feel like I've been saying, recalling this little factoid of mine on stream for I don't even know how long now. And in my head it was steel. Either way, high frequency hertz, thank you for the correction.
You learn something every day.
Any day where you learn something is a good day.
Yeah, and there's discussions of more shuttle talk in the near future.
More shuttle, more better. Ninja Decimator, thank you for the super chat. They say, amazed you guys are still alive this whole time. Left earlier to eat and play Star Trek Online. Now waiting to see Booster 10 lift. Great coverage. We didn't stay alive the whole time. We had a little bit of rocket jams you could relax and study to, or whatever you get it. But yeah, we're back. We're back. Although, Sawyer, did we have a recent video with Star Trek Online as a sponsor?
Yeah, I believe we did.
I hope you used the coupon code Ninja Decimator.
Yeah, some good stuff in January.
Thank you for the support. Also, Brian Green, thank you for the support. They say crispy bacon, pig, emoji, and pineapple pizza is the best. I know some people are not into pineapple on pizza. If that's not your thing, that's fine. It's not something certainly I'm going to run out the door for every single day, but if I'm at a party and someone's like, hey, do you want some pizza? And I'm like, sure. And they're like, but there's pineapple on it. I'm not gonna turn my tail and run. So, thank you, Brian, for the support.
By
You
the
have
way,
a
Dex.
tail?
Trevor, I have no words.
What I was gonna say originally, though, is that for my upcoming birthday, I did get a new wallet from a certain brand that we may or may not have been sponsored by in the past.
Oh, nice.
And the code still works, fun fact.
Yeah, that's the one you asked me about the other day, right?
Exactly.
Nice. That's
Happy
actually
birthday.
that's still the one
Whenever
I'm.
it is.
18th, thank you.
Oh. Yeah, preemptive happy birthday, Sawyer.
Thanks.
John is asking, what is the current status of Raptor version 3? Do we know? I'm gonna throw it to you first, Trevor.
Yeah, we unfortunately do not super know. That we still have only gotten one tweet from Elon about it, which I believe was back in like July or August, where he mentioned that it had achieved full burn at, I believe, 350 bar chamber pressure or something absurdly high like that. And since then, it's been radio silence. Right, I think Elon unfortunately hasn't been posting on X as much about Starship anymore, and a lot of the people on X who have become SpaceX affiliates or whatever, they've been tweeting more about Falcon, which I love, don't get me wrong, but unfortunately we haven't been getting the same development information on Starship and Raptor like we used to.
I would love some Raptor development info. Hopefully we get some more morsels of information here soon.
Yeah, I mean, we do get to see some of the Raptor testing still over at McGregor Live, but yeah.
Some of the? You mean all of the? But yes, good call, Sawyer.
What can I say? I'm
Doug?
here for the shameless promotions.
Doug Ramsey, thank you for the support. They say, with the chopstick arm cables subjected to salty air and the constant slapping in the wind, what is their service life before replacement? Man, I wish I was a cableologist and could tell you. I have no idea, but certainly all of the factors you describe, you know, the salty air and just them constantly whipping around, which I can't imagine is a good thing fatigue-wise, makes me also wonder this. And it also seems like it would be a huge pain in the butt to replace those cables. I don't have a solid answer, but it's a really good question. Does anybody have anything to add? I'll let you go first. Sawyer.
I mean, they must be strong enough, the fact that they've survived all these launches, unless they've done some replacements or work on them. But, I mean, they know what they're doing. They've gotten this tower and launch mount to withstand 2 full flight tests, and it's about to be 3, so I trust them with cables flapping.
Also, right, the cables haven't been replaced since they were installed, and this is one of the really nice things about having all of this mass on stage 0 as opposed to stage 1 or stage 2. It doesn't matter how much it weighs. You can just put significantly thicker cables or whatever in from the start so that it lasts longer, since the Earth can take as much mass as you can throw at it, when that's very much not the case on stage 1 or 2.
Right. Here's one from Beta Watcher asking, will we ever see a version 2 or version 3 booster? If so, will it be longer, or how will it be constructed? Any thoughts on a version 2 booster, Trevor?
I mean, I think one could kind of argue that we've kind of already seen it, right? B4 had, 29 engines, and then they added 4 more to get up to 33. And, we've even seen big changes, like on BN1, they originally had the tanks flipped from where they are. So I think they had, oxygen on top, methane on the bottom, and now it's methane on top, oxygen on bottom, to match the ship. So we've already seen, pretty big changes made to boosters, and I think, this is SpaceX. We're absolutely going to keep seeing that. That said, they seem more focused on making improvements to ship right now, but I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw some pretty substantial changes coming to booster at some point. I believe there have been, I don't know if they're official, but there have been rumors of them also removing some engines from boosters. So as Raptor 3 gets more powerful, they could reduce the number of engines a little bit to, like, I don't know, maybe 30 or whatever. I'm just making that number up. So yeah, we don't super know. Unfortunately, Elon hasn't said anything about version 2 of booster.
And I think this is a perfect parallel to Falcon 9, to be honest, because we've seen a lot of the same changes. I mean, obviously you mentioned the position of the tanks. We saw with Falcon 9, originally the engines were in that kind of waffle shape before they went to the orientation they're in now. We've also seen the engine design changes on the bottom of the booster. We've seen the change in which ones do and don't gimbal, the upgrading of the engines themselves. So I think it's kind of going to end up being like Falcon 9, where it's, V1, V2, or Block 1, Block 2. So not so much that it's a version 2, but it's just kind of the continued evolution of the vehicle over time.
Still no movement on the booster.
And the sky is still blue.
Well, black, but yes.
Smart Alec.
No, I'm Smart Jack.
Right, Smart Alex is in chat.
Bideford, thank you for the 5 Red Team memberships. Good old Bideford. And Angry American, also thank you so much. They say, yes, but most crane cables have a special spray lubricant that shields the metal strands and feels hard to the touch. Former operator. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, clearly SpaceX can launch rockets. They can handle some cables. At least one would think. Let's see, what do we got here? Trevor, did you put this one from Angry American in the question queue about Raptor?
Yeah.
I was gonna say that, not me, for sure.
Go off. Cook.
Yeah, so their question was, everything I could find, the only difference between V2 and V3 is in the combustion chamber, referred to by Elon as the power head, and the rest seems to be the same. Yeah, in general, at this point, you won't see too many changes made to the rest of the engine. Because right, the power head is essentially everything except for the nozzle. So V2 and V3 are also going to have changes to not only the MCC, the main combustion chamber, but also the pre-burners. And the thing that you have to keep in mind for full flow engines is how it's a very dynamic system when you change one small thing. So right, on a simple in quotes engine like Merlin, when you just have a gas generator that spins your turbine to pressurize the fuel that's going into the MCC, that's pretty independent for the most part of MCC pressure. But when you have a closed cycle engine, and especially a full flow cycle engine where you have 2 separate pre-burners, whenever you slightly change the pressure or startup sequence in one, you have to match that with changes in pressure and startup sequence to the other pre-burner so that you're able to actually get the main combustion chamber to start. So Raptor is just absurdly complex, and it is truly remarkable that the team was able to get it to work. And so any small change anywhere kind of affects everything.
Yeah, suffice to say, I'm glad I am not a rocket engine designer or engineer. Interesting question, though. Here's one from Charlie asking, when do we expect a launch could it be the 14th? No, I think at this point, no, it's definitely not going to be the 14th. I think everything that is buzzing around the rumor mill is either much later in February or sometime in March.
Yeah, I could see March 14th being realistic, but not
right,
February
yeah.
14th.
Ooh, a Pi Day launch? That'd be cool.
That'd be awesome. If they launched at 1:59 p.m. would be even better, but...
What kind of pie would you get for such an occasion, Sawyer?
I mean, technically pie in the sky, but...
Wow.
No, but in terms of dates, I mean, again, we still have Ship 28 getting worked on. Booster 10 hasn't even been lifted yet onto the OLM. We know that there's going to be a test campaign. We're still waiting, as we Adrian got the response from the FAA the other day saying that they're still waiting for SpaceX to close out their incident report for Flight 2 so that they can get the license over there for Flight 3. So I think that's why March is a very safe bet.
I prefer Tau.
Oh,
Wow.
come on.
I'm not.
You
I
want to
don't
wait
even.
all the way until June?
I don't even know math well enough to know what you're talking about. All I know is that
It's
it's
double
stupid,
pi.
some stupid math thing.
It's basically double pi.
Double pi.
3 Blue 1 Brown has a good video going over why Euler thought that pi should be 6.28 whatever as opposed to what pi is.
Trevor, why are you the way you are?
You made me this way, Jack.
Good
By the
answer.
way, shout out to my cousin who actually her birthday was yesterday, who knows about 200 digits of pi.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
How many digits of pi do you know, Trevor?
Only probably like 10.
I'm like 3.14159 niner. I don't know.
X something.
I think
Something.
it's
Yeah,
2658,
something.
but I don't know.
All right, I'll allow it. Holy cow! $100 super chat, well, $99.99 from Eric Beavers. Eric, thank you so much. That is exceptional.
Wow.
And they said beer money. That's a lot. It's a lot of beer. For real though, we will take that and turn it around into more and better coverage for y'all. So thank you so much, Eric.
Yeah, beer swimming pool. That's what we'll use it for.
NSF beer swimming pool at IFT3 confirmed.
No, genuinely, thank you though. It means a lot, the support.
For a beer swimming pool would be awful. Like really, nobody wants that.
No, not unless you stick a whole bunch of straws in it, but with no people in it.
Yes, no. The no people is the critical part of that.
Does it make me a bad person that I'm more of a hard cider person than a beer person?
No, for once I'm not going to do a tribalism. You enjoy whatever beverage of choice you enjoy. If you're a sparkly water kind of guy, go for it. If you're a cider kind of guy, go for it. Whatever you want.
You, Jack, that was so nice of you.
Yeah, I don't always do tribalisms. Sometimes I can be chill. JR Moore, thank you for the support. They say, let me brag. On drive home from Flight 1 in April, I predicted November for Flight 2. After Flight 2, I predicted March. On to Vegas. Yeah, buy a lottery ticket
Yes.
there, buddy.
Who's gonna win the Super Bowl?
Taylor's gonna win.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, the Swifties have taken over.
I only said it because I knew Trevor was going to say it. Oh, it's too easy.
I would not be surprised if there's an actual bet in Las Vegas going of how many times will they show Taylor Swift on screen during the game?
Yeah, what are those? Oh, there's a name for that
parlays?
kind of. Yeah, there's some kind of name for that type of bet.
I'm just curious if they're going to mention the Tortured Poets department. Like, I want to see how they bring that up.
They're not. Nobody is, including us. Let's move on.
Yeah, Jim Nance and Tony Romo definitely want to start talking about that.
Let's see. Smiler is asking if the next flight goes to plan, i.e. ship and booster re-enter and land where they're supposed to, and FTS is never activated. Will there be less paperwork or wait for Flight 4? Yes, is the answer, right? Because part of what is the long pole right now, as I understand it, is the FAA mishap investigation. And if there's no mishap, then there's no FAA mishap investigation, right?
Can we engage fight mode here?
Ding ding.
Ding ding. I
NSF
don't
Live
agree.
is tomorrow, so sorry.
I mean, sure, I think there was obviously work that had to be done after Flight 2 for Flight 3 with the FAA that wouldn't need to be done in this case. But, we see that the vehicles have been in the production site for the last few months. So, I don't know, I suspect that the technical readiness would be roughly the same amount of time, maybe a little bit quicker. I don't think the regulatory side has held up the launch of Flight 3 at all, and that's evidenced by, you know, there's not even a full stack at the pad. They haven't done a wet dress rehearsal. There's still work being done on Ship 28, so I suspect it'll be a little bit shorter, but not too much shorter. These vehicles take a while to build.
Also, I mean, yeah, they take a while to build, and when it comes to mishap investigations, like, for example, Virgin Galactic's last flight had an alignment pin that fell, and that caused a whole accident investigation. So this is one of the most complex vehicles ever built to fly. It's huge. A lot of the technology is unprecedented.
Oh, hang on.
Is that a klaxon?
That sounded like it.
Holy cow. That is a klaxon. Typically, that'll go off an hour before a lift as they clear the pad.
Alex
Although
says
maybe
it's
that
not.
was, yeah, maybe that was just an announcement, because it's not. The klaxon usually is like a beep, 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 and continues. That sounded more like an announcement. Oh, I got so excited.
The red zone is for loading and unloading only.
I got excited. I'm sorry, chat.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, it's such a complex vehicle that I think it's going to be a few flights before we get to a point where there isn't any investigation. I mean, obviously, the fewer things that go wrong, the quicker I think it'll take, but it's still, you know, such a new and complex vehicle that we may be dealing with the FAA for a little bit longer than we like.
Yeah, what's really surprising to me is that SpaceX doesn't try to get some sort of landing leg design on the booster, you know, even if it's extraordinarily mass inefficient or whatever, but just for the short term, so they can start reusing boosters on these early missions, because those boosters take a long time to build, and, you know, they're getting to the point where there's still changes being made to them, but I imagine that a lot of those could be retrofit after a flight. So I'll be curious to see if SpaceX opts for a solution between going on and catching this booster and expending them.
We're trying to figure out what that PA said. We will let you know if we can figure it out.
Yes, there are people rewinding and analyzing.
Analyzing. Hugh Man is asking, is this the longest live stream y'all have done? No. I mean, I guess technically the longest one would be Starbase Live, which is still ongoing. But if you're talking about like a standalone event live stream, oh, you were not here for the low altitude flight days, were you? We were live for 12 hours at a time, and we only stopped because YouTube would have started overwriting the stream at that point. And we never stopped commentary either.
Same with Artemis.
Yep. Yeah, maybe the longest rollout / lift stream, hard to say. But we did have that lull there in the middle. Yugen, thank you for the support. They say, is it possible they just turn the Earth upside down and let the booster fall into space? Trevor, thoughts? That's how gravity works, right?
How do you turn Earth upside down?
Don't worry about it.
I think the Earth is a little bit too symmetric for talking about direction.
I'm going to jump in here. We do have confirmation of what the PA said. It was, quote, "At this time, the orbital pad is now clear for Booster 10 lift."
All right. That is promising.
That's exciting.
That is promising indeed.
Sorry to flip the world upside down there with that news, but...
Hey, nice work. Y'all, if you have any questions, throw them in chat. We're still doing the whole Q&A thing. And, you know, we're kind of running dry, so if you have any questions, that's probably a good time to ask them. Josh, thank you for the super chat. They say, how far away is that spotlight? Nice and bright. You know, I couldn't tell you in, like, feet. It looks like it's on the side of Highway 4? Or maybe it's over on their little peninsula? I'm not sure. I guess that this camera angle gives you a... But yeah, okay, so it's over by the ordnance bunker.
I have to go on Google Maps and like map it out. But yeah, I'm loving the
blindingly bright.
I'm loving the spotlights. It spices things up for these night lifts, which we might actually be about to get, given that we heard that PA. Hooray! Jay Baker in chat asking, "Are we there yet?" Yes. Get out and walk. So help me, I'll turn this stream around and there'll be no Disneyland for anybody.
Good, I don't want to go to Disneyland.
Same.
Good. That's
If
why
you
we're
threaten no
friends.
KSC, that's a different story.
And there's no KSC for anybody, no Starbase for
No!
anybody.
Okay, I'll behave.
Excellent. Pratima's asking, which Starship do you think will have a real payload? I'm gonna say 30. Trevor?
I think 30 is probably right. You know, this test, I see them getting to the suborbital trajectory that they're targeting, maybe having some slight issues with the propellant transfer / deorbit burn that they would want to repeat on a flight 4, and then, you know, they get that on flight 4 and start actually launching payloads on flight 5. Doesn't seem unreasonable to me.
Yeah, I think the 5th flight makes sense, which would be ship 30, but also at this time we haven't fully seen what the final design is even going to be, or the temporary design even, for Starship deployment. Let's say if they try sending Starship as a test, or Starlink, so many stars. If they use Starlink as a test payload, is it going to be the Pez dispenser deploy? Is it going to be the Chomper deploy? You know, there's a
Seems
lot
like-
that we don't know fully.
Seems like
what
they've
it's
settled on the Pez dispenser, at least for Starlink. But yeah, it remains to be seen how all that's going to play out. There used to be like a whole stack of Starlink satellites in one of the buildings at Starbase, and then they removed those and then repurposed the building for metal forming or who knows what, machine shop. I have no idea. But I don't even know if those Starlink satellites are still on site now. At this point, they've probably been there for over a year, so probably woefully obsolete, and it's not a big deal that they're not there, but
Yeah, I would have expected at that point they might have actually sent them to either the Cape or Vandenberg for launch.
no, these were the full-sized
those were-
V2s.
Oh, these are the regular. Oh, I know what you're
Here's
talking about. Yeah, they're
my
probably
hot take.
What's your hot take, Trevor? Lay it on us. As long as it doesn't involve Taylor.
It does not. Full-size Starlink V2 is never gonna launch.
You think they'll just go with Mini forever?
No, I think they'll do V2 Mini on Falcon, and then by the time Starship is actually ready to launch Starlink, they'll be like, I don't know, V3 or V2.5 or something like that.
That makes sense. Interesting.
Because we've already seen them launch direct-to-cell satellites on Falcon, so it's pretty conceivable that they would just start launching those immediately. But it's also not clear to me, long term, are they planning on having every satellite have direct-to-cell capabilities, or just a subset of the network that they're launching?
And then here's the other thought, is that given the uncertainty still of A, Starship itself getting into an orbit where it would be able to deploy Starlinks, and B, the deployment mechanism, could it be that we see those year-old ones actually be the first ones that are tested, so that if something goes wrong, you're not losing, like you mentioned, one of the upgraded cell-capable, but if it does work, you still have satellites that work. Right, muted,
Question. Yeah, good question from Pratima. You know what? It doesn't always have to be bam, 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 rapid fire, Sawyer, okay?
That's what they all say.
Astro Knucklehead asking, is there a specific max Q for reentry, or is all reentry speed dependent? Who put this in the queue? I have no idea.
You know who put this in the queue.
Was it you?
Yeah. Sorry, max Q is maximum dynamic pressure, and that is a function of two things. It's a function of both velocity, but also atmospheric density. I actually don't remember, I believe it's like the square or the cube of velocity. I'm not sure what it is with density. It doesn't matter. So anyway, no, there's not a specific max Q for entry. It depends entirely on the vehicle and the profile. So for example, you can go into the atmosphere really harshly and brake extraordinarily quickly. which is not something you'd want to do with humans on board since you would squish them. And in that case, your max Q would be incredibly high. And the alternative is, I think, like Apollo, some of the shuttle missions, if I remember correctly, what they do is they, just kind of glide on top of the atmosphere for as long as possible, and then slowly start to enter the thicker parts of the atmosphere. And what that does is it reduces the the G-force, which also reduces the max Q on the vehicle. So it's very dependent on each mission.
And Jack, I think it's safe to say, if it's math related, that I did not put it in the queue.
All right, fair. Yeah, I mean, we typically think of max Q as a cent sort of related figure, but I guess it makes sense that it's also a meaningful thing to calculate and account for on the way down as well.
It is still dynamic pressure, yeah.
Speaking of dynamic, this booster remains static.
That was good.
Brian Green gifting 5 more Red Team memberships. Thanks again, Brian, for all the support on the stream. We appreciate it. Oh God, Trevor, what have you done? People are putting formulas in chat now. Formulae?
Yeah, 1/2. Oh yeah, 1/2 rho v squared. Of course. So v is your velocity,
Stop.
and rho is
Stop it.
the atmospheric density. How did I'm disappointed in myself. Wow. But I'm a mathematician, not a engineer, so give me some slack.
I should have known that. I should have called you out on it, of course.
Well, now you know why I'm always so disappointed in you, so now you know what it feels like.
Wow.
Durbin is asking, is Ship 28 going to roll out? No. Does not seem like 28 is going to roll out. Right, Trevor?
I want it to... Oh, Ship 20... Wait, did this... 28. I heard
28.
25. I was like... I don't think Ship 25 is rolling out.
Hear better.
Sorry, Jack. As we were saying at the start of this stream, last we checked, there was still work ongoing on Ship 25. Or Ship 28. Gosh, not Ship 25. So it does not seem like a rollout is likely for tonight. That's not to say that it's impossible. SpaceX has done many unexpected things before, but I would not bet on it.
The closure extends for another, 2.5 hours technically, so possible, but yeah, highly unlikely in this sense. We also have a whole bunch of testing closures coming up next week too, so we'll see if maybe a sneaky road closure for transport gets thrown in there too to bring Ship 28 over, or if the focus right now is on getting the Booster 10 test campaign through.
Oh, no 28 roll tonight, but probably soon.
TM.
Hashtag soon, TM.
My guess is before launch, if that helps at all.
That's extremely helpful, Trevor. Thank you.
Of course, that's why I'm here.
Good work.
And I'm the one that's normally here just for the good voice.
Josh is asking, considering we have not seen any onboard views or views from the WB-57 of hot staging, what do you think SpaceX is keeping under wraps? That's a fascinating question. What could they be what would be the motivation for withholding that footage?
I mean, per the Freedom of Information request information that we got, it's due to proprietary reasons. So that was something that SpaceX would have to release themselves. I don't know why specifically that would be. Again, it is the absolute largest vehicle that has ever performed hot stage successfully like this, but that's a good question.
My guess...
Is that the kind of thing where you wouldn't want competitors to get some sort of piece of data, or I don't know. What do you think, Trevor?
No, I don't think so, right? Elon has been pretty public with his assertion that, anything you can see on the outside of the vehicle or that the public can see, really doesn't matter from a proprietary perspective. I think at one point people were asking him like, oh, why do you just roll Raptor down the road uncovered as we used to see during the suborbital hop days? And he was like, well, if you can backward engineer Raptor from that, we need to hire you or something like that, because it would be such a remarkably hard problem. So if I was to guess, it would just be SpaceX likely doesn't have that footage. I think they would very much want to release it if they did, and it's very possible that, you know, they, as part of these flights, they're trying to test data relay via Starlink, and it's very possible that the Starlink satellites or the Starlink dishes on board were just not getting as good of reception as they may have anticipated. So it's just another thing for them to work on. I definitely wouldn't think that they're trying to hide anything or, you know, keep it for proprietary reasons or whatnot.
And again, we have video of the, you know, hot staging from the ground. Jack, you shot some awesome footage of that. This, I guess the difference would be that it's almost parallel to the vehicle itself, so it's kind of a side-on view. I don't know if there's something specific with the release or anything, but we've seen the release mechanism. We've seen the hot stage ring. We've seen the engines on 28, so it really is a little strange.
Yeah, and Ryan in the back channel is bringing up a good point to support what I was saying, that we've also seen them upgrade the Starlink dishes on both the booster and ship. So I think that's probably a good indication that the reason for us not having that footage is because SpaceX themselves don't have it.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, Slayer, I and many others got footage of hot staging, but it's not the same as, you know, an aerial platform with a gimbal stabilized camera and a, you know, flying around at 40,000 feet or 60,000 feet or whatever it was. Like, that's... I would like to believe my footage was that good, but alas, it was not.
Remember, we do have a pilot of the WB-57 who's a member of the NSF fan club here that took a picture once flying it. I believe it was 41 or 42,000 feet.
Nice.
So,
that's so cool.
Quite high up.
I maintain the W-57 is one of the coolest planes out there. I bet Trevor doesn't like it, though. I bet he's like, oh, it's old. Why don't they scrap it?
I don't know anything about planes.
Well, maybe you should.
Really? The math guy doesn't know about planes.
I know about planes in a geometric sense, not in a sense of planes.
Wow. Wow, Trevor. All right, so we are waiting on a booster lift. We thought we would just come back live and hang out with y'all, and then we heard that PA. And the orbital pad is clear for lift. Stabilizers are in. Now we are essentially just waiting for the dang thing to move, right?
Yeah, for a literary joke, I'm gonna switch Booster 10's name to Godot at this point.
Nice.
Godot?
Trevor doesn't know words. He only knows math.
Also probably too young.
I'm ancient. What are you talking about?
If you're ancient, what am I? Don't answer.
Prehistoric.
Moving along, moving right along. I said don't answer. Christopher.
Especially, you don't even want to know how old I'm turning this year. Not as old as Jack, but still old.
Oh my God! Quit throwing me under the bus.
It's not under the bus. It's just under my wheels.
Oh my God, Sawyer.
Jack,
Christopher
were there buses
Hellett.
when you were growing up?
Will you let me? Oh my God, Trevor! Let me do the super chat.
They were pulled by horses.
All right, I quit. It's all you guys. Good luck. Good luck doing this without me. I'm muting myself.
We should do some support, Jack.
Yeah, Jack is going to talk to the dinosaurs again.
He's looking through his old tablets from when he was in school, the ones he had to chisel into stone.
Oh, poor Jack.
Says the man who's about to turn 30 myself, but anyway.
I turned 20 and I thought I was old. Like...
Oh, just you wait.
And by the way,
Christopher
Jack
Hell
is actually muted right now.
Christopher Helle, I believe, coming in with support saying, "Didn't realize you started commentary again. Perfect Friday morning in Norway," and then continuing to singing, "Rolling up the tower." I like that. That caught on.
Got a ring
Bless
to
me
it.
up.
It's got a ring to it.
It really does. I'll hand hosting back over to you.
You better. Midnight is asking, do we know if SpaceX has any plans for a Starship tower on the West Coast? What do you think, Trevor? Starship tower at Slick 6?
I don't know about at Slick 6, but on the West Coast, almost certainly. I would be very surprised if long term there weren't Starship towers basically everywhere there is a coast.
All right, well, we're talking, like, not on an infinite time scale, but perhaps
not like crispy point to point.
Right. Yeah.
I would not be surprised if there's a Starship site in California by the end of the decade.
I would agree with that statement. Any thoughts, Sawyer? Western, Southern Polar Corridor?
See, here's my thought with it again, is the fact that we still haven't seen it fully fly from Texas yet, and then the focus is going to be on Florida. I think next decade it's safe to say from the West Coast. I don't know if before the end of the decade.
Oh, sad noises.
Sorry. Hey, if you want to feel a little better, someone said you're not old, you're just flight proven.
Hey, I'm better than non-flight proven humans.
That is true.
Let's see here. James, thank you for the super chat. Yugen, thank you for the super chat. What's the plan if they accidentally fill the booster with Dr. Pepper before launch? What is this question? Would this trigger the FTS?
First off, we need Das to answer for his crimes if that would be the case, because he was the Dr. Pepper guy.
True.
I mean, what was the old slogan? Dr. Pepper makes the world taste better, so it would be a delicious explosion.
I don't even know what to do with this. It is truly a late night Starship stream officially.
I mean, I think we've answered that pretty well.
At least it would be autogenously pressurized.
That is true, although you'd have to manage... There would be a lot of venting, that's for sure, from all the carbonation.
Alex is saying you would have to activate the Pepper termination system, or PTS.
I would have PTSD.
The Pepper termination system, Doctor? James Kopfer, thank you for the support. They say, why did they swap out the Ship 26 engines? They did not. They swapped out Ship 28's engines. And we don't know why. And we don't really even truly know that they swapped any out. They might have taken them out, looked at them, and put the same ones back in. Right, Trevor?
Yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't really see what they did. I think that what we'll have to look out for is if they do another static fire. If they do another static fire, I think that's probably a good indication that they either swapped them out or did major work on one of them. I would be pretty surprised if they did major work at one of them instead of just swapping them out. But if they don't do a static fire, then I think we can probably safely assume that they didn't swap them out. So we'll have to see.
Ditto.
All right, I'm getting an update here from Alex in our back channel, saying that the chopsticks are now carrying the weight of the booster.
Well,
it's very
long.
They're going to carry that weight a long time. But really, not that long, because lifts don't really take that long anymore. But you know what I mean. But that's a good sign. That is essentially the only remaining thing that we're looking to see before a lift. We had that PA saying the pad was clear. We have the chopsticks taking the weight. The stabilizers are in. So we should be able to see this thing lift here, hopefully very soon. But yeah, basically when the chopsticks take the weight of the booster, rather than just sort of hugging it, they deflect. Like they actually bend a little bit from the weight of the booster. So that is what we're talking about. It's not something you can like super obviously see. You have to kind of go in an A/B test, which is what Alex was doing, which is why he discovered that is the case.
Yeah,
so,
that's basically going like a minute or two back in the live stream. and seeing that now the arms are sagging, whereas before they were not.
They're flexing. They're flexing. Sagging
That's my
sounds.
job.
Wow. Let's see. So I guess, yeah, keep your eyes on it. If it starts moving, feel free to interrupt me.
Interrupting Jack sounds good to me.
Oh my gosh. Adam Skinner is asking, if Starship uses thrusters to land on the moon, couldn't they land horizontal and avoid the elevator and just lower a ramp? But then how would they take back off again?
Yeah, it's the whole going from vertical to horizontal is easy. It's the horizontal to vertical that's tricky, even as we've seen from the ship testing back in the, I want to say old days, but it was only a couple of years ago.
I really can't wait until we see more of the entire HLS system. I guess that's a redundant human landing system.
Yeah,
But-
there's so much excitement with that too, to finally see again, what is this elevator system going to look like? What is the crew section going to look like? Are they going to be standing or sitting during landing? It's the little details that really are going to make it cool. Like, for example, for Apollo, they didn't have seats because they were too heavy. So that's literally why they stood while they were landing. With weight seeming less of an issue, how much is crew comfort going to play a role in this too?
Any thoughts, Trevor?
It's just pretty hilarious, the size difference between what SpaceX is trying to do and Apollo. You know, when you have to worry about the mass from chairs on Apollo to, yeah, we can land 150 tons on the lunar surface. That's just unreal capability that SpaceX is providing, and it'll be awesome.
Still waiting on a lift. Still hasn't lifted.
Has B10 lifted yet.com? No.
Well, it could be worse. It could be like last flight, where there was about 14 stack D-stacks in the matter of like 3 weeks.
Hey, there's
that
still
was-
time.
That was nuts.
I was doing the YouTube shorts for those, which we do put out some cool YouTube shorts. But I was just like, oh my gosh, another lift. Do I have to do this for another lift?
Everyone talks about YouTube Shorts. No one talks about YouTube Pants.
Because shorts are so much better than pants.
Disagree.
I mean, no shorts, no pants is better, but yeah.
No shorts, no pants, no problem. What is
I
even
will
happening?
wear shorts in like minus 30-degree weather, and then I'll complain that I'm cold.
That sounds very Trevor. That sounds very on brand.
Well, here's the thing. When it gets cold, again, while we continue to wait for this to actually move, the problem is, like, I had been to class in negative 27-degree weather when I was in
Are you
Syria.
flexing? You're flexing right now.
No, I couldn't flex. I was frozen solid. But anyway, you go out, you're in like 6 different layers. Then you get inside the building where it's 80 degrees, so hotter than usual even. And then you're just taking off all of the layers again to then go back out and relayer up. So you might actually wear shorts just under about 6 other layers of pants that you then end up taking off by the time you get inside the building.
Okay, we have an update. Somebody, definitely not me, just put a poll in chat. Shorts, pants, or kilt?
Who added
Shorts.
kilts?
All the way. I think that was Jay?
No, it was me.
Oh.
James Copford, thank you so much for the support. They say, yes, Ship 28, but I know how much you guys love Ship 26. Kilt is winning. Kilt is actually winning.
But shorts is above pants. That's all I care about.
Right.
Well, Pants is giving shorts a run for their money.
See, like, I live in Florida, so 95% of the time, I'm wearing shorts, except when I'm up at the Kennedy Space Center, where you have to wear pants.
Right. Not only for dress code purposes, but also mosquito purposes.
And those little prickly things in the grass that stick to
Oh my, dude, those are evil. Those things are evil.
Extremely evil.
I thought you were gonna say that they prevent or they help protect against alligators, or is it?
Yeah, KSD security. No, they don't care.
Yeah.
They don't care what you're wearing. They just know you're delicious.
They just know that you're tasty. They also don't care if you zigzag when you run. Scott is asking, were landing legs ruled out for the Super Heavy booster? There were design iterations at one point of it that did have legs. I don't think they ever actually built a booster that did have legs, because they stopped that pretty early on with ships even. But, yeah, no legs where we're going. They're only catching. At least for now, until they change everything again.
I can tell you from experience, legs are overrated.
I will take your word for it. Detai is asking, what was the reason for booster exploding on IFT2? We don't know. We can speculate wildly. Trevor, would you like to speculate wildly?
I don't think we need too much speculation to say that it was FTS that was activated. I know there were some videos out there that suggested that it wasn't FTS, but in my opinion it's kind of clear, right? If you slow down the footage, you can see like there's a bright flash right where the FTS is located, and then the entire explosion starts from there. So I'm honestly not entirely sure how people have come to the conclusion that there wasn't any FTS. So then the question is, why was the FTS activated? And unfortunately, we don't have any good indication of that. However, we did hear a little bit about why the ship exploded on IFT2, and apparently they were dumping liquid oxygen, which somehow led to them needing to activate FTS. And the reason why they were dumping liquid oxygen is because since there was no payload on board, they didn't burn as much during ascent, and they wanted to be in orbit like they had a payload on board, so they didn't want that oxygen. And then somehow during that they lost the vehicle. And ironically, if they would have had a payload on board, then IFT2 probably would have been a success.
I do want to point out here really quick that we've noticed that the booster's been wobbling a little bit, not anything dangerous, just that would be typically an indication that at this point likely the clamps are released, which means we could see movement any minute.
Excellent. One step closer to Flight 3. That's what we all want.
And it's a good wobble, not a bad wobble.
Hashtag good wobble. Okay, I'm gonna end the poll. Kilt won. No, Shorts won.
Yes.
Beating Kilt by a meager 1%.
I mean, the real thing would have had to have been a fourth option of no pants, but...
Yeah, but I don't want to get fired, so...
Yeah, HR is gonna love that.
Quality poll. Speaking of a quality poll, does Booster 10 count as a poll?
No. It's a tube, it's a cylinder, it's not a pole.
What is a pole if not a tube?
You don't go sliding down a booster, as cool as that would be.
I'm so mad at you, Trevor. Nobody knows why I'm mad at you, but I'm so mad at you right now. I'm furious.
It's too perfect. It's phenomenal. It continues the trend from the other thing.
This must be a back channel, because I don't even see it in the back channel.
I'm so mad. Moving right along. Sebastian says, next Starbase update from Jack in a kilt. No. Absolutely not. Sorry.
I do see the point looking back in the AV where it appears that the clamps did release, so now it's kind of just waiting to move.
waiting for Booster 10 to move. That is the name of the game. All day today. Hopefully we'll see it lift off the transport mount momentarily here.
Shout out to whoever said Weebles Wallops, they don't fall down. That is an old-timey reference.
That's a deep cut. Let's see. New to this says, is it just me or do ships look like squid with no tentacles? Just you.
Wow.
Yep. Throwing you out in the cold there. Sorry, new to this. I say penguin. Or maybe like a killer whale.
28 or 26?
28.
Okay.
Or like, a standard ship.
I kind of see it, I guess.
Have you guys, speaking of squid, since not much is going on, have you guys seen the all of the talk about the enormous squids that apparently live in Antarctica and hunt whales and can be up to 10 meters long or something crazy like that? For some reason my YouTube Shorts has been full of it, and I do not want to live in a world where there are 10-meter long squids.
They're really intelligent too, that's the scariest part.
Oh yeah. I remember a documentary years ago where they went down to the deep ocean to find these giant squids. It was really cool.
Apparently they can be up to 43 feet long.
What's that in meters? Just kidding, I don't
13.
care.
Wow. America for the win.
It's that time of night, I'm sorry. Let's see here.
It's alright, in the video that went out today on Dream Chaser, I had to put both measurements. I feel your pain. Totally not a shameless plug either for the video that came out today on Dream Chaser.
You should watch it, it's an amazing video. Joseph Petrie, thanks for the question. They say, do you think SpaceX will start getting multiple FAA licenses after IFT3 if it's successful? Yeah, I mean, I think that's something we've heard them, if not outright say, in various meetings and whatnot, that they are looking to move into a higher cadence as soon as they can.
I think that's mainly just going to be modifications to the launch license rather than having to get multiple licenses to do all of it. And again, you run into that risk though of any anomaly and instantly an incident report basically has to be opened. So assuming they get all the kinks worked out, then it will be a fun, higher flight cadence.
I mean, that's what we all want to see. We want to see them hit, I don't know, flight 5, 6, 7 at this time, by this time next year, maybe more, if I'm being crazily optimistic. They need to get a lot of repetitions on this system under their belt so that they can do things like launch a lot of Starlinks, prove out refueling, test the human landing system, and also refuel it. And of course, eventually, human raid it.
And I have to say that at least, despite the incidents and the fact that, there still is the reports that need to be done, part of it right now, FAA is waiting on SpaceX, as we learned earlier. So SpaceX is being extra careful right now, too. So I think once that goes further down the line, that'll be a lot quicker, and, they'll be able, even as is, the time between failures to launching again is a lot quicker than most return to flights for vehicles. So it seems like everyone wants this thing to fly more, even the FAA, despite what it may seem.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a certain amount of due diligence that has to be done. And I know we all want to see this thing fly as fast as possible, and certainly it seems like in some ways the FAA should be enabled to go faster. They don't have the resources, is I believe what they said in a recent congressional hearing. They don't have the resources to go faster, so we should allocate more resources to the FAA so they can get this stuff done faster so we can have more Starship launches.
Yeah, this is actually something that when I got to talked to the CEO of Sierra Space, Tom Weiss, he said they were working alongside SpaceX and Blue Origin, and I think he named I think maybe Rocket Lab and a few other companies to help lobby for more FAA funding, because as the amount of launches has been exponentially increasing, right? Not only SpaceX has been launching a ton more, there have been a lot more projects that need the FAA's approval. They're just falling behind. And I believe SpaceX also commented similar things, saying that at times they have to decide internally which project is more important to them, and then they can work with the FAA on that project before moving on to the other projects. So most of the time, I think, right, SpaceX's main priority is Starship at this point, but you know, there are also changes or whatnot that they may want to make to Dragon or any of their other programs.
Gilbert is asking, at what point in a launch, when an anomaly occurs, does it require a report? Only when in the air or anytime the engines are lit? What about a failed landing? I mean, I think anytime something goes off nominal, or anytime something deviates from SpaceX's specified trajectories and flight plans and all of that, is when you would trigger a mishap investigation. I mean, anytime there's a mishap is the...
Ryan
No
just
matter how
read my
small it
mind in our back channel and looked for the image I was looking for. The mishap investigation must go when one or more of the following 9 things happen. Fatality or serious injury, a malfunction of a safety critical system, a failure of the licensee's or permittee's safety organization, safety operation, or safety procedures. High risk is determined by the FAA of causing serious or fatal injury to any spaceflight participant, crew, government, astronaut, or member of the public. Substantial damage to property not associated with licensed or permitted activity. Unplanned substantial damage to property associated with the license or permit activity. Unplanned permanent loss of launch or re-entry vehicle during license activity. The impact of hazardous debris outside the planned landing site. Or failure to complete a launch or re-entry as planned, as previously laid out. So like on Flight 1, we saw that several of these boxes were checked, so they had to do it. But then also like or item number 9 is what caused Virgin Galactic to have to do an accident investigation after their first crewed flight, where they exited the launch and entry profile that the FAA allowed them to go through. So all of these rules are straight from the FAA, and it's very clearly defined of whether an accident investigation report has to be done or not.
Right, and even just recently with Virgin Galactic from Galactic 06, you know, it was basically a pin that fell, but it was an alignment pin that could have prevented a successful drop of the vehicle, so that technically counts as a malfunction of a safety critical system. So it can be minor, but if it is in a very important system like that, it can still trigger it.
Good deal. Good answers. Good job. Josh, thank you for the super chat. They say, who wants to guess how many miles of wiring there is in the booster? Yes, I said miles, not meters. I don't. I do not want to guess this.
Give it to the math person.
Yeah, math person, go.
More than one.
I'm so mad at you. I can't even see straight. I'm just so furious with you. Hightown is asking, as Starship flights become more common, do you believe that SpaceX will begin to build a pipeline for fuel or expand truck delivery? That is a kind of a big box of worms, because it is not trivial to build a pipeline, especially through protected wildlife habitat. But it seems kind of like a no-brainer, because at a certain point, delivering all of the propellant for 2 Starship launch sites there in Starbase via truck is just got to become untenable at some point. I mean, have a pipeline, goes out into the Gulf or into the shipping channel, natural gas tanker pulls up, offloads, bing bang boom. It just seems like almost like obvious, but at the same time, very much far from trivial. We haven't seen any sort of plans about this in the works. We haven't seen any indications that this is in the works. It just seems like a sort of a common sense kind of thing, but I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Trevor, go.
No, I have a question for y'all, because I actually haven't paid super close attention to this, but we know right, a few years ago SpaceX was developing the propellant production site at Starbase.
Right.
Do we know what ever happened to that? Because I thought they were very briefly producing propellant and then they kind of disassembled everything.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know
basically my understanding as well. Is they've completely dismantled it. The last big piece I saw that they trucked away was the what was it? The air separation tower or something like that. The tall white tower there that was over at Sanchez.
Seeing movement, by the way.
Is it moving?
It's going up.
It's going up?
Absolutely.
We have liftoff of the transport stand of Booster 10. Is it really? I'm squinting.
I'm going back and forth with the A/B testing, and it 100% moved.
Oh yeah, it's moving. Oh yeah. Let's go. Let's do this. Trevor, about how long do these lifts take based on what we've seen in the past?
I think they're down to on the order of 45 minutes at this point, but there's the caveat that if they run into any issues or whatever, they can have hold points where they'll do alignment inspections and whatnot. So around 45 minutes.
Good deal. Well, the game is on. It only took till 1 in the morning.
And sometimes we've actually seen him do it even quicker, like, you know, shave off 5 minutes here or there, but it's a lot quicker than it used to be, that's for sure.
Yeah, who is that did the side-by-side of all the stacking that we got before IFT2? Was that Elisar? Was that Thomas? Was that you, Sawyer?
It wasn't me.
Jay in our back channel
Elisar.
saying, it was Elisar. That was nifty, because you could really see directly, this is how fast they've started to be able to go as they get more experience lifting and destacking and lifting and destacking and all of that. All right, well, we have a booster on the move. Hooray!
Woo.
I'm still in disbelief, but I've got my mouse here at the top of the hot stage ring, and it is definitely moving. This is typical of what we see. It'll go slow at first, then once they clear the transport mount and everything, it will kind of haul the mail up the tower, then they'll pivot the chopsticks so that the booster is over the mount, and then lower it back down, and then that kind of takes a while as well, those final few feet. But
better yet, some of the cameras that I've been looking at that we have at Starbase, the hot staging ring, which was visible in frame, now isn't. So it's going up.
Excellent. Like I said, yet another step closer to Flight 3. So, what do we think is left to happen before Flight 3? Like wet dress rehearsal? Are they going to static fire 28 again? Trevor, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, so a lot of this is going to be speculation because unfortunately, as usual, we don't have an official plan from SpaceX. So we think our guess is that this is the last lift of Booster 10 onto the OLM. So then after this, hopefully, sometime this week, if not even before that, we will see Ship 28 roll out. And with Ship 28 rolling out, as we were mentioning earlier, we saw them doing work on engines. So they had engines come off of the vehicle and then engines reinstalled on the vehicle. We don't know if those engines are the same ones or if they swapped an engine or what they were doing. So it definitely seems possible to me that they would want to do another static fire of Ship 28 on the suborbital pad before taking it to be stacked on top of B10. Anyway, once the vehicles have been stacked back together, we can expect SpaceX to conduct another wet dress rehearsal where they'll mimic the entire countdown. And then at that point, they should be in a launch position for the most part, just having to do final FTS work before launch. That said, they can always do more testing, right? We've seen them they've been doing a good amount of work on the ground service equipment all throughout the pad. So they may want to conduct more tests than that to verify either retrofits on booster or the changes that they've made to the GSE. So we'll have to wait and see, but there shouldn't be too many tests left before flight.
Yeah, my prediction, at least in terms of booster, while we're seeing it lift, I mean, I'm expecting very similar to what we saw last time of the wet dress rehearsal, the full 33 engine, or attempting full 33 engine static fire, and then get everything mated and mounted on top, bit checked, and then of course you're going to have that one final removal for the FTS installation, and I think at that point we're go to launch.
And we are go to lift too. This is what we were talking about. Now it's really starting to cook up the tower as they've cleared the stand, and we're about to get some eyes on these engines, although they are going to be covered in booties, so not going to be able to see. Yeah, booties. Thank you, Sawyer.
You're welcome.
But yeah, so we're not probably going to be able to see any serial numbers on the Raptors, but at least we're going to be able to see the aft end of this thing as it raises into the air. Finally, hooray! You can hear the chopsticks groaning.
Is that the
I always
chopsticks?
love... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Sawyer.
No, that's the sound of the chopsticks.
Yeah. Well, carriage, but yeah.
Yeah.
I always love seeing just the base of booster with all those engines. It looks kind of ridiculous and so good.
It does. It, in a weird way, it makes all other rockets... I don't want to say it makes them look wrong, but yeah, I don't know. This is... I prefer this. This looks good. Yep, and there's the booties. And there's all the nice engine shielding to isolate each Raptor from all of the other Raptors in the event of a RUD.
Of course,
Good
Jack
deal.
wants the booty shot.
Moving right along. Eugen, thank you for the support. They say, if 100,000 grackles gathered over Starbase and flew in the shape of the words "don't launch" shortly before launch, would they still launch? I mean, I think yeah.
Yes. Because I have a feeling those birds would move once the engines ignite. It's not like the Cape where, you know, the wildlife is a little more used to it, or especially McGregor, where the cows are extremely used to the engine firing. I think the grackles would definitely fly away.
I almost just want to sit here and listen to the chopsticks. I'm loving this. And we're already over the mount, or as high as the mount. It hasn't twisted over the mount yet, but making great progress up the tower. Now we should see the chopsticks pivot and get the booster into position to be lowered down into the center of the mount. Angry American, thank you. Go ahead.
I'm just loving the sound.
I was just going to say, I think this is Kevin Cam for tracking.
This is Kevin Cam.
I think it's Kevin Cam.
Unfocused time with Kevin Michael Cam. It's not his fault, it's the camera's fault. Angry American, thank you for I'm just keep looking at the back channel to see if he starts typing. Angry American, thank you for the super chat. They say, I can see those 9 light items pertaining to human-rated system or Falcon 9. Starship and booster are still experimental, so all 9 shouldn't apply. Well, they do.
I think it's honestly a little more reason for it to apply, considering it is such a brand new system and a brand new vehicle. You know, if we're talking technology that's never been tried before here, that SpaceX is innovating, so if something does go wrong with it, the main goal of the FAA is to protect the people in the air and on the ground. It's a shame. I really want to see this test cadence pick up a lot faster. We all want the FAA to go faster, but at the same time, we want it to be done right.
Indeed. Who put this in here? Johan says Jack in a kilt if IFT-3 reaches orbit? No, I'm not agreeing to this.
What if Alex shaves his head?
Oh
No.
god, no, that's 1 million subscribers.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna do it. Nam is asking about hot staging upgrades. Do we think there's been any hot staging upgrades? The hot stage ring looks, at least from the outside, mostly the same, question mark?
Have we seen the top of the dome section portion of it? See if that's similar, if they've changed the deflection angle a little bit or anything?
Not super well. I mean, we did see it a little bit during the rollout today, but not from like a top-down angle.
I mean, that I think might be the only places if they slightly changed the angle, but it worked really well, it looked like, at least for that first flight. So I think that may be the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I mean, right, it was very obviously a MVP, a minimum viable product for launch one. So my guess is it was very, very much not mass optimized. So I would not be surprised if on this flight, you know, they made some small changes to help reduce mass. And then going forward, they can continue to make small tweaks as they get more and more data.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The hot stage ring is the real MVP.
Yeah, in more ways than one.
Where do we think the next pad is going to be? Asks Planet Zoo Gamer.
Yeah, I mean, we've started seeing work for it a little bit at Starbase. Right, the tower segments are now starting to be assembled there. So, pretty close to where what's on your screen right now will probably be the next Starship pad. Assuming you don't count the one in Florida, because we really have no idea when work is going to continue on that pad.
By the way, it is worth noting that the drone is in the air. You may not see it in every angle, but the drone is up. At least I thought I saw it. Am I going crazy?
No, I believe you.
Well, there's your first mistake.
Angry American, $2 super chat. What would it take to get Jack in a kilt? I'm not gonna do it.
He's already in one.
Yeah.
All right, so are we paused right now on the lift? Have they started?
Yes.
Have they started pivoting over yet? I don't think so.
From what I can see, it looks like they're stopped at this moment.
So that's pretty normal. They normally pause here before doing the pivot, right, Trevor?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, the drone is swinging around while it's stationary. Go ahead, Trevor.
Yes, they.
And there's the drone.
Yep, there it is, top right. Yeah, as you were saying, now is generally when they pause, and then we'll see it swing over to the left, and then generally they'll pause there again for a little bit before starting to descend down. And then once they start descending down, that's generally pretty quick up until they're on the OLM, and then getting all of those launch clamps, getting it properly lined on all of the launch clamps takes a little bit of time, since there are a lot of small things that they have to do and micro adjustments and all that.
Y'all, if you have more questions, keep them coming. Booster 9 is asking, when do we think Ship 28 will roll to the launch pad? I'm going to say in the next couple days.
Welcome back from the grave. Just Booster 9. I think, yeah. We originally thought it was going to be today, that we might just see a double rollout, but instead we're getting the lift here. I could see the test campaigns kind of converging, where early next week with the closures that are in place, they do all the Booster 10 testing, and then roll Ship 28 out shortly after that. So maybe late next week would be a safe bet.
Ever?
I'm gonna be more optimistic and say tomorrow. I have no good reason to back that up, but tomorrow.
What about you, Jack?
Next couple days. I'll keep it nice and vague, Alex style. Good question, though, from Booster9. KJ is asking, what's a payload you gents are excited to see launched? I mean, if I'm going to be lame, I'm going to say humans. Because I want to see humans ride this thing to the moon, and I want to see humans go to Mars. But
Starlink.
surely there's all kinds of awesome payloads that could be lofted by a system as capable as Starship. Trevor, you wait your turn!
I mean, I get to go first.
Yeah, go.
I mean, I think parts of Lunar Gateway is going to be pretty awesome. And we also had the recent announcement of the company that's going to launch an entire space station in one go with Starship. I think that's going to be exciting to see one and done space station launches.
Right.
But from a, purely I'm an old school kind of guy when it comes to spaceflight. I'm excited to see the lunar landing and then the building and expansion of Gateway.
Trevor?
Starlink.
That is the lamest answer.
Oh.
Why?
I mean-
explain yourself.
Explain.
I think, I don't know, I love Starlink. It's like, I think the whole idea of it is just so utterly unreal that they're able to get it to work. Like, how is it possible that SpaceX is able to come out of nowhere and in my area serve just as quick internet with the actually even better an upload speed with about the same latency as Comcast, who has ground-based cables who have been here for an eternity? Like, how is it possible that America's ISPs are so bad that SpaceX is able to compete with satellites in orbit? And, I don't exactly live in a rural area, but now the fact that you can apply that to anywhere on the surface of the globe and that they're providing all of these phenomenal bits to their constellations, such as being able to have any cell phone or any recent cell phone be able to connect to some of their newer satellites. That is just so cool and will save many, many lives. And as a climber, I absolutely love that. So I don't know. I know it's a lame answer, but I love Starlink.
Has it just started moving again very slowly, or am I seeing things?
It's not really a lame answer. I mean, it's a good answer. I just like giving you a hard time because you're a terrible person.
Wow.
It does. It does look like it's pivoting.
Very slowly, yeah.
I'm using my mouse again to measure pixels. Come on, Booster 10. Steve Ferry is asking, how many B-10 Raptors will light on IFT3? What do we think? Predictions? I'm going to say all of them.
I think that's a safe bet, especially since we saw all of them on IFT2.
Trevor?
32.
Of course.
Oof.
You had to do it, didn't you?
I mean, we've seen them successfully ignite all of the engines once.
But it was on the flight.
Yeah, but probabilistically speaking, I would not bet on all 33 again.
Here comes the math.
I thought Trevor was going to go into a long math thing, so I muted
About
myself.
statistics and probability.
Oh, technically speaking.
What is that voice? What is that?
I don't know. It's 1 a.m. Leave me alone.
Never.
To Alex in the back channel, Trevor, don't do that voice again.
Yeah,
we can all agree, do not do that voice again.
Was that a Dr. Evil impression, or?
I don't even think Trevor knows who Dr. Evil is. He's a little tiny baby.
There's a gift that's like, that's always posted by, I think, Jack and maybe Steve. And that's like this old doctor from a show saying something. And that's the voice I imagine him having. But I don't know. I couldn't tell you any more information about the GIF.
A lot of people in chat say it sounded like Sean Connery.
It did kind of. It actually did a little bit.
I don't know who that is.
What? Oh my God, Trevor,
What?
you're worse than Adrian. I bet Adrian knows who Sean Connery is.
Hunt for Red October, James Bond.
Yeah, he doesn't know any of these things. It's not Taylor
I know
Swift.
James Bond. But I
He was
thought
the
that was...
OG James Bond.
Oh, well, the OG
in
James
terms.
Bond movies are atrocious. No wonder I don't know him.
Oh my God, Trevor.
There's a reason you don't doctor know him.
Jay can. Oh, Sawyer saving the day. Jay, can we mute Trevor? I know I can't, but can you?
Server mute.
Yeah. He did it! He did it! I'm taking a screenshot. I'm taking a screenshot for evidence. Let's go. So Sawyer, Taylor Swift is really dumb, right? Overrated,
Yeah, oh
huh?
God, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Boo! Boo!
Literally, I was laughing so hard it made Jake jump off my lap. My cat.
Okay, Jack. That GIF that I just posted in the back channel, what show is that from?
Futurama!
That's Futurama.
Okay, that guy is what I imagine him having the voice that I made.
By the way, we are seeing this now moving over the orbital launch mount here. Like,
Excellent.
actually moving now, picking up speed.
So yeah, they'll lift it over the center of the mount, probably pause again briefly as they make sure everything is nice and aligned, and then lower it down into the mount.
Likely with one more pause at that point before they fully settle it down.
Right. Yeah, like we were saying earlier, those last couple feet, if not inches, seemingly take the longest.
Well, because keep in mind that you've got the vehicle, we've seen it kind of sways a little bit, so you got to wait for it to dampen out all the motion, and then get the final alignment just right, and then lock it into place. So
what you're saying is we should name this booster Patrick because it's Swayze?
Pun token awarded.
Hey! Oh, I'm so glad I got a Sawyer laugh. That was immensely satisfying. Trevor has no idea who Patrick Swayze is.
No, I assumed you were talking about Patrick Cahoon.
No, Swayze. All right,
Some
continuing.
boomer stuff.
Will you shut? Just shut.
Just shut. It's 2:30 in the morning where I am, so I'm even loopier here. But anyway.
So yeah, things are progressing smoothly. I'm glad we went live when we did. This worked out just right.
Oh yeah. A great question from chat. Why does Trevor hurt us like this?
Because he's the way he is, and I will never for the life of me understand why he's the way he is, but it's just what we have to deal with.
You can blame Jack. Just blame Jack.
Josh, thank you for the super chat. They say shop.NASASpaceflight kilts with the IFT3 patch.
Oh my gosh. Which the patch is on shop.nasaspaceflight.com, right?
The patch for Flight 3 is not yet, but it will be as soon as we get a full stack. That's the plan.
Ooh, there you go. Teaser.
Yeah, somebody tell Adrian about the kilt idea, though. I think Jay would be very happy. Kevin, it's not a leak. We already talked about it on this very stream, like 6 hours ago.
That's why I said it.
James Kopfer, thank you for the support. They say 50 memberships if Jack wears a kilt in a video. I'm sorry. I appreciate the offer of the support. I'm not going to wear a kilt in a video. It's not going to happen.
Wow. You don't care about our viewers enough?
You wanna rent me an Ember for Flight 3? I'll think about it.
Is that a camera?
Yes.
Like Jay said in the back channel, we'll negotiate.
And Angry American says I'll add 20 to that. Oh God, what's happening? No.
No one said you had to wear it properly. Wear pants under it.
I mean, that's fair. I do love technicalities.
See, we'll come to a compromise here.
Eric Frazier says, somebody lock Trevor and Adrian in a room with a DVD player, a 720p TV, and a library of classic movies. God, yes.
Adrian and I would just watch Minions over and over and over.
We wouldn't give you Minions to watch.
Yeah, no.
We would watch Minions.
No.
We're not talking internet-connected smart TV here.
Yeah.
We're talking a DVD player and a 720p TV.
Yes. Correct.
720. It is always fun though watching movies and I can complain to Jack about them. Like Jack for some reason has this horrible opinion that 24 FPS is the way to go. And it just looks so bad.
For film.
For film.
It's so choppy and it's like, ugh, I don't like watching 24 FPS content.
I mean 60 FPS is great for, all the Starship stuff and things like that. Even 25/30, depending on what country you're in. But yeah,
Laura, you're my pal.
that's why we're both each other's S tier.
Let's see. More questions. We wait for this thing to get lowered onto the mountain. We're nearly directly over it now.
Yeah, it's still pivoting, but it's close to complete.
I feel like it's about to stop if it has not already stopped. Trevor, do not start an argument about 24 frames a second in the back channel. This is not the time or the place.
It has not stopped yet, by the way. It's still going.
Excellent.
I just don't see why anyone could say that fewer frames is better.
On a big screen with surround sound in a dark theater.
If it was shot on film, it should be played back at 24 frames a second, unless otherwise specified by the director of photography and director.
And now it appears that the booster has stopped pivoting.
Cool, so we will see it pause here for a moment and then lower down into place. I wonder if, is it cold in Starbase right now? Like, is that why they got the booties on? And I hope you brought your booties because it's cold out there. It's not Groundhog's Day, but I can still make a reference.
Sure, he's thinking that it's the actual Groundhog, not the movie. Right, Trevor? Have you seen Groundhog Day?
There's a movie?
No, of course he hasn't.
I don't watch things that are 24 FPS.
Oh my god.
With Bill Murray, it's a classic.
It is. It's like one of the most classic movies of all time. What's wrong
My
with you?
grandparents and I would watch it every year on Groundhog Day.
People in
Trevor-
chat are now advocating for me to be muted.
Thank you. Thank you.
Trevor is the ultimate NSF heel.
What?
It's a wrestling term. Shut up. Karana is asking,
Eric.
when do we think they will take down the scaffolding? When do we think that the scaffolding will come down? Before full stack?
Well, it looks like we're lowering, by the way. Just want to point that out.
Excellent. Any thoughts on scaffolding, Sawyer, as we watch the booster lower into place?
I'm trying to remember, did they still have that scaffolding around there for... Or they didn't have that for IFT2, right?
No, it was added after IFT2, and presumably it'll be gone before IFT3, but...
Yeah, I mean, I could see that going away a week or two before.
We can see it is lowering again. Fairly quickly now.
Yeah, we already said that. We already said that. Quit arguing about 24 frames a second in the back channel, and get with it.
These people are here to watch a Starship stream, not a movie stream.
Of all the off-the-rails streams we've had, is this the most off-the-rails?
No.
And that's saying something, considering we've got NSF Live tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern with you, me, and EJ, Jack.
That's right, NSF Live, and its new time slot with its slightly revised format will be tomorrow. It'll be our second time attempting...
7 p.m. Eastern. I was
tomorrow's
thinking
time
6 p.m.
slot.
Central.
So make sure you tune in for that, puppy.
7 Eastern, 6 Starbase time.
Well, yeah, it's today. Well, it's not today yet.
Today for everyone except the West Coast, yeah.
Except for the West Coast, correct.
So, February 9th, 2024, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. NASA Spaceflight Live with Jack, Sawyer, and EJ.
You just refer to yourself in the third person.
Sawyer indeed did.
I love it. Man, earlier in the stream, I was advocating that we Clockwork Orange Alex, but I think maybe we should Clockwork Orange Trevor. He doesn't even know what we're talking about. He's never even... Yeah, he hasn't read the book. He hasn't seen the movie.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my god, Trevor. Get cultured.
We do see the drone. It looks like near the base of the booster on the wide shot there. So it looks like they're trying to check final alignment.
Yeah, just feet to go at this point.
Yeah, because it's still going down, but you've seen they've slowed down the pace a bunch from what it was.
Pace like today's Falcon 9 launch?
Yesterday's.
Yesterday. It's now the 9th.
Today in UTC, right? Or was it 8 UTC?
It was
Wrong.
1:33 a.m. Eastern on the 8th.
I'm in Trevor L.
Yeah. It was not today UT. Wow, I
And
just...
say that because I was out on the ocean downrange watching it.
Yeah, how was that, Sawyer?
Oh, I mean, it literally hurt my neck because it goes directly overhead when you're south of it. It was unbelievable. Super clear view of the nebula from the separation, and then the landing. That we had the entry burn. So it's an amazing view down south for those polar launches. I think I may have to recreate that for the upcoming NRL mission.
I'm
So
here for
Sawyer,
it.
are you saying that the Southern Polar Launch Corridor is awesome?
I am indeed, and I think we got Jack to admit that it's quote-unquote not that bad yesterday.
Dang.
I can neither confirm or deny.
There is a clip somewhere, so it's fine.
I do not recall. Good try, though, Trevor. Good try.
There is a legit clip in the back channel, so it's fine. We know.
All right. Well, you can see this is a cool shot. The bottoms of the engine bells are like moving out of the light and into the shadow from the mount. Have they paused again, or is it just going real slow? I think it's just going real slow.
Oh no, it's still moving.
And it's still going down, yeah.
Nice.
In the words of Bruce Springsteen, it's going down, 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 down.
Trevor doesn't even know who Bruce Springsteen is.
Please don't
I
tell me.
do know
this is
who
true.
Billy Joel is now.
It's a different person,
Now
Trevor.
he knows.
Yeah, but Sawyer will be happy that I know that.
Billy Joel is my second favorite artist of all time. My first is Bruce Springsteen.
He's just trying to curry favor with you, Sawyer.
Do you see? Well, I finally introduced it to him after he watched Billy Joel on the Grammys and said he's not that bad.
His performance was actually really good.
Yeah, of his first new song in 30 years.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Thank you. The people the boss love. I have seen him in concert 12 times with tickets for a 13th.
Wow. 12?
Yes.
That is dedication.
I told ya, huge fan of Bruce. I'm originally from Jersey.
Okay, so wait, have you seen Bruce more times or Starlink launch more times?
I would have to check my list. Probably it depends on if you're counting up at the Cape or just in general, because I can see them from my backyard.
We'll go with in general.
More Starlink.
All right, well, work harder. No, seriously, that's cool. I feel like I've seen a lot of concerts, but I've never seen a band 12 times. I think that the band I've seen the most is probably Tool, and I think I've seen them like 6 or 7 times.
And
But
then I've
12,
I've seen
man,
Billy
that's a lot.
Joel 8 or 9 times, I think. So yeah.
Good deal.
And keep in mind, my first concert with him was actually 2009.
Nice.
We're talking 12 shows in 15 years with more on the books.
Yes, Matrix, Tool. I like Tool. Deal with it.
Did someone say Matrix? I love matrices.
Oh, boo. Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
Trevor, wait,
I know
Trevor,
they'll get that reference because
have you seen The Matrix, Trevor? I bet you haven't.
Matrix?
Oh my God,
Yes,
Trevor.
yes.
What's the plot with no spoilers?
It's
You
the
haven't
dude
seen
with
it.
the really weird glasses.
Yeah,
where
you haven't seen it.
No, I actually have. They go into like some weird sci-fi dimension to fight some like I don't know. The plot was so weird, but I did
So you
somewhat
haven't
enjoy
seen
the
it.
movie.
Got it.
I
Okay.
have. I've seen
which
all
pill do
three.
you take for which?
Red for the truth, I think.
Still don't believe you've seen it. Anyways, the booster is almost down. Just a little bit further to go. And it's still on the move, as you can see. Chat is now arguing about Tool. I love it.
Hey, I got people showing their love for the boss, so that made me very happy.
Markinus Markinson, thank you for the support. They say, have they removed enough scaffolding for both chains? Last time they had to stop. I think they mean the chines. I mean, it looks like it's so far so good.
Yeah, I think we finally reached the next stopping point as well. Looks like before final alignment and placing it in.
Kevin is saying that he saw the original Matrix in theaters before I was born.
Same.
Good gosh.
Same.
I saw it a few years later because I was a little too young at the time.
Have you ever even seen a movie in theaters, Trevor?
I hate theaters so much.
Of course you do.
They're the worst.
You're the
But
worst.
Yes, I have. I saw the Eras Tour movie in theaters.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. We get to groan about Trevor's Taylor love in the same way that we get to groan about Sawyer's puns, and surely, I don't know, whatever I do that everyone groans about. Tribalism.
I mean, I don't go to theaters very often anymore because of streaming, but there is something about that popcorn smell of the sticky floors.
You gotta love a good sticky floor. I mean, come on.
And then the teenagers in the back row that you try and ignore during the movie. A lot of PDA.
Yeah, well. Donnie Parker in chat says Danny Carey is the best drummer. Yes. As a drummer, I can confirm.
I'm going Mighty Max, but again, just Bruce fan of me. Now, here's the one that maybe he'll have known, because the one thing that I try and go to still in theaters, I've done it twice and it's hysterical, and I love it, is Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Huh?
Yeah, quality. Oh my god, Trevor.
Well, what we need to do is take him to a showing and make it very abundantly clear that it's his first time.
Yeah, that would be a good thing to do, I think. I would agree with that. Let's move. Let's say no more and move right on.
Here's part of my problem with movies. I
Trevor,
never,
nobody cares. Let's talk about the booster.
I always am doing homework while watching them.
I'm so mad at you. So the booster is almost down on the mount. Just a little bit more to go here. This is exactly what we wanted to see tonight, and we're all very happy because it's yet another step towards IFT3.
Finally, it seems like we've been stagnant for a while. It's nice to see things finally kicking into gear again.
Did you like my movie phone voice, Sawyer?
Oh, yes.
You have selected IFT3. Playing at Starbase.
Right.
Monday at 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Road closure.
So, Trevor, there used to be a thing before the internet called movie phone, where you could call a number and they would play various audio recordings to you, and you could know what movies were playing.
Yeah, to find out what movies were in theaters near you and the show times, if you didn't see them in the newspaper, you could call up movie phone and put in all your info by touch-tone phone.
Doug W. in chat says Kramer movie phone, which,
yes!
which is an excellent Seinfeld reference.
Thinking that from Seinfeld.
I honestly could not imagine living without the internet. Like, the fact that there are people alive that didn't grow up with the internet is so weird to me.
And by the way, Angry American, I want to point out, it was Trevor that didn't know Sean Connery. I've seen every single Bond film multiple times. I definitely know that. I know Sean Connery, Hunt for Red October. He's a classic.
Yeah, if we're gonna shame anybody here, we're shaming Trevor, not Sawyer. Sawyer good, Trevor bad. That's the moral of the stream.
Thank you. I like that more.
Someone Matrix is asking, have I seen any Seinfeld at all? No.
Oh my god.
Oh man, it's so
it gets
good.
worse.
It's so good.
It gets worse.
It's a European carry-all.
Matrix name just stands out to me though. I love it. Maybe it's because I'm in representation theory right now, but like I've been dealing with so many matrices.
This is an English stream. Trevor, you need to speak a language people actually understand.
Yeah, instead of Neo, it's Nino. Yeah, that was a stretch, I know.
Has it stopped? Is it down?
I mean, as of right now, it's still not moving. The drone, last I saw, was still doing some checks. What I can tell, the drone is still out. So maybe not yet?
Maybe just a couple inches to go, if that.
Yeah, it looked like it was swaying a tiny bit, so maybe they were just waiting for it to stabilize before doing the final move down to then place it on top of the orbital launch pad.
Corona, no, I have not seen Super Troopers.
What?
It's
I've
a
never
classic.
even heard of it.
It's a cultural touchstone. I swear we need to do a movie night.
Yosk, yes, that is so much fun, but also it shows how ridiculously well Linog scales, so.
I think Trevor's worse than Adrian when it comes to pop culture now.
Yeah, as much as I've shamed Adrian, I think Trevor's worse.
At least
Joe
Adrian has made
Dirt.
the effort to see some of the good shows and movies now.
He's not going to make effort. He's Trevor.
That's the point. We love you. Oh god,
I've seen
Matrix
this new
is
thing
asking.
called the TV Guide. What?
What? Please tell me you're joking.
I have no idea what he's saying.
Angry American, it wasn't Sawyer that hadn't seen The Fifth Element. Quit thinking it's Sawyer. Adrian hadn't seen The Fifth Element, and yes, Adrian has seen The Fifth Element.
I enjoy movies, Angry American, okay? You're making me an Angry American because I know these references.
Yeah, quit trying to throw Sawyer under the bus.
But are we gonna just blow past that Trevor doesn't know what TV Guide is?
Oh, whoa, is that the QD moving?
Yeah, can we move up? Rumors of QD movement.
Oh, no, I assume they the booster QD or the ship QD? Oh, the QD arm. The
Yeah.
arm is rotating into place since the lift is complete.
So that's a good indicator then, that
That it's
everything is
down.
aligned, and yeah, they're probably slowly putting it on all of the clamps.
Excellent. Well, there you go. Booster 10's on the orbital launch mount. I think that's the point at which we can say yes, it's on the mount. The QD arm is moving back in. So the chopsticks can no longer chopstick. Well, I guess they can still chopstick a little, but just not in a vertical way.
Yeah, less.
They're as good at using chopsticks as I am.
Yes.
By the way, TV Guide first came as a magazine weekly that, besides having articles, would actually tell you what shows are on when. And then the later version of that is before you had all of these info guides that came with your cable provider to tell you what's on what channel when and DVRs. Basically, there would be a channel that you would switch to, and it would just constantly scroll through every single channel, what's on that hour and what's on the next hour, and it would just keep looping that 24/7. That's how you found out what was on TV if you didn't flip through all the channels.
Yeah, and like you said, when you got a TV guide, you could like program your VCR to record the thing if you weren't going to be there.
Yup.
Trevor, a VCR was it tape-based magnetic
I know
encoding?
what a VCR. I know what a VCR.
Well, I don't know. You're coming at us here with a distinct lack of knowledge, so just trying to make sure we're on the same page.
What I never understood is why don't you just look it up on your iPad?
We didn't have iPads then.
Yeah,
So,
iPads.
okay, I have a question for you, Jack. Sawyer's comment about magazines reminded me of the old newsstand app on iOS. Was it ever on iPadOS? I don't think so. So, and that made me wonder, are you a fan of skeuomorphism?
Yeah, I think it has its place. I think a certain amount of whimsy and delight in UI design is necessary for just day-to-day use, and it's good for things like discovery, like for discovering a feature exists, versus just having it be like a hidden gesture that you have to know it exists and invoke it. Like if there's a little sparkly thing that lets you know, hey, maybe if you swipe here, you'll get some sort of functionality. Like I think skeuomorphism in general is good, but like anything in design, it's like fashion, right? It swings back and forth between extremes. So there was a time where skeuomorphism on iOS in particular was like, I would say excessive. Like what was it? Was it contacts or was it reminders? One of the apps had like a insanely detailed icon that was like a stitched leather that apparently Steve Jobs was like really particular about how that particular icon looked because he's Steve Jobs. That arguably perhaps a little bit too far. But then again, you look at iOS 7 and iOS 7 was a swing in the opposite direction way too far, where everything was just like text that you tapped on screen and it was very bland. So I think skeuomorphism has its place.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely think like iOS 6 was way too much and looks awful looking back at it, but iOS 7 also had the like weird rainbow, like really glittery aspects, especially in like Control Center, that just looked horrible.
Yeah, I think
I had the original iPod.
Oh, nice. The one with the
spinning
solid,
wheel and the click.
the actual spinning wheel instead of like the touch-sensitive wheel. Heck yeah.
Yep. It was the first one where everything inside was actually moving parts. It was a spinning drive inside of it.
Fun fact: iPods are what got me in the Apple ecosystem in the first place. I hated Apple for a long time. I was like, these things suck. Everything they make sucks. And then I got an iPod, and I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. And then I went to film school, and they gave me a MacBook, and here we are.
I loved my iPod and have been Android ever since.
Well,
Windows.
well, Sawyer, you can't win every take, just most of them.
Oh, that is true. Trevor, you've never used a Walkman, have you?
I know what they are though.
Have you used a Discman?
No.
A Game Boy?
No, I've never been into like mobile gaming like that.
Have you ever seen a Laserdisc?
Gaming?
Also, yeah, thank you, Sawyer. I've never heard a Game Boy referred to as mobile gaming.
It's called handheld gaming.
And okay, same difference. Wait, what did you ask me, Jack?
I don't even remember. It doesn't matter. Booster 10 is on the mount. We're seeing the QD arm move back into place. Booster QD, I have not seen one way or the other what's going on with it yet, but we're keeping our eyes on everything. But the booster, by all rights and accounts, is down, which is exactly what we wanted to see tonight.
One step closer to IFT3.
Yes, and one step closer to having a full stack back on the pad, which is always a treat, because we always get such cool imagery from Mary and Sean and everyone out there in Starbase. It's just a launch site without the vehicle is just a sad thing to look at in some ways. It's like it's not doing what it's supposed to do. So it's good to see a booster back on the mount, and I can't wait till we see a ship on top of the vehicle. And Alex is yelling, yeah, you don't need to at me, Alex. Yes, an empty pad after a launch is a good thing. Like, geez, yes, that's the thing DOS always says, and so we all always say it, yes. Trevor, oh my god. Alright.
Now he's just adding you with no context.
I'm turning this stream around.
You if I want to.
Okay.
Whoa.
Now
Whoa.
Alex is here.
I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. I'm turning the stream around. The booster is down. I think before things go too far off the rails.
By the way, yes, Tamagotchi was awesome.
Oh yeah, Tamagotchi's ruled.
Oh gosh, Kevin.
Trevor, did you ever have a Furby?
What is a Furby?
Oh my god.
What? I mean, those things scared the crap out of me, so I never wanted one. But
Yeah, I set mine on fire, so you know.
Right.
Don't play with fire, kids. Unless it's to burn down a Furby.
Worth
No,
it for that. Those
still don't.
things are
Still don't.
Creepy as heck.
They are creepy. But Trevor has no idea what we're talking about. And neither
Nope.
does chat. So hopefully the next couple days we'll see Ship 28 roll out to the pad and stacked atop the booster, and perhaps that's what we'll see happen in those 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. closures that are scheduled coming up, is some full stack testing. Although maybe one of those will be used for another ship static fire. We'll have to wait and see. But that is essentially the state of play. I don't know why you are all still here listening to us ramble about the most nonsensical things, but we hoped you enjoyed this late night Starship stream. It's been a while since we had one, so we went a little ham. We hope you enjoyed it. Don't worry, more coverage of Starship is coming. Whenever they roll out the ship, we'll be live again for coverage of that. And maybe, no promises, maybe we'll even be a little bit more regimented. But again, no promises.
Be a
I
little
make
more serious.
I make zero promises on that regard. Trevor, thank you for being on stream, bud, even though you're horrible, and I hate you.
Yeah, of course. Also, Matrix is talking about Pokemon Go. I also have never played that, but Jack...
Did you ever
thanks for
play
having-
any of the original Pokemon?
No. I played Magic the Gathering when I was young, but that's
Okay,
not really...
you know what? Consolation prize. Consolation prize. Anyways.
I really want to get back into... Anyway, this was certainly a stream to tape, so thanks for having me on.
Wow.
This guy's never used tape in his life.
Right? Sawyer, thank you for being on the stream as well.
Oh, my pleasure. My first was, I skipped Red and Blue. I first was Pokemon Yellow, because I was a big Pikachu fan. But, thank you. It's nice to be back to the the Starship stuff. And yes, we will be a little more serious on some of these, but by hour 10, we're all kind of like, all right, this is nuts. And thank you to the people that have been giving support throughout this whole stream, right, Jack?
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you so much to everyone
couple of
doing the
people worth
gifted memberships, the people who became members, the super chatters, the people who buy merch from the store. Also, side note, I was a Pokemon Blue person, and I have core memories of being on the bus ride to school and then busting out my Game Boy connector thing so everyone could connect their Game Boys together to trade Pokemon. And then there'd be like the one kid who got the game way later than everybody else, and then you're like, wait, don't start playing yet. We're gonna farm the starter characters from your cartridge because we all want to have all the Pokemon, and you can be our gateway to that.
Yup.
Anyways,
Have you seen the original Despicable Me?
yes.
You remember the scene where Gru is like, "Why are you so old?" to Dr. Nefario?
No.
Well, that's how I feel right now. Why are you so old?
Wow, good try, Trevor. Also, we had Jay Keegan operating the stream all day today, so thank you, Jay, for doing what you do, running in the giant human-sized hamster wheel that makes things go. And I'm Jack. Hi. Also, bye. Thank you for watching. Oh, we have Josh Sultan with a $5 super chat. They say Trevor's VHS fund. Yep, 24 FPS. I love it.
Yes.
James Kopfer, thank you for the support. They say the Pace launch Sawyer Cam was awesome. I agree. I want more of that in the future.
Thank you. We'll try it again maybe for the next Polar launch, which I believe is Wednesday.
Brendan Brownie, thank you for the super chat. And Angry American, thank you for all of the super chats on the stream, including this final one. They say, good night, NSF, and thanks for the best space coverage. Okay, finally, Epic Digital Motion in chat says, why so mean with Trevor?
I deserve it.
Exactly. And with that, we're going to call it. Thanks, y'all, for watching. We'll be back live as soon as something happens down there in Starbase. In the meantime, you can go hang out at Starbase Live. We love you, Trevor. We're just giving you a hard time because we want to see you succeed in life. You know, it's tough love.
It is tough. And Brennan says I need to go back to school. I'm in school. I think Jack would say I do too much school.
By the way,
All right, we're
Jay,
ending
I
it.
appreciate
I'm
the fun
ending
token
it.
that you gave me on stream too. So just noting that's in my fund for NSF Live tomorrow.
It's over. I'm ending it. It's over. Good night, everybody.
And here we go.
chamber pressure looks good.
Rolling up. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Fighting outside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. Off. It's orange!
145! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go. Indeed. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?